Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. You're tuning in to the grand spectacle of PUBG Mobile, the moment we've all been waiting for, the final day of the Clash of Giants Season 2 Grand Finals. Team have fought tooth and nail, overcoming unsurmountable odds, and today they'll leave it onto the battlefield. There's no turning back, no second chances. Only one team will emerge the champion of this competition. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune, the Judgement Gaming. Together with me is the one and only Pika, and we are the voices that will bring you the action all throughout. And brace yourself, PUBG Mobile fans, it's time for accelerating gameplay as we journey on the final day.
You can tell from my reactions right here at Neptune, gentlemen, that I personally am slightly nervous. I have a little bit of nerves coming into this because this is the last chance for a lot of these teams.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
a lot. Simply because it is almost clear-cut who we have as a victor. But I'm not going to speak in finality just yet because there will be a lot of chances for these teams to rack up these points. Not just eliminations, but also placements. And, of course, not forget our very beloved team deathmatch. So I for one am mixed feelings about this, but more on the excitement part.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more with what you said. And well, hopefully the teams will be able to catch up with our current number one spot, because as you mentioned, it might be tough. It's already in there, probably already set in stone, but we are hoping that one team, and this is one team would emerge with continuous continuity and as well as consistency, so that they can overtake what is required to be at number one spot. Let's look over to what has happened and what will be happening for today. And we've spent 3 weeks for qualifiers as well as playoffs, and this is the last day, the 4th day of the grand finals, where the 16 teams will be battling for 6 matches in Battle Royale and 3 on a team deathmatch to find out who will be the ones grabbing our prize pool. And so far, a lot of teams has already struggled, a lot of teams has performed well, but what we're looking for the teams right now is the consistency.
Not only that, we're looking at grit, because some of these teams, they showed up with the most unexpected circumstances headed their way. And I, for one, I'm not complaining at all. Thinking of not complaining, these teams are not going to complain over the grand finals prize pool that we have of 8,000 USD. So the first gets 3.5, the second gets 1.5, third with 800, fourth with 5. And of course, for absolutely no question at all, $300 goes to our MVP. So it makes sense why a lot of our fraggers have been really stepping it up. And then the team with the most eliminations, see, that's exactly my point. There's still something for them here with $200. Team deathmatch, also no slouch, as one match equates to $100 each. And of course, if you have a favorite team, try voting for them already. They get you get $200 along the way.
Yep, exactly. And well, part of what they are fighting for will be the point system that we have in the placement, wherein a winner chicken dinner will grab that 10, and then it just goes down in there from 6 all throughout the 1 up to the 8th place, and then 9th onwards will not grab any points. Thus, it's so important to get all those elimination. And to your point as well on the fan favorite, make sure that you tune in on our YouTube community. That is where you cast your votes, and it's very limited. If I'm not mistaken, it will not even reach towards the end or halfway through of today's match, so make sure that you grab this chance while nothing's happening just yet on the battlefield to cast your votes and help out your team to be the fan favorite.
A lot of these names that we're seeing actually here in Neptune, they haven't come out actually, but it's still for good reason. These players that we have right here from all these teams, if I'm going to point that out, they're the 6th man, 7th man, even. These players that we have, they complete the roster. Yes, they may not be on the battlefield, but all their inputs, those actually really matter. I'm also gonna correct myself when I said that fan favorite teams. They get 200. I'm so sorry. There's something else for you out there, fans. Not the $200, but most likely 2 AirPods. Ooh, we're gonna discuss that a little later on. But yes, these are the participating teams so far. I'm still looking at in my opinion, some of the teams that I've really put my cards on, like 7th Element, you have 7-9, yours, you have Boop, right? And there's a lot more, you know. There's a lot of action that can surround the battlefield today. I'm just absolutely clueless now how this is gonna turn out because for Miracle Vibes, we thought that yesterday they were gonna continue their reign of terror, but a lot of teams got in the way though.
Exactly. I mean, there's so much happening yesterday, and were even laughing before the broadcast on how much chaos and fun it was as well. It's a combination of both, so we would know that it's really getting exciting, and it will get even more exciting for today because for some of the teams, and I'm hoping all that that the ones who are not really even chasing for the top 4, all of them will give their everything right now because they can stop some of the teams to progress. They can stop some the teams who's already in the top to even reach a different height because they can just play this out. Just play it out, go back to the basic, enjoy the game, and battle that on. Make sure that you bring all of that fire because there's no time for giving up. Especially if this is just one part of the tournament, there will be a lot more from Ruthless Hype Esports. And by the way, this is powered by TikTok, so I'm pretty sure a lot of fans out there is also watching on TikTok. Make sure you switch over to YouTube, check out the community, and cast your votes, and also help us out with our milestone. Later on, we're going to discuss that even further. But again, some of the teams will be bringing a lot in this day right now to beat some of the players and especially the MVP. You did mention a specific prize for the overall MVP. Currently, it's East922 who has that title. 42 on elimination, 801.31 on the damage, and 29, almost 30% on the team contribution.
And this guy right here, he's not failed at all to turn up. And the funny thing is, the rest of the contenders that we have here for MVP, they are also from for Miracle Vibes. We're about to see that right now. So we also have Doc, we have Apex, and with no surprise, at all. To no one's surprise, we have Yummy as well, who just did marvelously yesterday. There's always been Coops, who's actually been standing in the way of for Miracle Vibes all this time. He was the odd one out, but in reality, it's because of all his hard work. Right, odd, but not weak. So these are just some of the players that are really gunning for that MVP prize. So apart from the team, I don't want to jinx it, but should 4 Miracle Vibes just take everything plus the MVP, they are going home with gold on their shoulders.
Oh, definitely. And there you have it. The final one of the members who weren't able to take a place or who was pushed out of that MVP, top 5 MVP is Baron922. But currently, he is one of the overall fraggers right here, and together with Doc and East. And Boy Seal has also joined the ranks right now. And Yummy, especially with how he performed yesterday, I'm pretty sure he has a lot more because we've seen this guy clutch it up most of the time. He grabbed 100% of contribution from one of the games from Boom Esports yesterday, and this is how it translates. We have 4 Miracle Vibes is already on the lead, a huge lead, 100 points that Bigetron Red Villains need to catch up on. And also from the performance of some of the teams, Boom Esports moved up very, very close to that second spot. That pushed NIGMA Galaxy down a little bit. But they were united. This is one team that really surprised us. In multiple instances, they played for survivability. And then towards the end, that's where they grabbed that elimination. Thus, they moved up so high.
Man, I'll say the same for PERSIJA EVOS, right? There was a day, I think that was a couple of days ago, where they were absolutely tyrannical when it comes to their frags, right? They actually went straight to the enemy. They weren't dodging them at all. They were on the hunt. So that kind of explains why they almost, and I'm not gonna speak just yet, that they've already closed the first page with their name on it. Now, KAGENDRA, another team that we consider a big threat because they've had a good streak, especially during the playoffs. They're still in the running here. Did dip a couple points or a couple places here, down to 9th. So I think they're okay. It just needs a little bit of push, I would say, before they can dethrone Train to Kill from where they are. So this right here, this is gonna be a grind. I'm not gonna say it's a slow one, but it's definitely gonna be a tough grind.
Yeah, I would agree because for some teams, it's more of the momentum that they lost in the grand finals. Because compared to playoffs were just dealing with, if not two maps, two of most similar maps. But for grand finals, like there are a lot of twists and turns. We jump into Erangel, we jump into Miramar, and then SANHOK comes into play. They have team deathmatch, so that really at some point loses or probably like for a few maintains their momentum. So those adaptability that they need to apply today really needs to show. Otherwise, they will be going on and off once again, and there will not be any consistency to grab a higher spot.
Yeah, spots right now. That I think that's really what they're going for, man. I don't think they're after highlights anymore, to be honest with you, because a lot of these players, we do have a kind of like a fixature on the MVP, right? So that could change too. You know, it could be Coops, it could be one of the other boys from For Miracle Vibes. It just takes one good game, maybe a few.
Yeah.
You know, what if they go on an absolute spree, and they could dethrone East from where he stands, right? But of course, that's not the goal. The goal right now is to at least make it to fourth, because fourth is where the loot starts coming in. Honestly, not to mention if you're a TDM winner. That still gets you a little bit, you know, just a bit of a chance to go home with some coins, if we're gonna speak in figurative terms. But of course, we want the big share of the pie. So I'm looking forward to how this is gonna pan out. And safe to say, for Miracle Vibes, they're gonna be stretching their legs a little bit, but I know they wanna go out with authority.
Yeah, and speaking of going out, let's go out and grab these milestones. So far, the first milestone, 30,000, already been reached not only once, but several times already. I've been watching YouTube, looking at how many's watching right now, but there's our chance. There's our chance to take two more of the milestone. 50,000 watching in YouTube right now. Like, a lucky winner will grab an AirPod, two of which will be given out, and an iPhone 15 if we reach 7,000 watching on YouTube. And definitely a lot of folks out there would want to have this. And all you have to do right now, apart from join us in YouTube, is follow the Instagram, join our Discord server, send a screenshot of all those things, and also get your token number, because that's what's going to be used for the live draw. But we were mentioning about TDMs earlier. So far, well, I don't think this is so much of a pattern that most the ones on the left are the ones winning, because on the match number 4, we just so happen that we have 4 Miracle Vibes out there on the other side. So if it will switch a little bit, it's already on the roll on left hand side, and well, still depend on how the teams will be playing. So there are the schedule for TDMs. This is the schedule for the matches in Battle Royale. The same story goes for the for all the days, I would say, for the grand finals. Erangel, Miramar, back to Erangel, then switch over to SANHOK, and then Miramar, and then last but not least would be the OG map, completing the 24 matches of the finals.
Safe to assume right now, Neptune, that the teams have already, you know, made a plan, maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe, if not a plan, maybe at least the proper mindset going into this, because we've never seen a day that had more than one SANHOK. So that kind of bums me out in a way. But at the same time, I completely understand why. You know, the standards really go for the big map, namely Erangel, biggest map we have. And SANHOK, along with Miramar, they're fairly small but very different terrain. So I kind of understand. In my opinion, though, I do think that for this one, for game number 1, I don't think 4 Miracle Vibes are gonna get this. I personally think that it'll be another team. Prod. It's not 4 Miracle Vibes. Yeah, let me correct that. I was actually gonna vote. For Sem9.
Oh, okay.
Sem9.
For me, I'm pretty sure they still have fire in them, and I'm stick with my boom prediction in Erangel, because I mean they've showed up most of the time, and they have been brought down, like if not like towards the end of the game, and given that they still have Yummy on them, I mean I would say Yummy is the Terminator of Erangel from this moment. Yummy is the guy that really can bring it on.
Okay, yeah, you know what? I completely agree. I kind of gapped that factor, to be honest, when it comes to Boom Esports, because Yummy, I think he has a lot to prove. Honestly, this is the first time we've seen him in the MVPs, so this kind of puts a bit of confidence in him, a little bit of drive as well. So maybe he'll be carrying the flag of Boom. But one reason that I picked Sem9 is that they were also kind of consistent. I just couldn't 100% point out where they lack right now. But I have faith because they're always within the top 10 spectrum, right? I've never seen them exit early, not once. if you know what I mean. I've never seen them leave the lobby first. So there's a big chance that they could actually punch back. This is one of the most unpredictable predictions that I've ever had, but I'm gonna stick to it.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't agree more. Sem9 really has a brand put up even from like several tournaments from the past in PUBG Mobile. And guys, for those coming from South Asia as well as from Arabia, don't fret because right now we're just talking about ERANGEL and what we've seen from the previous matches, well, specifically yesterday, on how these teams perform. And pretty sure, like, we're gearing away from choosing 4 Miracle Vibes because they already have it. Like it's as much as we want to go and join the wagon, the bandwagon, and picking 4 Miracle Vibes, we want to motivate other teams and we want to see these teams move up. Thus, the prediction right there, and we want to be proven wrong as well. So, like, I've been proven so many times already. I've been casting all these games, and I only got one in terms of correct predictions. So I don't mind. I like it. Doesn't hurt me at all because I love how the other teams really are changing things up, giving us unexpected gameplays and also like clutch gameplays wherein they can move up despite of what everyone else thinks. So well, that is what we have for you right now. We are ready to jump in for the first match of this day, ERANGEL, and well, I'm hoping though that this time again a water final circle will show up because we've seen how fun it was yesterday.
And I was unable to breathe properly after that one. It was pretty insane, honestly, because there was nowhere to go. RRQ already had their sights. It was only a matter of time, you know. It was no longer a gunfight. It was no longer a gunfight. It was an ambush. So hopefully that doesn't happen here again, or maybe not the same way. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for ERANGEL for our first match of our grand finals. There is literally no tomorrow for all the teams here, as this is their last chance to rack up those points. May it be elimination, may it be placement, but this is it. These are the only 6 games that stand in the way of them and some of these amazing prizes care of Ruthless Esports.
Yep, and ERANGEL, the OG battleground of PUBG Mobile, is here. It's time for our teams to prove their skills in completely different environments. We are looking at the flight path right now. It's geared towards the east, coming from the south and heading towards STALWART. And those thinking of heading, I think, for Gatka or those parts of Judgement and Hospital, they're so far away. They might meet up somewhere within the shooting range, or probably even in ruins, Pochinki, and the area surrounding that. And some of the teams, especially for those who want to travel far, they will need to grab vehicles from the crossroads, and we'll have to find out if anyone can get away, especially from this first stage of our circle.
Man, I am starting to get weary of how this is actually turning out when it comes to 4 Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports. They have made it a habit, you know, to meet each other somewhere around a military base, Osnovka Island specifically. So, man, they're probably calling it quits right now. You know, when it comes to looting here, because we never see them actually clash against each other.
Right.
So even though they land here very often, I never see a scruffle between 4 Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports. But safe to assume right now they can take all their sweet time, as a lot of the teams, they're going to be clustered on the middle of the island, specifically wins. We still got the mansion within there as well. So yeah, just like that, first contact here, I believe. Who was this?
more
MORPH. Oh my
Rocky.
goodness.
Yeah.
Okay. Rocky over here. He got himself an initial pickoff, I'd say.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that was Boysil who has been dropped right there. And again, we talk about the battle for vehicles, and that is where some of the players are losing. You don't have initial weaponry. You're just aiming to grab a vehicle, and if you're in, I would say, the latest, just a few seconds, milliseconds per se, you might be the one going down. But speaking going down, what a god nade coming from no gunpowder, and he will be rushed by 3. This is what you get if you challenge one of their players, but unfortunately, they weren't able to pick him up. DEWA is already out, and there goes DEWA United left with 3. The same goes with 7 Element. Not quite sure if this will be as Gruffle as you mentioned, or will they be getting away. GoGBot is just waiting from this side of the area. Divine as well as T24 or T24 OP will be pulling out, but there goes the rush. Almost brought down, but he has been gagged up. 2 goes in for the push, and GoGBot goes down as well.
Oh no, 7th Element. That was a bit of a careless encounter, I think. But yeah, look at that. They already lost both No Gunpowder and GoGBot in that encounter. I think No Gunpowder having to draw first blood was a bit risky. Again, this is a hot drop that they're going for. This zone right here, very common. I'm not gonna lie. So with DEWA United taking control of one compound here, this is a very tough spot for 7th Element. They do not have a lot of information as well in their surroundings, so they're gonna have to play this. Basically, they're gonna have to roam these fields right here blind. They do have information from where T24 is, but to get to him, that is a very, very dangerous push, honestly. So, yes, let's see where Kenneth is. This perspective, anybody who crosses that grass field to get to that compound, which I'm pretty sure they're aware already that T24 is, he can just snuff them right out.
Yeah, and this is where manpower advantage really comes in, because you can go in all together as long as you are far apart from each other, because at some point nades make a huge factor in this engagement. T24 right now is being rushed. I believe Kenneth really has seen one, and it's a good spot that they managed to park their buggy, but this is why we're talking about. One nade can bring them down, but it was cut short a little bit too cooked for that instance. And oh my goodness, I think it blew off inside, and T24 right now will need to back off. Where is the backup? That is the question.
Yeah, man, this is not the type of situation you'd want to be in if you're 7th Element. Again, I always have so much faith in their capacity, but it's always like a flip of a coin whether or not they're gonna leave the lobby early. Okay, here we go. T24 just hanging on for dear life. He did pick off Kenneth. Okay, I stand corrected there. With Kenneth, actually, I thought he was gonna have the upper hand with that little bit of information, but no. Divine though, he's still kind of distant. Wow, are you serious? T24 putting in work. Are you serious? He took out all 3.
And there you go. It's not just Divine who can clutch it up. Even T24, well, I won't be surprised, because from the start of the qualifiers, T24 has been the MVP already. We've seen him in so many instances, the MVP and the playoffs as well. But that alone says a lot. And there's no even need for Divine to get an angle against DEWA United. He just took it all.
The man operated entirely out of adrenaline. I can tell you that, because wow, he took out 3, and I wouldn't even say that he was badly hurt.
Yeah,
man, he didn't take as much of a damage as I would think he would. But you know what? That is marksmanship. That is pure gritty instinct from T24. Unbelievable. You know what? I'm a fan again. You know, because I used to really call a lot of the matches of T24. This is one of the reasons I can bring him up. T24 and GoGBot. Those are the names that I see a lot out of Train to Kill. But man, that was an insane showing. And just like that, we already eliminated one team. And I thought DEWA United was looking really good there, Neptune.
And this is what we're talking about. At some point, the last day of the grand finals, or overall of the competition, brings us out a lot from the players themselves. Not just the team, but the players themselves. Yeah. It's just that they have especially given that they are not so high. Or let's be honest, they're the bottom of our leaderboard. So all they have to do right now is play it out, enjoy the game, and I guess that is how they did it. That is how T24 did it. He's not focusing in grabbing a lot of points. He just wants to go back to the basic, and like imagine with an AKM in hand, he brought in a lot of firepower just for himself against 3. But the battle continues right now. It might be silent overall because we've just seen the early engagement from hot drops, but right now I don't think anyone went in for hot drops following that.
Okay. I like this. This is a different approach from RRQ that we're seeing, right? Instead of going to enemy lines, they went back to their old plan. Remember, I said yesterday that RRQ, we kind of got lost in translation for quite a few games, number of games actually, since their last winner chicken dinners. Their plans were quite questionable. They seem to head towards danger instead of running away from it, or instead of averting the crisis. But right now, I do think that they're going to play this quite a bit more passively. See where they are. It's not really a common spot to be in. So this, I remember they were in the mines as well yesterday. Back at Miramar, they were hiding under the mines and not on top of the mines. So RRQ, again, they're doing it. They're going to allow the teams to most likely, again, this is my prediction, they're going to allow the teams to slowly turn on each other, obviously. So every team for themselves. But can I just go back to the topic of just my take? I want to go back to what happened to DEWA United. I think one of the most fatal flaws that they made was they actually went for an audition, as we call it in terms, right? So instead of flushing out T24 altogether, they risked going out one at a time. So that just gave T24 a lot of preparation, a lot of planning for anybody who comes through that door. And they came out through the same door as well, by the way. So I think it was quite a questionable call.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't agree more. And even if they have good even if T24 has a good angle on one side of that building, but before that, let's see the battle happening right now between BIGETRON Red Villains and STALWART Esports. We have Lepar who's already down on the ground, and this is BIGETRON Red Villains has already lost one of the players from the early parts of this game, and they are left with only one. But who is joining them? We have Sem9 right now.
Oh no!
Who are the ones, the new contenders in here. This is where they continue what they tried or what they left off yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, that was BIGETRON Red Villains as well as STALWART Esports who went in for the battle, and for both cases, both teams fell down. This time it's STALWART Esports who has been brought down. Sem9 jumped in, though they lost that, but they managed to grab 3 elimination from this gunfight, and BIGETRON Red Villains left with only 1 point, also 1 player.
Hey, don't do this to me, Sem9. You give me a mini heart attack over there, alright? So, that 1 elimination. Oh man, I'm so sorry, but woo! I gotta compose myself after that one because I held my breath the whole time. And STALWART Esports, though, they had their hands full a little bit. You know, it was a pretty open field battle, so
yeah,
kind of hard to determine who was really gonna come out on top. It really boiled down to mobility, gun skill, aim, game sense, proper angles. You know, those are the details that could really come into play whenever you're out here in the open. But yeah, these are your boys right here, Boom Esports. I'm gonna give credit where it's due, gentlemen. Neptune, I'd say Boom Esports, they're playing this steady. You know, not really in a rush. It's still the first subject of the day, so they got a lot of classes to attend.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to clock in onto all those classes. But right now, T24, again, the OP guy that we've seen earlier, they will be staying in a little bit in Pochinki, taking this dip, taking this ridge, and the engagement happening. This is KAGENDRA going against, or T2K going against KAGENDRA. 1 knockdown already in play, and they're just pulling them in. They're just waiting for Zero and Flyboy to try and pick him up, and that is where everything will happen. But there's no waiting for Jane anymore. He wants to confirm that, and well, it is what it is. They grabbed the first point. KAGENDRA will be left, but no! Love in there, went in for the chase, just run over one of the players of KAGENDRA. That was Frenzy, and I guess they will now be moving in. Everyone from T2K will just finish him off. Only one remains.
Oh man, just like that though. KAGENDRA coming from a full stack. They are now in deep, deep, deep water. I'm telling you, with one man up, another man on his knees. This is there it is. There goes zero. So KAGENDRA, they're gonna have Flyboy specifically. He is gonna run up into the sunset with tears in his eyes, just like I told you yesterday. He, you can tell by the way he steers the wheel. You know, there'd be tears coming down his eyes. I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you, lads. But yeah, for real. But yeah, getting back to it, this is gonna be a tough battle, honestly, for KAGENDRA. A lot of complete teams, by the way. So the next team that only has one is just basically BIGETRON, and already took some damage. So you get the moment you see each other on the road, I don't know if it's gonna be a duel or they're gonna have a siege fire. You know, can we just hang back a little bit? You know, maybe wait for the. Maybe wait for the world to slowly shrink, and then we can talk about this. Oh, but one person who does not want to talk about it though is Ralph. He saw that.
He wants to make the guns do the talking. That's one thing for sure. NIGMA Galaxy though, this time they are not aggressive. I don't think we've seen them aggress so much. They have been staying in one compound, waiting out the next stage, each stage of the safe zone, and that is where they slowly move until they have a good opening. But speaking of opening, we have VIEBS right now out in open, beating up Boom Esports, and there goes the gunfight. Cool! And a shot from the other side coming from PERSIJA EVOS, and there goes Red Face, taking advantage of the distraction of VIEBS and gunning them down. But no, there goes the 3-man push by VIEBS against my boys of Boom Esports, and only one remains standing.
Oh man, you know, I was actually absolutely, I'll say it straight up, I'm not gonna regret the vote that I have for Sem9. And it'll be an absolute head scratcher for me if VIEBS takes this one again, because even after that mistake of a call, you know, they were put on the hot seat for my prediction. But yes, back to this, PERSIJA EVOS just literally going Tokyo Drift over here. It's got a little bit of space between them and 4 Miracles, but this is not a lot of space, by the way. So YOLO is still in there. He's still in the mix, so he's the only one remaining too. So it's only a matter of time before he waves the white flag here, I would dare say, because he is surrounded by 2 teams that are absolutely hungry. One of them is PJEV, who starts taking out members from former VIEBS, namely Baron.
And I thought YOLO will be left in there unattended, unseen, and unheard, but well, he was seen by Zuxi. 4 VIEBS right now continue the battle again. PERSIJA EVOS, though Baron has been taken out already, and reduces his chance to being part of the MVP for this map. They are still 3 players from 4 VIEBS who can clean up against PERSIJA EVOS. Zuxi has already been gunned down and also naded down, and 2 from PERSIJA EVOS was able to pull out from this battlefield, and 4 VIEBS still grabbing those points.
Man, I felt the thud of that grenade, man. Like I felt that my seat also went up after that, because that actually blew up under a car, I think. So, man, that was funny. But again, back to the topic at hand, we do have a little bit of damage here on the side of XERXIA. So they did get a bit of wounds in there, but I'm pretty sure they knocked someone down. I just didn't see it anymore. But there is oh, there we go. Yeah, you're right. So that was Megamind, who's starting to tee off. Got himself members of RIQ here, specifically was it Hexes. And we got Hexes over here. He wants to seal the there it is. And of course, because why not? You know, I'm save me a couple bullets. Just run over, and they're pretty much aware that. Oh, what happened? He crashed. No mercy.
I think he jumped off in the wrong timing. He was damaged. He jumped off and he just lost his life right there. But the battle right now is not just one-sided. it's not just one-sided. We saw RRQ and XERXIA. This time around, we have NIGMA Galaxy in the same area, and we are seeing a lot more Genesis Esports as well in high ground. And 7-9 right now, though they lost one, they have a good visibility on the high ground, as well as they are safe, not spotted that clearly by the other teams.
See, this is the point I was trying to make, Neptune. With RRQ, they're gonna play it ever so steadily, ever so cautiously, and then all of a sudden they will slope down for no reason. Like, it's not even a gradual, it's not even like a staggered way of elimination. They just go down altogether. Like, one guy goes down, it's a domino effect, and now they're left with one. That's what I find really peculiar with RRQ. Like, it's a sleuth of bad decisions that seems to follow through. But here we go. Mernat Boy from Genesis Esports gets taken down. Well, I have to admit though, XERXIA right here, they're looking really dominant. Yeah, no, just one confirmed kill for the time being, but they are slowly racking it up. I think that Mernat Boy falls as the next casualty for Genesis Esports. Oh, and West Scary. Wow. Okay, a bit of a dip here. Oh my goodness. NIGMA Galaxy just jumping into the mix.
Yeah, and well, XERXIA right now is, I would say the right term would be aggressive. They're not really translating it to points just yet, and only now that they have a 3. But Megamind has been knocked down, and one of them has been lost, and that is with the introduction of NIGMA Galaxy in this mix. Go, Genesis Esports in trouble. 2 of them already in the ground, and Master Smile is just trying to recover him, but the smoke will not cover him that much. We are seeing a slew of throwables being offered by NIGMA Galaxy, and Wesker just providing that distraction as my Master Smile slithers away so silently. That is sacrifice. That is sacrifice from Wesker right there.
And Megamind actually fell victim to the blue zone, so that is really not what you would want here, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, I was absolutely jinxing XERXIA right there because they were looking really dominant, and they still are, They're still at 4, just right next to Sem9. I would say statistically no, but yeah, the highest frags we have so far from Sem9, that's 5. So we have 4 American 5, we have a Train to Kill, we have XERXIA as well as 7th Element. So, and this is really surprising, by the way, with 7th Element still in this after all that we said, and after all that, simply because of the closure in the hands of T24.
Yeah, and a couple of teams already eliminated in this matchup. We have XERXIA as well as RRQ, or RQ first before XERXIA has been taken out. And as quickly as that, we are now on the final 9 teams. T2K, actually, I didn't see them join this party, but NIGMA Galaxy managed to knock one down, one of them down, and they were recovering. 7-9 on the hand is just moving vehicles hot. And they are going fast and furious right now onto one side of this ridge. Might be meeting up T2K, but NGX, especially Raouf, have himself on his toes just to make sure that they will not be surprised.
Oh boy. Okay, so Train to Kill here, they're looking pretty healthy, not gonna lie. So this could still be it. They got to take it slow. But yeah, here MORPH a while ago, they did suffer quite a fortunate casualty. I didn't even see anymore how Yoru was taken out, but they still have a fairly okay chance here, not gonna lie. And they only have to deal with one complete team in the form of a NIGMA Galaxy. They are pretty. I'm not gonna lie, they're pretty dominant so far. Of course, not frags wise. That still belongs to both T2K and Sem9. So what I don't know here is if MORPH has any plans of pushing through, because look at where they are. They're gonna get pinched.
Yeah.
If they don't move a little later on, I know there's info already. So Doki right there from Train to Kill from the bottom, and then we have Hale, another team with 3 members. So if they choose to go for the compounds because of where the blue zone is actually shrinking to, then they do have a bit of trouble. I'm pretty sure they're already considering leaving.
Yeah, well, hopefully they will start to leave. And the God Nade coming from Raouf right there onto the hands of Sem9. And, well, hopefully the pickup will be done onto Kenny. Tam right now responds with a knockdown. DBS a little bit too far, though. And with that slope, will not make that shot. Coops right now will try all those nade shot, and Tam receive a little bit of damage. Only a few. Will he be able to make it? Misses that. And Kenny has no to little chance of being recovered. Shots after shots. Miguel being hit. And I guess he was just waiting for Kenny S. But this might be it. This might be the case that he will be brought down. And there goes a nade coming from Lord. Only left now is one player, if not none, from Sem 9. And they will be eliminated on the 9th.
There we go. Both me and Neptune again, ladies and gentlemen. We've been entirely wrong, but that's okay. That is exactly what we want. It means that some of the teams that we have here, they're really turning up. See, that this is what I was talking about. MORPH is being pinched here. Trained to kill. We do have Hail. We do have 4 Miracle Vibes over the horizon. I know that they're gonna hear the gunfire. They're gonna see the exchange. And especially with this Molotov right here, this is gonna create all kinds of mess. So here we go. Rocky though. Just finishing off Jane. First to try to engage. For a second.
Ooh!
Oh, okay.
Almost. There goes DBS right now. I love how like they're playing with the UMP right now to counter the DBS, and even on that moment DBS has been pulled out by Lynx, and it's just a UMP that you use, but with only a few HP. He has been brought down, and PERSIJA EVOS have their first 5 elimination, but the battle's not yet over. We have MORPH GPX right here, and unfortunately for T2K, they have been eliminated, but they did grab a number of points for them. And Bobo Ho continue on. Lynx, the only one remaining for PERSIJA EVOS.
I like this. I like the way that MORPH GPX is actually going for a last stand here. So they're very successful in thwarting off any of the teams that come their way, right? So they're holding on for dear life here in this particular compound. So let's see. Oh! Still! I'm telling you! MORPH GPX. They love this house so much. You know, a lot of value up in there for them to actually hang on to it. Every single team that tried to flush them out, they managed to eliminate. I like that. Good sense of authority right there. But yeah, we have once again, for some weird reason, we got only 3 members from Hail. So, and already eliminated Tiger, clear of the play zone. So sadly, no one's getting a point out of that. I'm finding it quite strange that we've been seeing that from Hail.
Well, Hail right now we'll have to find out if they will be able to put in a lot more in here. NIGMA Galaxy is being gunned down by NC2, and felt a little bit of presence from 4 Miracle Vibes. And if I'm not mistaken, East is the only one remaining for this team, so little chance for them to grab. Oh my goodness, from afar! D24, still the OP guy. BIGETRON Red Villains has been eliminated in here, down to the top 5 of this game, but only one in disadvantage is 4 Miracle Vibes, and finally they will be put down. Everyone has 2 players on their side, well, except for now that Lord has been knocked down.
Okay, so this is a now or never moment here for NIGMA Galaxy. If you do not manage to tie things up, to pick up your teammate, I'm pretty sure you're gonna wanna. Then this right here is really downhill for them, right? This is gonna be a very dangerous slide they're taking. So yeah, I am so surprised that 7th element, I'm not gonna lie, I have a smile deep down, you know, it's about to come out. Because T24, my G, you have managed to exceed my expectations for 7th element today. I did mention that they're on the receiving end of the most pressure out of all the teams, right? Simply because they're at the bottom. So if they manage to come in with 3rd, at the bare minimum here, Neptune, then that's already a good start for 7th element.
Yeah, I mean, even for now, that's already a win for them. And couldn't agree that they are different this time around. Hopefully, looking forward to more of this, especially when we switch to Miramar later on. But Sea Sky only from Hail. They've been in the survivability for the longest time, starting it off with only 3 players, and one of them has been taken out of this game. But they're still alive, though. They're still alive, fighting back. There's no backing off for him. But for Freak right now, again, even if he's alone, there's still huge potential because we've seen Freak being this guy, similar to what we've seen from T24. He can clutch things up, and all you have to do is just stay silent, not really show, but unfortunately, Sea Sky only sees not only the sky, but also everyone else.
There we go, MORPH with 4 frags here. Same with Hale. And I'll be honest, even though you can actually see 2 hats, 2 blank hats on the side of Hale. So ladies and gentlemen, they came in here with 3. So the fact that they're this far into the tournament goes to show that they really let their survival instincts kick in.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. NIGMA Galaxy, unfortunate circumstance there. I'm pretty sure it was a very tough situation for them to avert there with having 1 knockdown. Needed to pick that up, but yeah, I think that was a bit too much to ask at this point with these powerful teams on stage 7, Neptune. So we really went the distance here. Look at this, a 3-way standoff that we're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
7th Element, the original damaged goods for this particular game, managed to make it to our top 3 with only T24 and Divine.
Yeah, and looking number 4, T24, he grabs 7 out of the 8 eliminations that they have, and it's gunpowder. So Divine hasn't had his first one yet, but this is what he has to offer. He is getting all the points as well. A little bit too far in DBS though. NC2 took advantage of that, and hopefully in response, probably from a grenade will be brought in by T24, but Divine's a little bit too far, getting some information probably to provide those tags as well. And there you have it. We have Divine brought down or brought out of the game. It's a 1v1v2 situation, and MORPH GPX, they are still alive, very silent, waiting for the opportunity to grab that winner chicken dinner.
I'm gonna go back to my previous humor, but at the same. Oh, never mind. Okay, I was about to say that should they try to join forces, then they could actually take down more of GPX. But man, that is it. That is adios for 7th Element. What a run, though. I'll tell you that, Neptune.
Yeah.
7th Element. Those were really iconic moments. Now it is down to Hale and MORPH. So it's safe to assume that should Rocky, or rather should Boboho be picked up, then they're gonna. Oh, never mind. Okay, he's a goner after that one. I was about to say it could be a very bad call here for Hale if the numbers game really falls on that wrong side of the bed. Now with Hale and MORPH GPX here, 1 per. I think that it's safe to assume they already have, say, guaranteed 6 points. It's just really a matter of closing this out, and that's not easy.
Yeah, let's see if who will be closing this out. On the left corner, on the blue corner, we have Rocky, and on the red corner, we have NC2, toe-to-toe in this last stage of the circle. Throw balls are being used right now, and I believe Rocky is anticipating that NC2 is behind either the tree or the rock, but he knows. I guess he has some ears on the rocks as well, because he wouldn't be named as Rocky if he had no help with his nature family.
Yes, fair point. But all right, this big boulder right here is all that stands between Rocky and NC2. Actually, both of them, they're using this Terranian, right? These Terranian advantages to on their side. But yeah, here we go. NC2 trying to go for a flank here. Rocky, he does see a little bit of that helmet. Is he gonna be able to close this out? And he does! More of a GPX down to the last man, sealing the deal for match number 1. Gotta love it. Winner chicken dinner for MORPH. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they held the compound for a long time. They were able to clutch down any who knocked on their doors. And even the final moment, Rocky is the guy. I mean, he cooked a lot. We smelled what the Rocky was cooking right there, and that was a winner chicken dinner. Total of 16 on the points, 6 on elimination, and 1112 on the damage. These guys really has brought in fire this time around. MORPH GPX waking up. Hopefully this is not the only time that we are going to see them awake and kicking, because there's plenty more of matches right here, plenty opportunities to show more of what they have to offer in a game.
You know, if you ask me at any given day, like if I'm gonna say that MORPH will be my top pick, I'd also be questioning myself, because MORPH, I'm not saying they're not good, man, but of course there are other dominant teams. who have been around on the first page with better stats than they did.
Yeah.
But man, did they play this to perfection. Very early exit, I'd say, or rather not so savory exit for Yoru. But yeah, it was really that compound, man. Like it was that play, it was that hold for a few stages, I'd say, that really made a difference, because they didn't actually extend at all. They just stayed indoors, for lack of comparison, and allowed the strangers to invite themselves in. When that happened, they had barrels ready to go. So I love what happened there. And of course, I'm assuming Rocky will be MVP. I'm not so sure. It could also be T24 from 7th Element, because that man was just on another level, especially from the first stage all the way to the last. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed for that one.
Yep, definitely. Teams to watch out for. We have MORPH GPX, 7 Element, NIGMA Galaxy, as well as Hail right here. And as you can see, NIGMA Galaxy has contributed probably to the 200 plus throwables that we're going to see later on in the summary. That's 36 on the grenades. But you were right. T24 OP grabbed the MVP, and he grabbed a 7 elimination right here. It could have been 8 if he was not spotted from the other side, but 77% on the team contribution, and I believe there was just 1 right there that was grabbed by Divine. But Divine, I guess the split up didn't work for 7 Element. They could have made that work if they were a little bit closer together. Match summary shows that he grabbed, T24 grabbed 3 of the spots right here. Lord with the highest assist, Bobo Ho with the highest healing done, and as you can see, the other teams as well at the bottom of each spot. This is what they did in this game.
A lot of Hail over there, by the way, from second to third spots. It really also goes to show that Hail has been stepping up, at least from based on what we've been seeing. Although, it was something that I would say I didn't see coming, but at the same time it makes sense. MORPH GPX, right? They now that they won this winner chicken dinner, I kind of got a bit more confused in a good way on who's rooting for in the next game, because this is again a treat for me, man. I don't really know who else to pick moving forward, but MORPH GPX with just playing it strategically, not too bloodthirsty, not too passive as well. So I think this was a perfectly structured game for MORPH GPX.
I would agree. And that is one thing really that they need to replicate over time. Probably not for this competition, but in the upcoming and other competitions that they will be part of. But 7 Element did a lot in terms of points as well. And there you have it, 251 on the throwables. And the longest elimination came from Jane, 308 on the meters. Now let's see if there will be a lot more increase of those throwables that Pika really love to see reach 200 and above. Let's see if this time around, while he is casting, we are going to, or the teams can offer him 300 plus. Because I think that's the one thing that you miss from the other days.
Man, I would really keep my eyes peeled for that. If only I could count every single one, every single time. that would be one task I am not gonna shy away from. But yeah, just like that, NIGMA Galaxy placing themselves slightly higher off of BIGETRON Red Villains. So as much as we'd like to be a bit positive here, NIGMA Galaxy is still 102 points away to tie things up for Miracle Vibes so far. BIGETRON Red Villains more so, but yeah, this is what we were talking about. Hail Esports, KAGENDRA, these are the common names that we see when it comes to coming closer to the top 8. But it's not gonna be an easy task. Train to Kill, they're still up there, so, and for really good reasons. Now MORPH GPX, despite such, only added one notch, so still gonna be a grind. Sem9, however, I proved myself to be I'd say really wrong in that sense, but not to doubt their skills at all. Beautiful stuff. Overall, match 1 is a wrap.
Yep, and we are jumping in to TDM. This time around, it is BIGETRON Red Villains going against STALWART Esports. We're going to find out which among these teams can bring it on in a spawn mode. And, well, These two teams, we've seen them really fight it off on the battleground, on the battle royale side, and there's no more waiting. Nades can be thrown, eliminations can be grabbed from a distance, but it's more of accuracy that will really bring on the fire and the points for this side. Target to 40. BIGETRON Red Villains, Stalwart Esports, and Stalwart Esports on the red side, and blue side will be the BIGETRON Red Villains. Who will grab the first point? We'll have to see.
I like that. They went straight for the push. Both teams, by the way. So, okay, here we go. Ice draws first blood. Boysil falls as first casualty. So, that initial frag from any teams who do team deathmatch, that kind of dictates the pace a little bit, and a little bit of anxiety is induced here to the players because they're not afraid to push, despite the mode being a team deathmatch and we have a huge obstruction in between us. These guys are not afraid to get their hands dirty.
Yeah, I mean, this is more of probably it's because it's early parts of the game and there's a lot of respawns, and all they have to work with is to grab a position, probably push the boundaries a little further to the other side so that they can take advantage of the positioning. But range being thrown right now, action almost happen to take down Lapar, and there you go. Combination of two players was able to go in for the push, and I guess this is what they're waiting for. Stalwart Esports already behind enemy lines, and now slowly grabbing all of those eliminations because of how well they went for survival on those 1v1s. And there goes Scrap in a train car. Only 3 players needs to defend themselves, and the lead though is not that high. It's only 2 points. Make that 3 for the side of Stalwart Esports.
Stalwart, I've always voted for them, honestly, when it comes to BR, right? I could never really vote for them entirely when it comes to CDM. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't followed them in this particular mode of the game, but I think they're doing okay. You know, it's one of those refreshers that players might need. That it's not always about not the greens, not the deserts, no cars. There's never been a car in CDM, so it's basically all about the mano a mano infantry battle. So this is where we are. Oh, what a push there from Action. I think not being able to look at both directions at once, it does pay a price.
Yeah, I mean, he was a little bit aggressive right there. He could have taken 2 if in case he waited a little bit more, but there we have it. We still have the lead being taken by Stalwart Esports. BIGETRON Red Villains, though, having trouble catching up. Gen Foss cooking this grenade by hit 1. Icy will be damaged, will be taken down, and they was able to grab one side of this area. Chocolate right now receiving a little bit of damage as well, and will be melting. And this time around, it's BIGETRON Red Villains doing the work with only 2 more for them to tie it up, and 3 more to take the lead. Backstab against AC. Gen Foss doing what he did best, but no! He was taken down. No backup on the other side.
Man, BIGETRON Esports really stepping up here. I like this. It was a big gap earlier. I'd say towards half, maybe a little maybe even a little more. But now though, okay, just when I was about to give BIGETRON Esports their rightful praises, I think that Stalwart Esports, they smelled where they're going wrong here. I like this. More grenades, just bring in the back. Let's see if some of these players, you only do get 1 grenade, by the way, so you gotta make it count. There it is again, over the cinder blocks, over those barricades. You gotta be careful when you do that. Just like that. That was a very careful push. Or at least that was a very good vantage point on top of the tree with the leaves covering you. So, if we stay here, we have seven frags left. It can still be turned around.
Yeah, that would depend on how much they can stack onto one side, because so far it is the spread of Stalwart Esports that's taking advantage of them. And Chocolate backed off. This might be a chance. This might be a chance, but Icy still in. And there's no missing that opportunity. Go for the knockdown. It's now a push by BTR onto one side, but there's a huge risk. 9-point lead slowly being brought down. They need to be careful though, because if they lose 2, make that 1, it's already done for. And there we have it. Very, very close to ending this game. Stalwart Esports right now. The push. No, still alive.
Denied.
Won't get denied. Won't give up. That final point in action right now. Finish it off. Finally, the game's over. TDM. Stalwart Esports grab that win.
That final moment, I pretty sure Stalwart Esports really felt that one. That was pretty cool. And not so far right here, by the way. We had a fair amount of streaks. It's 4-3. So that I'm not gonna say that that's easy to do, but
Yeah.
if you're within this level, then those numbers don't really stress you out that much anymore. But nevertheless, congratulations to both teams, especially for Stalwart Esports. That is not the last we're seeing them, by the way. We're gonna be seeing them back in Battle Royale a little later on. But yeah, that TDM, it's a good commercial.
Exactly.
And still paid for, by the way. If you win your games, then there's something in there at the end of the line waiting for you.
Yeah, I mean, you should know, like, you show us a little bit of show, and then you're still being paid, especially if you're the ones on the winning side. And, well, hopefully some teams will show up this time. We only have a couple of TDMs remaining all throughout the day, but we still have 5 more on that Battle Royale. When we return, it is the Miramar map that we are going to see these teams face off. Neptune and Pika will be right back.
The chances are getting narrower and the battles are getting more intense, ladies and gentlemen, as we are on the final day of Clash of Giants Season 2's Grand Finals. Yours truly still on the mic, Pika, and Neptune the Gentleman Garcia right here. folks, I for one, I said this in Neptune a few seconds ago. I have no idea. I have no expectations coming into this because it is looking to be another bout for all these teams, just like a normal day, but with more unpredictability this time around. I can say that because it was like 4 Miracle Vibes. Also, they started off strong, but they kind of lost their touch along the way. Same with BIGETRON. Same with RRQ, and these are our heavy hitters. So it could be the time of the page tours, as we call them, to maybe, just maybe, take advantage of that slump.
Yeah, I would agree. Some of the teams really has just been bringing in all the fire from them from the other days that they failed. I would say this is the final chance for them to move up, and though they might be a few more because of we're counting on a few more of those. I would say possible winnings, especially in the 4th spot or second to the 4th spot. Let's gear away from that number 1 spot because from the way it looks, even if other teams can catch up into the point, even 4 Miracle Vibes are doing the same thing. They're putting in more numbers to their side, making it difficult for them to really close the gap. So it's the road to 7-4 right now. Even the MVP is a little bit too far from reach for the other players right here. It's just them playing it back to the basic. Just enjoying the game and bringing out everything. This is a glimpse of, I would say, when everyone will be pushed against a wall. This is what really happened.
I could not agree more as well. It's all pressure under pressure. It's diamond. But just like diamonds, we do have precious prizes here, ladies and gentlemen. We have these 2 AirPods that we haven't given away.
Oh yeah.
If we reach 50K here on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Now for 70K, it is going to be an iPhone 15. So keep those fingers crossed and tell everybody that you can, so that if we reach this milestone, I'm even confident, I'll say when we reach these milestones, then these prizes are up for grabs. Now all you got to do is follow our Instagram account. You join the Discord server. Send us over a screenshot of doing so. Get your token number, and the live draw will come rather shortly. But amongst everything else, keep your faith alive. So, yeah, I'd say it's not just the teams who are getting something here, ladies and gentlemen. You might want to dip in on this too.
Yep, definitely. And let's see as to who's going to dip their hands and feet into more of those eliminations as well as placement, because we are going into our second map. Miramar MORPH GPX though has brought in the fire, not only from the final moment grabbing that winner chicken dinner, but also somewhere in between when they were rushed by a lot of teams. And this is where we're feeling really intensity and as well as adrenaline is rushing through the veins of these teams. So let's see if from the get-go we're going to see a little bit of early engagement, because I would say in Miramar, like ERANGEL rather, we've seen great engagement already from the start. It's only a few moments that we were giving a few resting time, and then it's just back-to-back battle all throughout.
Man, this time around, this is the second subject, as we always call it. This is the second class for all of our teams, all of our players right here. This is always like, in my opinion, this is a returning chance, for them to at least rectify what went wrong in ERANGEL. But I think in terms of retaliation, retribution, all of that, vengeance, everything that comes back around, I'd say I'm gonna pick once again for Miracle Vibes. I think they did not like how that turned out. I can feel it. So yeah, this time around I'm clear with 4 Miracle Vibes, and I do think that they mean business when they want to be the team that stands head and shoulders above everybody. They wanna establish that dominance, fan favorite team, MVP, most eliminations, and of course the biggest prize of them all, right? Being the champion of Clash of Giants Season 2.
And this time for me, I'm going to steal a page from your book. I'm going to put STALWART Esports on the board right now.
Gotta love it.
Though they're like in the runnings of overall, they're quite far against 4 Miracle Vibes. But when it comes to Miramar, they're very, very close right there, coming in second, right before BIGETRON Red Villains. It's easy for me to go for BIGETRON Red Villains, but I think from what we've seen earlier, that they tried to do and failed. Stalwart Esports has a little bit more fire, and then they're jumping into one of their best maps. So those are our picks. Those are our prediction. Let's see who is going to grab these winner chicken dinners. This might be because a fourth correct prediction, or probably my second. I'm knocking on wood right now, but I'm not very hopeful. I've jinxed a lot of teams already, so hopefully Stalwart Esports doesn't take it personally.
Definitely so. And you know, I'll be true to my word as well. When I said that Sem9, they didn't leave really quickly. That's the reason why. You see, that is primarily the reason why I actually picked them for this, because I've never seen them go for a swift exit at all. What that means is, whenever you trust your intuition in that, for that matter, even if you drop early and then you don't get eliminated, it means you made the right call, right? It means you also assess the situation, because you don't really see how many or which teams get off where. So it's really here. It's a lot of gut feel also coming into it. So Sem9, I think they rely so much on that. But I gotta go back a little bit to my point about Seventh Element.
Yeah,
there are good days, right? And there are great days, but sometimes there are just not so much days, right? So a while ago was one of the good days. Actually, it's a great day for Seventh Element earlier. So I do think that they deserve a bit of recognition from me and from us as well, you know, because they did really well. T24 specifically.
Yeah, I mean, T24 is one of these guys that really popped off. I guess I mentioned, even Red Queen mentioned this so many times. From the qualifiers, he is the MVP. He really can bring in the fire and the fight for Seventh Element. But it's just that, like, all throughout, from the playoffs up until the grand finals, the other teams has managed to put them down one at a time, even leaving them not only with the duo compared to what we've seen earlier, but a solo in so many cases. And probably halfway through one match, they are being brought back to the lobby. So yeah, couldn't agree. Seven Element has something else on their sleeve, and this is a chance for them to really show up. But again, 16 teams will be fighting it off. Who will be getting all these points this time around? Winner chicken dinner is up for grabs, and we have our predictions already locked and loaded for Miramar. It's just up to the teams to make that come through.
Only thing left here, ladies and gentlemen, are the soldiers. So they're gonna have to start peeping out the window, as I always say. See what's the best spot to drop in. No, and we're not even seeing a slash here. You know, I'm gonna make a gamble. I'm gonna make a swift flight path. How should I say this? Maybe an estimate, or a foresight. Maybe it's gonna lean to the east. You know, to the east.
From the west to the east, right? Or it's just to the east?
Anywhere, like even southbound, southbound or north, or like. Okay, I think I'm wrong. Like, I'll be straight up honest. I think I'm wrong. But
well,
let's see.
It is going to the east.
It is eastbound,
it is eastbound. Okay. So at some point you're correct. But I love how it's slicing through the whole map. So Miramar right now, I mean, it's very difficult, especially if it's already gearing towards one side. And thankfully for everyone, we are seeing a lot of teams having that potential of dropping to where they are intended. But there's a pattern that I've seen all throughout, regardless of which map. MORPH GPX has always, if not most of the time, dropped early, finding any specific spot that hasn't been taken by anyone, and this time around they're heading towards that northwestern side. But Bobo Hope is in a little bit of a distance compared to the rest of the teams, and he might be spotted by Seventh Element, and this can start off the game for this team from Pakistan.
Yeah, see, one of the reasons why I went back to 4 Miracle Vibes is the statistics that was shown to us a few seconds ago. Like 4 Miracle Vibes, they had the highest average, like basically victories when it comes to Miramar. So that's a staggering 11%. What that means is, of course, most of their wins, if not all of them, actually have taken place in Miramar. So it's one of the reasons why I'm kind of leaning onto that as well. But that was primarily because of this statistics we're talking about. I was thinking about player mentality here. Right. They did exit not within the top, not even top 8. If memory serves me right. Maybe they were, but if I'm gonna check back on that, it wasn't as far as we would expect. They got damaged pretty early. A lot of the teams are actually still very complete moving forward when when the final stages of the circle actually happen. So this time around, I'd also want to imply that we don't really see a southbound path of Miramar very often. It usually cuts right through and upwards, but never down. Hardly down, rather. So this is a very interesting start. Not to mention, we might have a water battle again.
Oh,
But I don't think it's going to be the dominant. I don't think it's going to be the dominant side of our final circle. I hope not, honestly.
Well, I'm hoping otherwise. I want to see them swim. Because we've seen that in the first matches in playoffs. We've seen that it's a back-to-back from ERANGEL to Miramar. They ended into an island, ended in the water, and even yesterday we've seen how chaotic it was. Or well, it's not really chaotic because it was RRQ took advantage of the other folks in the water. But I love to see. It's not that I love to see players struggle, but it brings a lot of being challenged, because it will give us an idea on how can they deal with those challenges. A lot of teams yesterday, surprisingly, just instead of like going in the path wherein they will not be spotted, they opted in swimming, and that's where they caught off guard. And it's not for one map, like several maps that we've seen them play. So maybe difficult to understand what the mindset is, but this time around, if there is a chance, I like to see a different play, especially for those who fell short.
Yeah, in my opinion, right now, the teams who do come short of a lot, like specifically, I'm so sorry for pointing this out, but Seventh Element, right? The points that they have, they haven't reached the 3-digit mark. So I can already assume that at this point, they need to win the remainders of the chicken dinners for them to trump over a lot of these other teams, and that's a pretty tough task. So yeah, you did mention teams who need to catch up. So Seventh Element being one of them. They proved us earlier, however, that they still got it. They still have a lot of confidence going into it, specifically T24, with the way he carried that game. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna sweeten the deal. It's just really a T24 game earlier. All due respect as well to Divine, but every drop has their big dog. It just happened a while ago. It really was T24, but even so, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to get them into the early hundreds at least. So I don't know how they're gonna go about this. If they're gonna be more bloodthirsty, or are they gonna go for placement? Because if they make 8 frags here for on the off chance, honestly, then they're okay. They'll reach 100 for sure. Not to mention whatever placement they have add to the count.
Yeah, but the thing is, if we check the averages of teams grabbing that winner chicken dinner, let's say 20 points, 10 on the elimination, 10 on the placement points, and if we add that to the current standing of our current point that 7 Element has, it will only bring them so high that they will probably reach 14th or probably 13th. I guess 14th. They can beat Genesis Esports. If Genesis Esports as well, XERXIA will not be grabbing any of the points. But you can only do so much, and how much continuity, how much consistency they can do can dictate how high they can run this game. So one reason as to which Formical Vibes is really encapsulated themselves in the #1 spot, even if they fell short, not so much a winner chicken dinner on the previous game. The gap is ever increasing. Right, earlier we were talking about the 100-point lead. Now we're talking about 102, and that is because they're not slacking off. They are not slowing down. And even if we thought that they will be sleeping all throughout, nope, they are awake. Probably grab all their energy drinks because they want to they want to retain this #1, and also grab a lot of eliminations and those side prizes for the MVPs as well.
Exactly, I was about to get to that actually. Those secondary credentials, they still mean a lot for Merkel 5, right? And I'm pretty sure the other teams do too. Specifically, in my opinion, Coops. Yeah. Because he's been there for quite a good minute. we did have a new contender in the form of Yummy, but
Mhm.
he himself, he doesn't know how this is gonna pan out because the boys of Four Merkel Vibes, they're just eyeing for the stars. You know, they really want that claim to fame ever so slowly. They wanna get it, no matter which game it is. So you did mention that huge lead, 102 points. That's simply because the other teams have no control of it. The
Yeah.
most that you can control is how you're gonna place or how much you can actually make this work. So as much as they'd want to take out Four Merkel Vibes, it is definitely not up to Four Merkel Vibes. It's up to them. They have
Yeah.
to find a way to dethrone the Titans that we're looking at right now. You know, so
Yeah.
speaking of dethroning, we already have one elimination from Stalwart Esports, who did quite a stellar job in their game number 1.
Yeah, the thing is, I want to go back to your point that this up to them and not anyone else. So, guys, Stalwart Esports, don't think that it's my fault that you're losing your players a little bit early. I'm not jinxing you ever so much because, like, you were caught off guard, so you need to fire back. Genesis Esports needs to be brought down, and quite surprisingly, though, this often happened a little bit early in Miramar. I'm quite surprised that it is already going into stage 2, but we're still seeing two teams face off against each other in probably a little bit too far from the comforts of those compounds. But as you can see, the next phase of the circle, the next stage of the circle, a lot of teams will be rushing in, and I avoided the water ending. So let's see if they'll be able to make do with parts of Los Leones as their battleground.
I'm gonna get back to the talk about guns. I think I saw an SLR there. You don't see that very often. So
Oh yeah.
again, this is me hunting for those gems. You know, so some of the some of those bits of gold out there in the sand. So I like that. I like what I'm seeing. But here we go. No gunpowder. I think he wants a bit of redemption, so to speak, because he was the first to go earlier and in very bad fashion. After a good start, I'd say.
Mm.
He kind of slipped off a little, so maybe he'd want a second shot at being the dog for seventh element this time around. But there we go, more untoward casualties, I'd say, from some of our teams, specifically from Four Merkel Vibes. You know, please make sure not to step on the wet floor sign. Got to be super careful here.
probably fell for the wrong person.
Oh, okay.
That even hurts. That hurts even more. Apart from falling from high ground. But anyways, I don't think. Oh, he was recovered. Sorry, like my mind, my eyes are playing with me. I thought he was taken out completely, but on the other hand, we have Freak, who is being taken by the Blue Reaper, as Beacon often said, and they are in the chase right now for the next stage. They are quite far though. They're quite far, and along their path will be Genesis Esports. So Coops right now will need to hustle, as well as some players from Genesis Esports. They need to recover though, and from what I'm seeing, Genesis Esports in the shorter end of the stick. They've lost 2 of their players already, or if not, probably about to lose their second player because of how they're riding it out on the play zone. Ooh.
And we don't want that, you know. This is probably one of the games that we're in so early, but we've already started to trim down the players simply because of untoward circumstance. You know, we've had like falling off the vehicles, play zones. You know, these are situations that you'll actually hit yourself in the head over if you do allow it to happen. There was a day that the MVP was the play zone. If you remember that, so that was absolutely amusing. And right now, yeah, they can take this a little bit, you know, just a few bee stings left and right. But in the long run, remember, it still costs resources. You know, it's still gonna take a toll on you moving forward. You don't know how many utilities you can find, you know, where you go. So I'd say don't take the risk. Make sure that you have your eyes on the prize. Gotta stay within the comfort of our play spots. So yeah, here we go, about to enter, and most likely waited on. We have Genesis Esports and Seventh Element.
Yep, and we have 7th Element right now seeing one of their teammates falling down. NIGMA Galaxy as well. Lord has been brought down, and STALWART Esports right now with 3 players. It's a good thing compared to Genesis Esports. They still are a little bit healthy, and Genesis Esports right now is the battle continues. I would say the rivalry continues between these two teams. These are the teams that started it off early, even from the other days in Miramar and Divine. Oh, it was stolen, I believe. It's stolen by a different team, and I'm pretty sure Action doesn't want that. He will be looking for the teams who stole his elimination. And 7 Element, you need to be careful.
Yeah, all's fair in love and war. We always say that. So you snooze, you lose. Basically, we gotta. You gotta close those knockdowns out. So yeah, RRQ again in a bit of trouble here. Pretty questionable. We have Asa. Oh no, that's not Asa. I believe that's Nerpeko, if not Hexaz, who's actually on their knees. So same goes for Megamind over here. Gotta go for a quick regroup. But yeah, Doki though shutting the door on Zuxi and Nerpeko, another one.
Yep.
See, this is what I was talking about here. Neptune when it comes to RRQ. Again, the question mark. What are they thinking of? It's always a wonder to me, a puzzle. Sometimes it's really good plans. Sometimes it's great plans. Or sometimes it's bad plan altogether. So I really don't know. It's always a roll of the dice when it comes to RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, probably like it's possible. There's a possibility that some of or most of the plans or most of the gameplays that we're seeing from RRQ is like on the fly, and only a few that really are on the books, because you can evidently see if it's like something that they planned all along and it's just on the perfect timing where it comes, the enemies are, as well as where you are located in the map. But at some point for RRQ, especially with the result that we're seeing, like it seems like they're doing it on the fly, which really makes it difficult because think about it. You have to do 2 or 3 things at the same time. You go and place yourself in a good position and fight against the enemy, and then think of what will be the next action. Compared to when having a set plan, a set game plan, then you will lessen all those thinking. But right now, Goku Bot, almost. And I guess that was a DBS versus S12K. S12K won, and Semna right now has been eliminated in this game. Unfortunately for MORPH GPX, the winner chicken dinner grabbers from the previous match is losing their players just because of the blue.
Man, I did mention that earlier. You know, you don't want to have to compromise. Being outside the play spot, that's very dangerous. But now, you know what this means, Neptune? That Sem9, this is probably one of their earliest exits. And here I was talking about how that's never happened to them. Or hardly, for the most part. But right now, it is going to be the couch for Sem9. They're going to have to sit this one out, wait for the next chance a little later on. So, here we go. Your boys of Bigetron, still in this. Honestly, I have completely, in my opinion, I've completely allowed them to free in the rank because we haven't actually advanced significantly.
Yeah. And let's see if they will advance this time around. But Formidable Vibes trying to add more damage to insult for the other teams. They are grabbing a few more points to their side. Though East has been knocked down. He's the first one who grabbed the point for their team. But it looks like there's little chance of being picked up because of how open it is. But also on the other side, we have MORPH GPX being eliminated. It is Hail Esports that brought them down. Engagement after engagement happening all throughout. T2K even losing their lives from the hands of XERXIA, and Shopper needs to be picked up. They lost Megamind already. They don't want to lose another. They are doing good in positioning as well as aggressiveness. Hopefully it will be the same, similar to what we've seen them play out earlier, wherein they like back to back grabbing all the eliminations. But it's just unfortunate earlier as well that they didn't grab a placement point. So this time around they need to survive below 8th spot. But Apex, another victim of the blue.
Oh man, I was looking at how his health was whittling down to nothing because he was the farthest among the teammates. You know, he was trying to go for a sprint, but no, to no avail. Now getting back to the man versus man action over here. We are seeing a lot of elimination here. Oh! RRQ, as we always say, we do not know what is going on in their heads, but again, this is a very unfortunate circumstance. They are the 11th, basically they ranked 11th, 15th to say goodbye to the battlefield so far. KAGENDRA though, looking pretty authoritative, pretty okay. Pretty, I'd say healthy enough. You know, not really the best shape, but you know, it's getting there. Now we have Chocolate already taken out here by the Doc. So, wow. All right, this Stalwart Esports again. Oh my goodness, Neptune, I'm so sorry, but that is exactly my point. Stalwart Esports, they kind of when it's a good day, it's a great day.
Right.
But when it's not, it's a good day.
Exactly. And again, well, it is what it is right now. KAGENDRA really didn't put in so much. Probably it's because they started it off a little bit different. Because what I mentioned earlier is usually in their drop spot, they meet up with Genesis Esports, grab a few more points, and then later on, that's where everything trickles. They are already warmed up. But towards this, as well as the position of the first stage of the circle, they're quite so far that they don't need just a battle against Genesis Esports, but also against the blue bodyguard coming from Cool, dealing with the team of KAGENDRA, turning them up onto the lobby. This time around, we are up on to the last 8 teams, and this is where placement points are being grabbed. So it will start off with 1. Later on, if they survive a little further, a lot more will be captured.
I was about to say that, yeah, 7th Element with a beautiful dismount right there. They just left the premises. They saw how there are a lot of teams over here in this side of the island, you know, so they gotta regroup, you know, they gotta rotate, gotta reposition themselves. It's not gonna be a wise choice. This is a bit far. This is already quite a distant travel that they've had, with still a complete squad, by the way. Around this same time, this was a very heavy struggle for both T24 and I believe that was Divine.
Yeah.
Excuse me, yeah. So I was thinking, okay, this time around they're holding their own. 4 Merkel vibes again. Sadly, they've already lost one. I'm not so sure if that was Baron, but it's looking pretty okay. Honestly, I like the fact that we have 8 teams here, and they're all capable of taking each other out. So especially DEWA United.
Oh yeah, I mean, survivability is always their strongest suit, and they always place themselves in the best possible way. But adding a little bit to 7th Element, I was just looking at their elimination. They have a total of 8 already, so it is looking prime for them. Genesis Esports will not be adding more to the 111 points that they have, and in this case, they only need a few more to grab that. If they can increase all those elimination, as well as grab a higher, if not winner chicken dinner, then they could move up 4 spots. But that would depend on how they battle. From the other side will end Formical Vibes against BIGETRON with Villains. This is the top two teams fighting it off in MIRAMAR, and well, both of them losing from both sides.
Significant losses as well. Here we go. Baron knocks down Cannot. Same with the Yule. He's starting to take names. DEWA United here, eliminating 4 Miracle Vibes, and that is a deuce for me and for gentlemen right here. So yeah, both of our bets, ladies and gentlemen, completely proven right. I like it. I really like it. It is DEWA United once again starting to climb up in ranks. We're down to our 6 teams, by the way, and they're really looking healthy, really looking strong. Look at this. Everybody falling like flies. And just what I was talking about 7th Element.
Yeah.
They took the trip. They took the trip home. Sadly, though. DEWA United again. This is what we were talking about. You're gonna start to wonder what is with this team. Why? Oh, where did that come from, man? Okay. Gallic got shot in the ear there, folks. He gotta find somewhere to hide. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, we're already this far into the tournament. You want to take as much numbers as you can. Even the heavy hitters, you know, this is always a tall order. Always gonna be a big amount to climb, figuratively and literally. Because Miramar, whenever you get that good zone, whenever you get a good amount of space, it's like this, that compound. You see,
Yeah.
they can start to they can start to fish out whoever goes after their last stand. So
Yeah.
red face, we got Lynx over here already on his knees. It's kind of weakening, PERSIJA EVOS a little bit.
Yeah, let's see how much more can they fight back against Bigetron Red Villains. And I guess earlier, not quite sure though, but 7 Element fell from the hands of PERSIJA EVOS just because of nades. And probably they are in this same compound that Bigetron Red Villains and PERSIJA EVOS is battling right now, together with XERXIA, because like that's most logical thing. It's unfortunate that we didn't see that gunfight as well as how they ended the lives of 7 Element. But this time around, engagement happening. Overall, Misery right now might be caught off guard and seen by Boysil, but no, not grabbing that opportunity. Tried to push it on the other side. And probably like Boysil right. Oh, what? Perfect timing. Pristine nade gameplay, and Bigetron Red Villains taking advantage of all the angles that they have. They had a good chance to fight back against PERSIJA EVOS, but Bigetron is still not yet done with this fight. We have XERXIA, who might be the next challenger.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Look at this. Look at this chart that we have right here. 3 versus basically 4.
Yeah.
4 or 3 out of the 5 teams that we have right now. They're still pretty complete. And this is not gonna be a peaceful end. I can tell you that, because we have a Bigetron, obviously. They still have 3. But the way that XERXIA and I'd say DEWA United, the way they're waiting for somebody to peep, they're gonna play ambush here. This is absolutely it. It just takes one good aim at somebody's helmet, and that could be a knockdown for any of these 5 teams. These beautiful 5 teams that we have in front of us. Now, it's this is a pretty brave move, having to go for the loot pretty late as well. We're at stage 6, so maybe the resources really will not cut it. Try to gamble it a little. Good thing there's a bit of obstruction there, visual. So I don't know. This is a very nice chess game to watch.
Yeah, let's see who will be making the move, and then also who will be making that takedown. There you go. Hale has a gun down, and a few more will be taken down as well in battle. XERXIA, Chopper is already down. RNJ almost losing the HP. It's a good thing Smokes will be covering them, but from afar, they will United distance themselves in this engagement. But who on the backstab? Boom Esports right now taking advantage. Look at the map. A prime positioning for the side of Boom Esports. They are the ones first into the next stage, and they still have a vehicle that can put down DEWA United from where they are standing.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Not to take such fights, but you're gonna have to reload that thing right there, and even the distance between, the M416, it never fails to deliver. So it makes absolute sense that he can maybe try to go for tap fire here. I know he knows where Daybot is, but he's a bit anxious, I'd say, to go for that push. He does have armor, and he does have a lot of medical utility. So Razy right here, the question is, will you do it?
Let's see if he will do it. There is a little bit of slowdown, but no, Razy was able to go in and take down Boysil from afar. And that is Genfos right now also going in for the battle, but it is now 1 left for Bigetron Red Villains. Now, let's see if he can position himself quite well. Shots from all around. Boom Esports, manpower advantage. Genfos not seeing that haystack, and that has brought him a little bit slowed down in his approach. Bigetron Red Villains has been taken down, and Boom Esports, I guess my prediction went in a little bit too early. This is their prime time right now, and they are a complete squad.
1 game too early, to be exact. So,
yeah.
Man, but right now it's up to XERXIA as well as DEWA United to try to take down the tower being established here by Boom Esports. Now, either one of them could actually go alone. They need very potent backup, but oh my gosh, what a push to no avail. Now here we go, DEWA United still in this, managing to knock down a couple from XERXIA. So Okay, they're proving us absolutely wrong here.
Yeah.
After the way that XERXIA is actually dictating the pace, we still have Boom, obviously. Oh, yep, never mind. There's Poker here, as well as DEWA United. It could have gone either way because of that. But without the shadow of a doubt, Boom Esports, with still 3 men remaining, closes game number 2 for that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, survivability really is on them. They distance themselves from all the engagement from the edge of the last few stages of the circle. And with that said, they've already secured this winner-winner chicken dinner. And not only that, they took advantage of all those knockdowns, grab a 12 on elimination, and they are now taking home 22 points from this battle. And well, we'll have to see how much more can they bring this fight on them. And it is cool right now who have that probably the MVP. And well, it's a good thing that Yummy is not alone anymore in carrying or bringing more numbers for this team.
But of course, we're not assuming that it was all Yummy all the time. You know, it just so happens that Yummy had a really remarkable day yesterday. But yeah, Cool over here, super close, really, really close. You're right. You know, you're actually correct in that in that sense. Wherein now Yummy has a reliable backup to go with him, as well as maybe just take the shots from a distance, a comfortable distance. So yeah, Yummy has a buddy in Cool. I'm excited to see how Boom is gonna go for the successive 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward for them to really move up. They have been pushed up and down on the leaderboards so many times. And it's not only BIGETRON that villains, even NIGMA Galaxy has changed their position in this game. And surprisingly, Akul didn't get any healing done. Not quite sure if he was the one being taken out early, but again, that only proves to show that he positioned himself so well that even in the final moment, they're still complete though. He was not spotted, shot at, or anything else, thrown a grenade or whatever. But as we look at the teams to watch out for, we have Boom Esports, DEWA United, XERXIA, and 7 Element in the mix. And 7 Element, if I'm not mistaken, they were taken down a little bit early in this game, but they are still a team to reckon with.
Man, that is a tough cookie to let pass, honestly, because you know I'll be very real here. I do think that I'd say Boom Esports they can't do more than this. Like absolutely more than this because of the way that their team's made. But yeah, getting back to the topic at hand here, we have Yummy, still our MVP, and this is one of the reasons why he managed to cash in his slot over there at in the running for MVP. Very intriguing stuff. And I do think that Yummy is also a very great support, not just a fragger, or not just their designated gunman whenever that happens. Because I'd say that some of his teams he's able to rescue, he's able to pick up, and win the gunfights along the way. So again, it all translates to aim. If he has the upper hand, then his teammates go down. He's not gonna hesitate to push and pick them up.
Yep. And as we look at the board right now, we have Yummy and Cool spread out all throughout. Chopper, though, has had his place as a most healing done in this game. But Boom Esports really showed up in this match, not only in the winner chicken dinner, but also in how they planned this out all along. Match summary is up 22 points already grabbed by Boom Esports, but for DEWA United, not so much in elimination though. It's only 11 points in total. XERXIA Esports also grabbing and not so high to catch up with Boom Esports. 10 in total, 9 for 7 Element because of the number of elimination that they have, and they tied it off against BIGETRON Red Villains who survived them a little bit further. PERSIJA EVOS with 8 and Hale with 5. KAGENDRA and 4 Miracle Vibes. Again, this is surprisingly for 4 MB or 4 Miracle Vibes, but even from yesterday, Miramar is not their best suit compared to when they grabbed that back-to-back. So I guess it's really just ERANGEL that we can expect them to like a high probability of grabbing that winner chicken dip.
All right, so yep, I would not say a thing at all here, folks, because we have went past once again the 200 mark. But this is what's really intriguing: 12,000 heals 12,000 points of heals right here. So imagine how many lives these are. So that's quite a bit. That's quite a good amount. But yeah, no airdrops have been looted. They learned their lesson. You know, with Miramar, not that many ways to get around and hide while you capture loot, except for smoke. Now, we still have Formidable Vibes, absolutely Apex, Boom Esports. I think they replaced where NIGMA Galaxy was. So that's a pretty big deal. Now, this is pretty standard. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still excited for page 2 though. I think that's where a lot of the shakeups actually happen.
Yeah, definitely, and because a lot of teams has been surviving further, especially for those coming in from page 2. But again, Boom Esports just catapulted themselves, and look at the lead that they have. It's for 16 points that that BIGETRON Red Villains need to catch up. But this is what you're talking about. From 11th to 15, that's where the shakeup has happened. MORPH GPX moves up. STALWART Esports moved down, unfortunately. Team XERXIA moved up 2 spots. Sem9 and Genesis Esports has been pushed down, but despite of all the effort, 7 Element remains the same. Though decreased the lead, or I guess they still are on the 10-point catch up, but good enough they were able to cross at 100.
That is the barrier we were talking about. They were unable to go through that. Unable to power through that, and now they reached 101. That's pretty okay, but they really need to do more. At least to stop Genesis Esports from getting the better room, because I do think that Genesis Esports they're trying to play this as fun and as enjoyable as possible. I just cannot really assume that they're still going after the points. So maybe it's one of those moments where you realize where you stand, and you just gotta fight through the feeling.
Yeah, I mean, at some point we've already talked about this for the start of the day, wherein those in the bottom half, or let's say those in the last 3 spots, can only play the game so much that they can just disrupt everything that's happening from the other teams doing catch up. But we are going to catch up in more of PUBG Mobile Battle as we are going for a quick break. When we return back to ERANGEL, we go. Neptune and Pika will be back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and we still here in front of you, bringing the cast, bringing the engagement to the battlefield, and really excited on how this is turning out right now, Pika, because we are getting in to our 3rd of the matchup in this day. Back to ERANGEL we go, and really excited on how the teams will change it up.
Yeah, man, I was so eager to do it as well, and I was really eager to jump into the 3rd match. Even I tried to introduce it, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for that. No, it's all good, man. It is absolutely fine. We feel the same vibe, the same energy, as for all of these games that's been being presented in front of us. Not to mention all the points that's been overwhelming everybody. Speaking of overwhelming, here we go. We've already given out 5 HyperX headphones, ladies and gentlemen. So now we are pushing for the 50K, and that'll amount to 2 AirPods. 70K. Should today be that day, rather, Neptune? Then we are gonna give away one iPhone 15. All you gotta do is follow our Instagram, join our Discord server. You can send us a screenshot, of course, and get that token number thereafter. Wait for that draw. We're gonna be doing that very, very soon. And of course, we bid you good luck.
Yep, and everyone has a chance right there, especially if you follow all those steps. But first off, we need to reach those milestones. So invite everyone to watch the stream on YouTube. And well, apologies for those watching in other channels, because we want to grab all these milestones. We want to increase more of a visibility in this platform. And well, apparently we have only reached our first of the milestone, but we are down to our third on our battle royale matches. Back to ERANGEL we go, and let's see if another team will be putting their mark in that winner chicken dinner list, because so far some of the team surprises like MORPH GPX, but Boom Esports really showed up this time. Like what I said in terms of prediction, I was one game early in choosing Boom Esports, and well, it is what it is. I could have stick with them all throughout, but it's a good thing that they proved me wrong.
Right, and in my case though, I bet it all on Sem9. You know, I'm not gonna lie, especially for game number 1. And I was not disappointed, to be honest. It was quite alright, but at the same time, I understand where the other teams are coming from. They want to be vigilant when it comes to these pushes. That is one of the reasons why I said to myself the moment I got out of bed, I think today's gonna be absolutely nuts, unpredictable. It's gonna be a big shuffle of stuff, right? For Miracle Vibes, for the second time in a row, denied their winner chicken dinner. This same time, a couple days ago, yes, such as yesterday as well, they were already winning.
Yeah.
So this time around, I think it's an absolute denial from these teams. So yes, I'm not gonna pick for Miracle Vibes.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's correct or not, but I'm going. For some reason, I'm actually gonna go with NIGMA Galaxy.
Oh yeah. I mean, they have been pushed down though.
Yeah, that's why. That's why. I do think that they're gonna be very hungry for this one.
Yeah, I mean, the gap between them, especially with Boom Esports moving up after the Miramar gameplay, can really bring the hunger more to the side of NIGMA Galaxy. Now, it makes me like think. I think I'm going to stick with, I don't know. It's either Boom or BIGETRON Red Villains, but I'm going to go with Boom Esports. I think they have the momentum. I like to pick BIGETRON Red Villains because of how close it is, and also the same thought that NIGMA Galaxy has. But I think Boom can bring it this time around. Once again, back to back. Let's see if that will come in fruition. But who's in front of them? Who's facing them would be for Miracle Vibes. So lock it in. Boom Esports is there. NIGMA Galaxy for Pika. We're motivating these teams to do more compared to what we've seen them all throughout the other games. But yeah, let's see if any one of us will be grabbing this one. Hopefully, we're not jinxing any of these teams as well.
Absolutely not. You know, they've also been performing spectacularly. I'm not gonna lie about that. This is one of the reasons why it kind of changes our minds when it comes to predictions. It's not always a constant. There's a lot that could happen moving forward. Not to mention, this is only our third map. Yes, we're halfway there, but we also have other things in store for for these players. We do have supposedly 3 scheduled team death matches. So what that means is they're gonna have a lot of breaks. For some teams, it's not. So that could kind of affect the way they approach things mentally. You know, being stuck in the BR field, and all of a sudden you're gonna go spawn then back to BR. So that kind of affects your mental fatigue, your mental stamina rather. So you gotta be ready for anything. But in this case, NIGMA Galaxy, I do think that they have the likes of Coops to kind of raise them up a little bit in the ranks.
Yeah.
As long as they keep him alive, and maybe Ralph. You know, these guys have been really showing up. Beautiful weapon choices, really confusing too. But I personally think that it's always the teams that don't really make that much noise all the time that can be proven very dangerous. In this case, it's NIGMA.
Oh yeah. I mean, they have been silent all throughout. And I guess if they can do the same, like halfway through, that's the only thing that they will be making the noise. And even before that, they can grab a few of those elimination one at a time. Then they will be able to grab a few, like a lot of points. Because at some point, we've seen some teams do that. They were United. That's one of the team. They managed to, I guess, perfect the survivability gameplay, and they are in a good spot as well in grabbing a lot of elimination. If in case they position themselves in that final circle. But enough of talk. Let's see if the engagement will show us more of the battlefield. And we are about to jump in back to ERANGEL and OG. Battleground of PUBG really has given a little bit of fresh air after that heated battle in Miramar. So let's see as to where the flight path will be coming in, as well as the first stage, because surprises might still be coming. So far, a bit of surprise from Miramar, especially from that stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, I on the other hand, I'm gonna go all pun intended. You know, this is literally a breath of fresh air. So for all the players here, this you don't need to suffocate from the heat anymore of Miramar. We are gonna go back right here to the Russian touch-ins of ERANGEL. So I do like the fact that we're doing it again. We're going southbound over here, but this time all the way from west to east. And just like that, I kind of assume that 4 Miracle Vibes will not deploy, so will Stalwart Esports. They're probably gonna wait until they're right there, smacked right in the middle of the military base before they actually get off the plane. I'm still waiting. I'm actually still waiting for their icon to show up on screen, because that could be the habit that was formed by 4 Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports. Again, they weren't able to encounter each other, so and that says a lot there, Neptune. So there it is. There it is.
Finally. Oh, but the thing is, it's a good thing as well, because since that this flight path is against the other usual drop, RRQ is dropping off a little bit early. So usually they drop in Rozhok, and this time around they will be towards that hospital area. But oh, there goes the surprise. The first stage of the circle moving up into the north, where the flight path is down south. So Genesis Esports right now is one of the team who's close. NIGMA Galaxy is in there as well, just into the edge. A good chance for them to capitalize on this, grab those elimination, especially if they can gatekeep some teams. We have Haley Esports who's quite near from them, MORPH GPX as well, but I'm worried about MORPH because they showed up in the first match, and they are still in the same compound. They're still safe in here. Hopefully, like NGX or NIGMA Galaxy will not rush them in, and you will be able to grab that 4th on the prediction.
I actually tried to look back at how often XERXIA actually lands right where the circle is. Because again, I mentioned before that rarely happens. You know, for some weird circumstance, XERXIA always starts off their game so far from it, or majority of the time, they're always away from the play zone or from the safe zone, so to speak. So this time around, I think it really favored them. The RNG gods are quite kind today on the side of XERXIA. Now, with a bit of damage already taken by Nerpek over here, and early encounter against PERSIJA EVOS, I'm kind of thinking if this would be a wise move to push, because if you look over to the left, that's a lot of houses that you can take advantage of. What is that? Oh, it's basically it's cover. It is cover. Right. He allowed the rest of RRQ to go for the compounds, or at least close to it, and it just offered a bit of sniping. Good stuff. Oh,
yeah, definitely good stuff for the side of RRQ. Not so good for the side of PRIZEPOOL EVOS. And hopefully Asa has a good sight on T2K, who's just right next to them. And I think this is not the first time that we've seen them take this bridge area. But there you go. Yeah. Okay, right now. What a shot! Asa just hitting him onto the head. A good chance for them to go for rotation, but they are prioritizing and taking down PRIZEPOOL EVOS just here. And good nade. Probably an entry frag as well, but no, there's no waiting. 2 of them just rushed in, and takes down PERSIJA EVOS. And the question is, where are the rest and who is remaining for this team? Next target is T2K.
Oh my goodness, RRQ. I don't want to jinx this. They're doing a very, very smart play over here, going for points, trying to establish a bit of authority while they can. You know, they're pretty much aware that a lot of teams will most likely be around these areas. Depending on the action, we have Love. Okay, a bit of vengeance here. Care of the Honey Badger. Hex pays the price. He's now on his knees. So Love doesn't have as much health as well here. So gotta be careful. Is the nade gonna go? No dice. So gotta start healing here, Love. I mean, player Love. I didn't call Love, guys.
well, the thing is, like, RQ will be asking, what's wrong with the world, mama? Because they're trying to look for where's the love.
Oh my god!
Right now, brings us back. Brings us back.
Neptune did that. Okay. I'm innocent, I tell you. But anyways, here we go.
Surprisingly, they're still alive. The knockdown is only there temporarily, but Doki once again has been hit, and the same goes for Love. And there you go, Love all over the place. Remaining Jane as well as XMPL. Jane is still alive though, and Hexus has been brought down. And this is what we love about this guy. Bring in M16 gameplay from that distance from downtown. Seeing Asa, and no way he made that shot.
He did. Oh my gosh. Bit of semi-auto fire here. But you know, I was more impressed with where Nerpeko was, right? Because as I mentioned earlier, there was a plan. He was keeping himself on the lookout just so that the rest of RRQ could go for a bit of a push, right? And that they did. Oh, but Boboho here just tenderizing Asa for the picking. And, oh man, but that was all Boboho right there. That frag was all his. So I like that. I like that. Now I'm not so sure. I'm looking at RRQ. Is that probably Nerpeko left? Because if that's the case, it would be so ironic that he is the only one remaining, right? He was asked to protect the team, but I think it really didn't happen at all.
Yeah, I mean, with the addition of MORPH GPX in this area, it really will be difficult for Nerpeko to really make a move. And T2K, surprisingly though, they are still alive. The damage has been dealt against them. Only one elimination has been taken by the team as well. But, well, MORPH GPX will be the next battle. And T2K will not be moving, but a lot of movement happening off screen. We have XERXIA going against NIGMA Galaxy. 2 knockdowns already from NIGMA Galaxy. No confirmed eliminations just yet. And XERXIA has one and also another taken out of the play field, and let's see if it will continue on. And I believe NIGMA Galaxy can recover. One has been recovered already. MORPH GPX though on this side still. The battle continues against T2K, and they need to make a plan whether it's to go in for the rush or probably go in for a rotate. Finally, we are seen and shown what is happening on this side of the map. It's time for them to go to school. You did mention reference and classes, and this is XERXIA taking all those classes.
That's right. I like it. The fact of the matter is, I don't think that was a worthy enough risk, man. Like losing 2 at stage 1.
Oh yeah.
For a trade, and it's not even confirmed. That's what's really crazy. I think at this point it's best to withdraw. Just my opinion. You know, you've lost Chopper and Earth. Arguably, Chopper was one of the great players. Earth's really a good fragger, not gonna lie. But at this point, it's not adding anything to their credentials. Sure, a bit of damage, yes, but if you compromise your position and with not enough manpower to go around, I don't think it's worth the risk. So
yeah,
I'm also glad there's no eliminations yet, by the way. So the closest team to being eliminated is RRQ. So I actually praised them wrong again. So I jinxed it. So I'm so sorry, RRQ, because I did mention that there was a very wise plan. But it's not even Nerpeko.
It's no mercy.
It's no mercy. So the man is a survivor, like with a capital O, ladies and gentlemen. So he's a survivor at this point. The one man who got out of the war, we have no mercy. Man,
and
we have to make a run for it.
Definitely, a lot of teams though. A lot of teams are making a run for it because it's like it's this circle is just avoiding them all throughout. Earlier, we've seen a lot of spread coming from the team. Probably the compound that they're holding, thinking that that is where they will be ending the game. But no, it is just moving up north right here. And a lot of teams also staying out. Survivability though for some of teams who is being taken by the blue. They were United, MORPH GPX as well as Sem9. They need to recover, otherwise they will be damaged. They will be taken down, and it's difficult if you have to face a lot of teams right here with only a few members. And surprisingly, none of the teams has been completely eliminated just yet.
Right, exactly.
And they still have a chance though to grab all those the placement point, especially for those solos or duos remaining. But let's see if they can make it work.
This is exactly why I'm actually pleased, with what's going on here, Neptune. Because despite all the casualties we've been seeing, there hasn't been a single elimination yet. And RRQ, no mercy specifically, hanging on for dear life here. So for the most part, he needs to dig a hole in the ground for the time being. Honestly, it's gonna sound wrong, but he can camp this out for at least a few more stages, right? So maybe bring home a couple more frags, maybe tack on a few names, and then a little later on, if you feel like it's already starting to be a bit dicey out there, then you can jump in the action. Because right now, he really has no plan whatsoever. We're gonna go back to that joke. He probably rode off into the sunset with tears in his eyes, having to witness, that absolutely horrifying ordeal with his teammates, because that vantage point was really not pretty. They actually got gunned down from the vehicle, so that's pretty tragic on the side of RRQ. No mercy specifically.
Traumatic experience overall for No Mercy. And well, I guess that's a sad story to tell,
Okay.
but another sad story. They were united. They really focused on survivability, but this time around they are not only them, a lot of teams being caught off guard, and the second knockdown being taken by the Blue Reaper. Even MORPH GPX is trying to recover out of this engagement. XERXIA though, I think that was RNJ and the rest of the team being left outside. Oh, elimination by means of run over. MORPH GPX really grabbing all those points. And, well, they might be in trouble later on, because we had a glimpse of that map, and all 16 teams will be clumping up on stage 2.
Exactly, dude. I'm telling you right now, still nada. So, No Mercy, this is up to you, man. Are you gonna break the curse? Are you finally gonna hang your wingtips, before the more painful part of the blue zone starts to appear? But of course, they gotta try to hang on for dear life, kind of like wishful thinking here, to escape out of this unscathed and undamaged. It's being realistic to say that any moment now, both DEWA United and RRQ, just a matter of time before they're gonna get exiled. Speaking of exile, we have more Murder Live here with 0 elimination. Just trying to take things slow, using their vehicles to their advantage. They're really strolling. Look at what they're doing. They're just passing by. They're trying to avoid this checkpoint. But good stuff. Genesis Esports here adds one more to the count.
Yeah, Genesis Esports managed to knock down one of the players from former Colbites, but the battle is now happening from where 4MV passed by. And again, as you mentioned, they just drive through. They didn't even put their finger in this engagement. They don't want to be part of this battle. And it's only Tam right now who's the only one remaining for Sem9. Pickup can be done right now. And DBS in hand. Hail Esports 1v1 NC2. Let's see who's going to win. Tam as well as NC2. A nade hit might be ensuing the end of this battle. It's also the lives of the rest of the team. Baron right now receive a little bit damage as well from the other side. And there go one confirmation. A pickup not being done. And NC2
this is
playing it smart.
Yeah, too bad of a situation over here. And it's only a matter of time before they spot the rest of Sem9. Not really not really a very good spot here. But yeah, XERXIA, after all that effort, like I mentioned, it
Mhm.
wasn't worth the trade, honestly. So early on, try to go for the frags. Could have waited it out a little bit. So yeah, and now there it is for Miracle Vibes. As my instinct told me, it's completely different this time around. I think they can hang back a little bit, and if you notice now we're going a little faster when it comes to eliminations, coming off of the supposedly non how should I say this, non-lethal encounters from these teams, right? No one actually became a casualty just yet, teams wise though. So now it's real. Now, this is it. We're firing live rounds here, folks.
Yeah, I'm worried about production right now because with all the teams being engagement happening overall, it's difficult to decide where to place. But no, NC2 managed to get that win, but to what expense? They had took a while before they ended that battle, and who's quite near on them? KAGENDRA is in here. I'm pretty sure KAGENDRA heard all the gunshots, even NIGMA Galaxy, and they are running in. They are moving in right here as to where these two teams are waiting.
I told you.
Mercy!
He was gonna do it. I told you, man. He's in a cable car. Oh my goodness.
I love it. I love survivability, but yeah, the battle continues right now. MORPH GPX sealing the deal for Hale, and despite that effort, they are still being taken down. Back to No Mercy right now. Let's see if he can grab a point, but it will be very risky, Pika.
This is okay. Wow! Don't do this! Don't do this! You're at a very good spot here. Don't. Oh! And it's what the heck happened there? Were those bad throws? Oh, okay, they were not.
No. I think it was just an effect right there. But
gosh, dude, got me so nervous here. No Mercy. Dude, the cable car. Now they know where you are. Should have not engaged. I'm pretty sure he was gonna hear some footsteps if they came running into him. But yeah, sad reality.
Oh, finally! Oh no!
He killed
got
himself.
his own grenade.
He took his own life. Okay. Maybe.
Wait, it was bound to happen. It was bound to happen because if you saw the angle earlier, even from the few throws, it looks like it's going to bounce back. But well, it is what it is right now. Battle continues.
Sorry about that, and we apologize for the potentially triggering statements of that encounter. You know, self-inflicted casualty there on the side of No Mercy. So that absolutely means that, you know, RRQ out of the picture. Wow, that was a long, grueling grind for No Mercy, having to stick it up through in the cable cars, and he knows he was gonna get pushed, so had to do something about it, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Back to the lobby, they all go. This scramble right here, this is just a little too fast to follow. KAGENDRA still in this, and let's not forget, I believe that NIGMA Galaxy already had a casualty as well.
Well, I think a knockdown has been offered to NIGMA Galaxy. Oh, let's see, KAGENDRA runs back. Boy, still right now in trouble. DPS gameplay not working for Boysil that distance, but no! It was Superboy rescuing this teammate. Superboy become the hero of this gameplay, and looking at the teams down to 8 after like starting this stage with everyone still in there.
Okay, in half, cut in half, more than half now. Just after literally 2 stages of being idle, honestly. So I like this. It's what a different stage that we're looking at. Now a lot of these teams are gonna get congested because the play zone that's gonna come rushing in really soon. A lot of our teams actually still outside. 7th element with a bit of a bad scatter here, I'd say, but still complete. You know, I don't want to question the choices. They do have their sights on Lamar for one, BIGETRON Esports, so they know what they're doing. I think they're just trying to I was about to say they were trying to tenderize Lamar there, right for the picking, and there it is. More closure on the side of BIGETRON. They were on an absolute tear earlier with 6 eliminations, but unfortunately they're going to have to end this run at 7th.
Yeah, left with 6 teams and only 2 remains with a complete squad, but in the risk of losing, especially from what we have on a horizon. We have Chocolate as well as Action with only a few HP, so recovery is needed by this team. But looking at the angle being held by Stalwart Esports, only a few teams can take advantage of where they are grabbing a hold of their position and probably confirm those damages for 2 players. But they did recover. They are preparing for the next battle. They are on a lower ground though that will provide them a disadvantage. And 7 Element, a complete squad, I would say healthy squad, has taken over, or they are currently the king of the hill.
Yeah, man. I mean, yes, of course, not in frags, but for sure, I think that what they're doing right now, this is absolutely calculated this time around. They
Yeah.
don't want to have to go for a little bit of those careless plays. But yeah, this I would give it straight up to Morph GPX. They are turning up the volume up in here, honestly, with 10 eliminations hitting that 2-digit mark.
Hmm.
Of course, you can have to put into account a little later on that placement can avert that entire thing. If Morph leaves 6th place here, then it's safe to assume that they're going to be at a very good spot.
Oh yeah.
Placement. Not entirely the best though, but it could mean a lot more than if they didn't have the 10 frags. So this time around, I've again, this is the gamble that I always take whenever I root for 7th Element. They have good games, have great games, and sometimes they're not so. I'd say this is one of their good games so far, and should they make it the top 5, then it's already a great game.
Yep, and well, it looks like they're making it, but the spread is a little too thin for them. Probably this is one reason as well why they are being taken down a little too early. As you can see, Gokubot has already gone down, being taken down. Divine a little bit too far from the remaining 2 members of 7 Element. They have good coverage, but unfortunately, coverage is not enough for them to grab all those points. And a little bit of a I would say barricading being done by T24 so that he will not be pushed entirely by Stalwart Esports as he waits. Hopefully, he's waiting for the rest of the teams to back him up because he will be left alone. Then that will be all done for. Only 2 will remain later on, but Stalwart Esports, different story. There you go, Divine being taken down and again being picked one at a time because of the spread is one of the weakness that we're seeing from 7 Element.
Yeah, it's the same guy, man. It is the dude that we saw earlier who survived unsurmountable problems, honestly. That's T24, but this time he has a different buddy to back him up and a no gun power. Let's see how they're gonna capitalize on the positioning here. They do have a bit of high ground here, but Stalwart Esports knows exactly what they're up to. I'd say look at the directions that the top is actually making those grenades rain. He's aware that there will be somebody over that side of the hill, and he is going for it. See, maybe, just maybe. Oh, forget it. I think he's gonna regroup.
Yeah,
he could be regrouping.
He felt or probably saw the damage onto T24. Just want to confirm the position if that is where he is. And then, yep, I would agree. He is regrouping. Stalwart Esports right now is on the high ground. A good view against Boom Esports. Hopefully, there will not be any backstab. And I guess with the cover being done by the rest of the team of Stalwart Esports, they won't. There won't be any backstab apart from 7 Element, who's quite far and not having a clear view against them.
I will never see that cable car the same way again with no mercy in it. See, looking back at it now, oh man, he contemplated a lot while he was up there. Not gonna lie, but okay, back to the story here. We still have Rocky and Yoru from MORPH, and let's not forget they are still leading the herd here with 10 good frags. I do think that on a really good day, MORPH can really break out of their shells. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, I did give you my word that if 7th Element makes it to top 5, I would say it's a good game. It's a very good day for them, and that they do. With 3 kills here, 3 frags, they're just basically tied up with Stalwart, albeit with a couple man short. I'd say the biggest challenge here belongs to Genesis Esports. So we've seen that happen Mernat Boy does have his hands full here, looking at a couple of tank goers over here. So maybe just maybe if he can salsa his way on out of there, it could still prolong that a little bit. Oh no, never mind.
What?
That's a bad elimination right there.
MORPH GPX being elimination. That was a 1v2. And I don't know.
I didn't see it on the feed. I didn't see it on the feed.
Exactly. Not quite sure.
Yeah,
Probably it was a nade hit coming from Genesis Esports. Probably shots from above coming from the rest of the teams. 7 Element has been taken down already, and we are down to 3 teams.
What happened?
Not quite sure. I think it probably one each. One from Genesis and one from another team. But Stalwart Esports right now battling against Boom and 3v3 situation. Or I guess 3v4 situation. Boom is in the shorter end as they are outside of the next stage. They have no vehicle anymore and little to no chance of escape. So they just need to fight this off against Stalwart Esports, who's really prime in the position as well as with their HP.
Man, Mernat Boy, you have to recollect yourself here. Oh my goodness! So here we go. Yummy though. He's in a bit of trouble here. Cool. They only have this boulder between them and Stalwart Esports, so that's an absolute flush out.
Oh, nice.
Oh, but Tops though brought to his knees by Cool. Nice throw, and it's over the horizon. I'm pretty sure Action already knows that there's no possibility that Mernat Boy will be elsewhere. So I think he's going for the push. He is enough of a casualty. I think that's pretty much a fair compromise. If he's right, then he can challenge Mernat Boy from where he stands. But if not, then they're gonna start to regroup again. Chocolate, really good spot here, just trying to see if someone's gonna flank from the left. Oh no! Oh, there goes Yummy and Boom, down to the last couple guys here. See, he's still doing it. Mernat Boy fished out Action. He avoided the flank.
Yeah, I mean, Action is in there hit by surprise. I think what Action is planning is just to go and take down, a few of the players from afar, get that flank against Boom Esports. But Mernat Boy, well, we cannot take it against these players. 1v3 situation, and the Tops might be taken down. Shots by IC on the right, and there go exactly headshot to end it off. Stalwart Esports grabs that winner chicken dinner. And well, it did start a little slow, but when I say slow, it means that not a lot of teams has been eliminated early, but a lot of engagement happened back and forth.
Man, I especially since we're already at stage 3, I think, before the action started picking up. But good stuff, I'd say, on the side of Stalwart Esports, proving me wrong again as to not have rooted for them. But at this point, I really don't mind. It's nice to see that Stalwart Esports, this is the forum that Stalwart Esports got me with. This is exactly how I was captivated by the entirety of the plays of Stalwart Esports. Icy, of course. Icy is one of the players that I believe can really propel Stalwart Esports back to the top, if anything. If not for this tournament, then moving forward. They did a good job, honestly. Not really the highest amount of frags out of everybody, but still, this is stellar performance from Stalwart.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to survive, outwit Boom as well, and I guess with the damage of the vehicle against Boom, that's really was their demise, because there's no plan, there's no way out. Even one was quite far in the lower ground right there. Like there's little to no chance that they can go in for a long flank, because on the right side, in perspective of Boom, on the right side there's Chocolate, on the left side there's Action. It's just so unfortunate for Action that Mernat Boy was just waiting.
Exactly.
But again, it was a complete squad going against a 3-man power of Boom, as well as a solo player of Genesis Esports. And, well, it is what it is. We have Stalwart Esports, part of the teams to watch out for. MORPH GPX is in there as well, together with Boom and Genesis Esports. And as you can see, looking at this, it's only for a final moment that I believe throwables has been used between Boom and Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, especially for Mernat Boy, that would have benefited him quite a bit, honestly, because he was the last man standing for Genesis, and I'm shocked that he managed to survive that long. And can I just say that those two survivors here, they kind of stood out for me, even No Mercy, as comical as it would look, but it was an impressive showing, honestly, and more so with Mernat Boy. But it is all about Akul over here, who had a really good couple throws that gave Stalwart Esports a bit of a run for their money. He actually brought one down to perfection. One of the players from Stalwart even after that push. So it goes without saying, that he deserves that MVP.
Yep, and as we look right now in this match summary, it is a mix of everyone from 3 teams. We have IC from the elimination damage, as well as Nox from Cool, and Rockin' Yoru for assist as well as highest healing done. But as we look at the match summary right now, a total of 19 points grabbed by Stalwart Esports, MORPH GPX with 13, even beating the final 3 players or final 2 teams, which is Boom and Genesis Esports, which is currently tied with 11 points. Tied with 7 is NIGMA Galaxy, as well as 7th, 11th, and KAGENDRA, BIGETRON Red Villains also grab tied the same number, 6. And Hale with 4, 3 from 7-9, 2 from T2K and RRQ, 1 for PERSIJA EVOS, and the rest, XERXIA, 4 Miracle Vibes, and DEWA United with Zilch on the points. And well, I guess this is the resting time for 4 Miracle Vibes right now, because they have plenty of chances to spare.
Yeah, speaking of chances taken, here we go. Boom Esports already almost, in my opinion, cementing a second place spot here against Bigetron Red Villains, because those couple of games that they did, that was really boom, like literally, because that was enough to make them enter the 200 point marker. So this reduces the gap. Yeah, still big though, still massive, 82 points ahead. So that is still quite a tower for you to try to basically walk. You not the elevator, walk. So that's so much of a task you have at hand. MORPH GPX, because of those stellar performances, those frags, really putting them a little higher up, and just one more hiccup, I think they'd be able to get into page number 1. They've been turning it up so much that I do think that they're gonna further instill this lead against everybody else below them, starting with Hale.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about MORPH GPX, it seems like they look like they were united in terms of survivability in the early parts of the grand finals, but this time around we've seen aggressiveness coming from them. But let's head over to TDM. The focus right now is between Hale and Sem9. Now let's see out of this who will be surviving, because so far they are currently in a battle midway through in our leaderboard. So this is a good chance for them to settle this score, though it's a little bit early because a lot of chances later on for Battle Royale, but it is what it is. Team Deathmatch is on.
Man, this is the perfect time to be trigger happy for both these teams, just blow up some steam off of what happened within those last 3 games that we had. So going back to the topic of while we're here, I want to swerve back just a little bit, just take a dial down notch for VR, because right now, already halfway there, we're almost through with this entire grand final. So a lot of these teams, this could be that breather that they need, especially for Hale and Sem9, because these 2 teams, we mentioned them quite a bit. Especially for me, I even voted for Sem9 as one of my nominations when it comes to predictions. So I do think that they've been turning up quite a bit, but just a few games ago they had quite a premature exit. So this is one way, I believe, for them to relax. At the same time, they kind of lose nothing anymore. Yeah, sure, you get a good $100 off of it, but maybe this is their mental reset,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams really use TDM to transition match over match, and even for those being taken out too soon, I'm pretty sure they jump into some team deathmatch just to pass the time, so that they can also practice all those accuracies. But right now, it's the guys in blue, Hale Esports. Even from Battle Royale, they they were slow, I would say, from the early parts of the playoffs. They managed to grab their position before the playoffs ended, and this time around on the grand finals, this is where they are showing up compared to the other teams. Even against D2K, they are above them in the overall, but it is currently tied on this team deathmatch, and it's a good reversal being done by Sem9. Let's see if they can hold this right now. Miguel now recovering, and Kenny has just hits him as he jumped.
Oh my goodness. You know, I actually want to see somebody bring out their secondaries here because nobody actually does, right?
Shorty,
So,
right?
yeah, because why not? You know, add insult to injury if anything. But no, the stakes are a little too high, I'd say. Okay. And talk about me mentioning not being sweaty. So, you know, this is a bit of a challenge. Maybe kind of like a tidbit here for the team. So, I don't know. I'm just being blunt. It would be so much fun to see that happen. But yeah, anyways. Back to the scoreboard here. We do have still got a lot of Sem9 advantage so far.
Oh yeah.
You know for a fact that I would definitely root for them here. I've never really gambled on Hale, but I do think because Sem9 very formidable team, I'd say even your team deathmatch they could probably show their fangs a lot. So and there it is, one nade off of Tiger though. Okay, not really having any of this lead whatsoever. I got it. Oh wow! Even after a camp, oh he got flushed out. That is Hale being angry already.
Yeah, I mean Hale right now be angry because earlier they were in the lead. This time around they are being left off in the dust by Sem9. Imagine it is now 18-24 and 7 make that 6. And Tiger, good backup coming from afar. Hale. Oh, Tiger missed the opportunity, and this time Hale still losing end. Sem9 taking advantage of how they're flanking. It is 2 on the right, 1 in the middle, as well as 1 on the left, and it's just rotating overall until they reach this this point wherein they will be close to the spawns and they can catch them up their guards. 32 right now, only 8 points for them to grab the points. Sem9 is still in the fight.
Okay, so this is what, 9 behind, I'd say. Just maybe 1 more, and then Sem9 could further cement. They just have a lead. It's pretty hard to catch up on, honestly, for team deathmatch, unless they start to lose like composure, maybe, and even like if their aim starts weathering out. But it doesn't seem to be the case here for Sem9. 26-34. They're down to the last 6 frags here, ladies and gentlemen. Make that 5. So with Sem9 over here on the verge of getting that juicy 100. I'm not so sure if Hale would still allow them to get that because right now, not looking good, honestly. Oh, there it is. I was about to say it's going to start to whittle down to the last frag. I wonder who's going to be last touch here. Oh, it is Kenny S, who closes the door once again of our team deathmatch. So good stuff. Congratulations and GG's to Hale.
Definitely GG's. I love the combos being done by Sem9 right now. 7 in a combo. It is just Kenny. And not only has we seen this in team deathmatch, but even in the battle royale scene. Like the accuracy that they have on distance really gave them, provide them with so much advantage. It's just the follow-up that Sem9 is missing all throughout. But let's see if these teams can utilize the team deathmatch as a little bit of breather for what we have in store for them, because so far we're done with halfway and we're jumping into SANHOK. But for that, we're going to go for a quick break, so don't go away.
50% of the way there before we come to the epic conclusion of Clash of Giants at the Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, still on the mic, yours truly, Pika and Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming. We are here not just to have fun, but also we're going to move into some serious business when it comes to the points gathering, because right now we have not seen a single repeater off of our teams with their winner-winner chicken dinners.
Oh, definitely. I mean, even 4 Miracle Vibe shied away, grabbing the winner chicken dinner. Past few days, couple of days, they have taken not only once but twice, if not thrice, on that spot. So this time around, well, again, we are expecting that they will be hanging back. The lead is so much that even if they don't make a point, they are still on the top. So let's see if anyone else can change the pace from the second to the fourth, because that's where money is involved, and that is where the teams are chasing.
Yeah, again, serious loot. That's what we were talking about. Good point right there, you know. And a podium finish, honestly, plus the fourth spot. Those are very important areas to cover for our team. They really wanna get there. I know, and right now it's pretty tight between BIGETRON, I believe, and I'd say
Boom.
NIGMA, BIGETRON and NIGMA Galaxy, if memory serves. So that's gonna be a big question mark in my opinion. I'm not really so sure who's gonna emerge on top. It's a bit of a scuffle. One good day is all it takes. Now, speaking of having a good day, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are having a good day, because we are too, as we are gonna give away more prizes for you watching should we reach another milestone in the form of our giveaways. So we do have 50k here. If you reach that, we have 2 AirPods for y'all. 70k, we'll give away 1 iPhone 15. Very simple. All you gotta do is visit our Instagram account, join the Discord server, just send over a screenshot of your follow. You can get your token number as well. The live draw will follow shortly after, and please keep your fingers crossed, because it could just be your lucky day.
Yep, and this means that you can invite, or this is the time that you need to invite everyone to watch the stream. On to the summary of what happened so far. We have MORPH GPX grabbing the first winner chicken dinner on that ERANGEL map. Esports grabbed a MIRAMAR, and STALWART Esports, in a fashionable manner, they took that ERANGEL winner chicken dinner. SANHOK now, green grass of SANHOK. We love to see a different team take over this one, and I guess every instance of SANHOK, we talked about this earlier, every instance of SANHOK is a different team taking. First off, in the first day, Sem9, second XERXIA, and then DEWA United. And, well, let's see if anyone will be brave enough to be added in the list of SANHOK winner chicken dinner that is not, or haven't grabbed any chicken dinners just yet.
At least not for today, you know. A lot of these teams, they've had their share of the limelight. So I, for one, Neptune, I'm really thinking that it could be another shocker. But I'm gonna stick with my loyalty once again, right? Not because they just won, but because of the momentum that they might be carrying. So yeah, should we be asking for predictions here? I'm gonna get ahead of Prod, but I'm gonna go with STALWART Esports, yes, because I do think that they're a very momentum-based team, right? They get to, they've already started the engine,
right?
They've already stepped on the gas. And it's safe to assume, of course, that maybe, just maybe, they've learned their lesson. And this is SANHOK we're talking about. A lot of teams tend to slip at SANHOK, so maybe this is where STALWART Esports can be the ultimate opportunist. I'm really excited for this one. But yeah, I'm gonna close it right now. Prod, for mission control, I am going with STALWART Esports.
All right, STALWART Esports now for Pika, and for me, well, elimination-wise, they've done well in this map, and winner chicken dinner, it's different teams who really showed up. I mentioned that earlier. So let's see, probably this is the time for NIGMA Galaxy to take the reins in SANHOK, because despite of them having a total of 23 eliminations overall in this map, they haven't grabbed that winner chicken dinner just yet. So NIGMA Galaxy is my my prediction in this game. Again, as you can see, it's quite all over the place for mine. Not that I don't have any loyalty, but there's a lot of factors this time around that can affect my mind in who's going to win. And hopefully, again, I'm asking that I'm not jinxing anyone right here.
Likewise, I mean, we want our predictions to be right, but at the same time, uh, it's part of the script already, folks. So
Yeah.
we don't wanna be right entirely. We wanna see another team to maybe contradict whatever it is that we're thinking, because that will only mean they want to be challenged. They want to get out of the usual norm of the names that we've been mentioning. So in this case, Stalwart Esports, they bagged it for the third map of ERANGEL. I do think that SANHOK is a fresh start. They kind of consider this probably the border of our games, because later on we're gonna go back to MIRAMAR and the day with ERANGEL. So it could get a bit stale. It could be a bit bland, but it is what it is. As you always say. I kind of believe that some of the teams, they just want a bit of a breather, a bit of a break, like a gap between games. So in this case, it's SANHOK. We've never had a consistent SANHOK winner, I'd say, or probably one of the it's one of the maps that spawned a lot of surprise picks. So
I mean, from sorry about that. From the past time that we've seen several maps, like from the playoffs, we've seen consecutive SANHOK. That's where we've seen consistency, and because it's just once a day. Because the teams are getting different momentum coming from ERANGEL. So I believe that there is a chance that other teams will be grabbing the winner chicken dinner. And so far, out of the top 5 in this map, only 2 has been included in that winner chicken dinner list. So it's DEWA United and Sem9, and the rest, XERXIA didn't make it the 5 because of how inconsistent they were.
Yeah, that's another thing, man. XERXIA, however, they've been giving us quite witty plays. I'll be honest with that. They started to get better positioning. They've been fragging quite a bit. But one such team that I would mention is PERSIJA EVOS. They kind of stopped being a savage, in my opinion. They kind of held back. One team, though, that did that, for those of you who just tuned in, that's MORPH GPX. So I've been seeing a lot of ascension from MORPH GPX, and because of that, the charts just really followed through. A lot of the points they started piling up. Not really a significant amount. That's what, 17, 18 maybe. None of those, but enough to make a difference in the rankings. And one team, though, that I still again, I hate to be the sayer of "I told you so," is 7th Element.
Yeah.
Right. Let's be real about that. They've been turning up quite well. In fact, if it's a good game, it's a good game. If it's great, it's great. But if it's bad, it's it's not so.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much the same pattern that we are seeing from RRQ. It's kind of that, like on and off. It's like there's no consistency. And even for the other teams, the thing is, for the other teams, they are consistent, but not in a high spot. They're consistent, grabbing a few points, like match after match, but it's just a 4-3 up until I think max is 5, and then they just fell off from the game, compared to RRQ and 7th Element. That I understand where you come from, because when they're doing it, they're in there bringing a lot, but when they're not, they're pushed down to the bottom. So, and that's one reason why they didn't move up the same way as the others did. But to add to what you mentioned about MORPH GPX, they also remain consistent in terms of their replacement points. So compared to PERSIJA EVO, Stalwart Esports, and RRQ, they're the ones getting a lot more in placement point. I guess the same pattern that we saw from DEWA United. So we are about to jump in to SANHOK right now. We are going to find out as to who is going to bring it on this map, and probably bring it into Paradise Resort, where we've seen most of the early engagement.
Yeah, I for one, you saw the reaction right there. Paradise Resort, very, very ironic that you would name such a place as Paradise Resort. but it's a lot of where the violence actually ensues. But yeah, for good reason. A lot of loot here. And, you know, specifically for medicals. A lot of the medical supplies at Paradise Resort, that's what these players need, right? Because SANHOK, big partition over here, lots of bodies of water around them, so it could be what the teams are really eyeing for. So yeah, even the camps, you know, I'll be honest, Alpha, Charlie, and Bravo, these camps they could prove to be very effective, but at the same time, a lot of danger lurking. So that's our last stop, by the way. The final stop of our trip will be at Camp Alpha, as well as Hot Team. So whoever would be bold enough to go through those will have to cross very dangerous bridges, not to mention bodies of water that, as if history would speak to us, never really a good idea.
Yeah, especially from yesterday. Well, anyways, our flight path is a little bit up north, but this will not stop the teams to crossing over to the south, as well as reaching where they intend to go. But the battle has already started. PERSIJA EVOS. Well, you greeted them this time around. They are putting in the fire, and they are challenging STALWART Esports. Let's see who else will be going down. PERSIJA EVOS Lynx, or rather Misery, grabbing the first elimination in this match. And on the other side, also Sem9 and Team XERXIA. So battle continues right now. Icy, good chance for the backstab, and there goes Misery once again taking down Chocolate. Even Red Face managed to bring Icy to his knees, and the battle on the other side. Oh my goodness, how many early engagement, how many consecutive battle is showing? This time we have KAGENDRA as well as Hale, earlier XERXIA, going against a different team. So I guess this will be a fast match.
They're punishing me, man, I'm telling you. STALWART Esports, they are punishing me for my unfaithfulness. But yeah, they are the first team to exit, actually. So, man, that is painful. That is absolutely painful here, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, KAGENDRA here, no names yet tacked onto their board, but they have been seeing a lot of movement all over Hot Team. This is what we were talking about. This is the last stop from our flight, so we do have a little bit of hail here. So they know that this place is not empty. It's far from peaceful. It's quiet, yes, but it is not safe. So any sign of movement over here, a bit of carelessness of the pitter-patter on the roof and the floor, it could be it's information, so they got to be absolutely careful. Zero, he is in very dangerous grounds here. He's overtaken big population here by Hale, so I think he's calling for potentially backup here from Leon, and just look at what's going on here. I think he's being held hostage, simply put. So
well, we'll have to find out if Leon will be able to provide a little bit of cover fire for Zero to get away. But I think this is also stand-up on the second floor between Noise and Zero. Not quite sure why he hasn't been spotted just yet, but I guess the angle is holding really is pretty safe. C-Sky only, a little bit of a narrow alley on his side. Pretty bad for him if in case he will be taken. And there you go. Hale will be backing off. They don't want to be caught off guard. Zero, on the other hand, again, maintaining that silence. Don't want to show anywhere up into the other team's minimap. But, well, hopefully Zero is in a good spot. Not quite sure. It looks like Zero is AFK, or probably not. Probably it's just me. But Flyboy right now is also stopping, and Noise is just on the second floor.
Yeah, he's not. I think they're really banking on the fact that silence really is their friend. See, he's not. He's moving. He knows. He's just really waiting for somebody to walk up to him.
Well, it's good enough.
Yeah, we got contact already. He took a lot of damage from that. Oh my gosh, Noise brought to his knees here by Leon. The infiltration is perfectly done here. So, but we did have a member from Boom who also jumped in on it. Ah, cool. Man, okay, you snooze, you lose once again. Wow, okay. I'm gonna say it right now. That was a kill steal right there. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Okay, KS baby. Oh no.
Well, let's see who will be added to the list of being stolen in terms of points and kills. But Leon right now, a little aggressive push. We knowing that the advantage is on to Hale and Leon. Just not focusing on one direction though. But NC2. Good potential for him, but no, Akul is providing a lot of pressure. Not even him can be safe on those green lushes of the hill. And CCI only will start to move in on second floor. Tiger right now going side to side. Zero's in. But I guess the rest of Kagendra will be rushing in to bring more of that distraction.
They had taken over this compound a while ago. That was a very that was a very hail build. Now they are going for it. Wow, beautiful Thompson kill there from a C-Sky only. So yeah, I'd say that this is shaping up quite a duel between Kagendra and Hale. Look at all of this. Look at all of this flushed out by C-Sky only. My goodness. Oh, that was just a prolonged agony on the side of Zero. He had to wait around for that.
Yeah,
oh, man. But yes,
that was a good clutch.
Very good, very nice one, honestly.
All right, so rather continues right now. This time around, switching over to BIGETRON, Dylan's and PERSIJA EVOS. Now, PERSIJA EVOS though, they are the ones who grabbed the first few elimination and from the name of from the team of STALWART Esports. But in terms of points, they are also tied with Hale right now. But same goes with numbers. So they need to be careful. They are being careful because they lost Zuxi. And we know how Zuxi is. He's the one who often survives last in this. And with him being lost early in the game, they are going to they're going for so much of passiveness in this battle.
Wow. And, I'll be very honest here. I do think that BIGETRON right now, they could actually get away with this. I mean, I'm not gonna say they're gonna ever emerge victorious, but they're holding back, right? They got one, and this Saturless is a different player. He's not the usual suspect that we see within the BIGETRON lineup. So they had to re-roster, regroup a little bit. Now, speaking of regroup a little bit here, Sem9. Oh man, Sem9. Just started to be shaved off here. Care of again, XERXIA, always taking this risk, always trying to go for early eliminations, and even staying outside the play zone. Look at this, they're flushing somebody out.
Yeah, let's see if let's see if he'll be able to beat this down. Oh, there you go. The pickup has been done.
At least for one of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Meow. Ooh. Oh, that was it for Sem9. Oh my goodness, RNJ. He raided that hut. He literally did.
Yeah, he was the one remaining in here in front. It's a good thing Shopper provided a little cover because I felt a little bit that RNJ was a bit cautious and nervous the same way, especially when the pickup has been done. When he thought that he is already going to end or finish this match, but no one on our side. Another engagement going down there, Peko, and the response coming from No Mercy, and we know this guy, he can survive, and PERSIJA EVOS in their hand is losing this battle. It's a 2v2, but the pickup will be done against the teammates of RRQ. But going back to what happened earlier, it's a good thing that Shopper went in for the help, otherwise it could have been a lost cause for Team XERXIA.
Alright, so yeah, I'm jinxing RRQ a little bit here because if I ever tell them that, oh no, you're doing the right thing, then they're just doing the wrong thing, and then eventually it's just gonna crumble. So yeah, so far they're looking healthy. I'm gonna get back to you later, RRQ. But with PERSIJA EVOS, they did show a little bit of their fangs here. Care of Misery. He did have a good amount of frags over here before the tide started turning badly. Redface, we know for a fact that Redface has also been quite a 50-50 player based on our charts, right? He sometimes goes early, sometimes he doesn't. But for the most part, he still tries to hold his own. Yep. And in this case, he literally is holding his own compound here, as well as the Lynx. So one good flush here on the side of RQ. That's going to be good action, and not to mention the zone is starting to close in as well. So it's only going to take him a few minutes, maybe just a matter of time before everybody is going to start leaning more towards this side of the map.
Yeah, and for RRQ, well, one possible reason why they're pulling out right now, despite of their advantage against PERSIJA EVOS, is because one of their players has been taken down from the
Yeah.
other side. So, I mean, it's just as a precaution. They don't have any idea as to where that came from, and also we have the blue who will be chasing them, so they need to move fast. Probably take a high ground, get in onto like in some of the compounds right here with there's a lot of exit space and or moving space as well, because you don't want to be caught off guard, especially with how well the team had been utilizing their throwables in this game.
Yeah, yeah, good that you pointed that out because not all compounds are easy access to. Like when you go in, it doesn't always mean safety. So we've seen a lot of those compounds that they're very open ended. So
Yeah.
there's one side or more than one side missing. So those are just basically visual obstructions. They're not really cover per se, but they do the trick for a short amount of time. In this case, however, this is a good camping spot, I'd say, for the rest of DEWA, the DEWA United, so they could most likely just hold up in here. It's only stage 3. This is kind of synonymous to how our game was, but I think this time, this same time around, we never had an elimination yet. So
Right.
it's it's a slow burn, but safe to say that this is the calm before the storm when it comes for all these teams. So yeah, DEWA just peeping out through the window. DEWA specifically, not really seeing as so much as an elbow sticking out.
Yeah, let's see if probably former Vibes has shown themselves, and there you go. Gunshots against Hail Esports will expose their location. Hail Esports will be eliminated on the 12th spot, and I guess this will bring DEWA United a little bit safe though, because they know that there will be a view from above. But boom, Yummy has been taken down. DEWA is the one to be getting that elimination, but the response coming from YOLO Yule will be taken down. And let's see, we have 3 more for the side of DEWA United. Not only that, we have a few more from above. So a lot of early engagement, a lot of chaos will be ensuing right now. And Kenneth putting in what? Boom Esports has been taken down. It was a grenade. Oh my god.
I was about to say that too. Kenneth already had his hands absolutely greased up for today, man. Like that shoulder is nice and warm, so got a lot of them nades in. Not to mention he farmed a lot of them too, so he had a lot to go around, man. Keeping that ammo intact maybe for later's encounters. Now, speaking of 4 Miracle Vibes and looking dominant, 287 points. Just add 4 more to that. He's at 290. They are at 290 rather.
Yeah.
So no signs of slowing down here. Teams with the highest amount of frags. Remember that does amount to something. So it's again it's us being proven wrong that for Miracle Vibes not sitting this one out with their feet up. So they wanna go at this with absolute authority. They just wanna maybe just bask in the beautiful terrains of SANHOK. I love this part of the map, by the way. A lot of shade. Just wanna you just wanna lie down, just inhale all that fresh air. But sooner or later, you're gonna see a ball headed your way, and just probably blow you back to reality.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I love the sceneries in maps and PUBG Mobile, because it's especially if you're a guy who really brings in like you think as to where your character is. At some point, some of the games offer that, especially like PUBG Mobile, even FPS brings that. Take away all the engagement, take away all the gunfights, especially in classic games wherein once you've dealt with the bots, you can stay safe for quite some time. And if you just appreciate what you're seeing right now, folks would be feeling the same way as we are once they bask into this field. But let's see if anyone will be basking into the for Mickle Vibes. The response by Freak, and Doc has been knocked down. but there's no confirmation just yet. East right now, though, damaged, but will be running away. And good position for them to hold. Huge blocks of boulders right now to make their cover.
Oh man, the bad guys are out of there. Bigetron Red Villains, the next team to be eliminated. Now this is what I like right here. We have NIGMA Galaxy versus 4 Miracle Vibes. It's just a matter of time before these two start clashing. We're already seeing a good amount of explosives scattered all over the place, and there it is, sealing the deal a little bit. East 9 manages to spot Lord. Oh, whoa, Coops, let's go! Oh my gosh, what a retaliation.
The thing is, the pickup is being done right now, and for the side of Enigma Galaxy, there's so much of pickup. But
winning now.
Oh yeah, I mean they were confirming a few of more of those knockdown, but that would be an expense of Lord, who's possibly going to be brought down. But it's a good thing, a follow up on the smokes and good cover as well. See if Rauf can cover them, but Freak will be taken down from afar. It's RRQ.
Oh man, that would sting. That hurts for Enigma Galaxy over there, because that's an unseen enemy, and you can't help but just be dismayed. You know, you wanted the 1v1, or in this case the 4v4, but somebody just went right in. Oh look, they're playing. I want in. So look at that Asa though, with a bit of distance. See how they're trying to pinch in for Miracle Vibes. All they have is this huge rock in between them, and Asa just rolling in. He wants a piece of the action here. So, and I think this is a very good play, because should they be able to take out for Miracle Vibes, should this be a very successful push or like a pinch, maybe a third party dip in, then that's a big giant out of the picture. You know, that's a very big problem out of the remaining stages that we're gonna have.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. And well, as we can see, the next stage up the circle showing up. Well, Enigma Galaxy as well as Formical Vibes is still in there. RRQ though, since they started showing up in this engagement, they might be targeted by 2 teams. But on the other side, there you have it. That's what we're talking about. Formical Vibes will be trying to beat them down, but Apex right now is knocked down. East, on the other hand, will try to pick up, but Asa, good angle for him to give them a little bit of surprise. Hexa's recovering. Doc right now unseen just yet, and Asa, Gab trying to grab a good angle, probably to confirm this elimination, but nope. It is still survivability for the side of Formical Vibes, and they are still on the move.
Exactly. I am so baffled right now on how it is that 4 Miracle Vibes is still in this. Granted, how many teams want to take them out, right? Here, speaking of being taken out, PERSIJA EVO is out of there, ranking 9th so far. Now, back to the action. Team RRQ, they, I'd say they made a very bold move on trying to get in on the mix, and there we go. Paying the prices, Hexes. Oh man, this is a really nasty back and forth. I'm gonna say it right now, Neptune, because these teams, this is like a traditional Filipino movie, I would say. You know? There'd be the good guys, there'd be the bad guys, and there'd be the cops. So, so one way or the other, there'll be a nasty amount of gunfire, and somebody's gonna point a gun at somebody. So in this case, look at where Asa is. He's sandwiched. Yeah, and for the time being, Daybot, I don't think he's gonna go for the push though. I think the real enemy is just Doc.
Yeah, Doc and Asa right now. But Asa really needs to make a move, because in a bit, if I'm not mistaken, Enigma Galaxy is not far off. Rauf is still in there, and the rest of Enigma Galaxy has taken position probably a little bit closer in the middle. But Asa looting a little bit. Doc right now is just waiting for any opportunity. But they really need to stay in this position. They really need to stay in the prone position, because DEWA United is already on the other side trying to find anyone. But speaking of find, well, Genesis Esports has been found, has been seen, and has been taken down. And they are now eliminated by MORPH GPX. MORPH GPX is one of the team that I would agree with your statement earlier on, showing up this time around.
Oh wow, okay. I want to see how that worked. Oh, but Asa sniffing out the last remaining member of 4 Merkel Vibes, leaving the lobby at 7th. Okay, so just as I was about to see what was happening, we just went to a different point of view. But okay, we go back to Enigma Galaxy over here. We got Lord. This is one part of the map, honestly, that I find quite scary to say the least. This kind of puts me ahead because not only do you try to peek out the door and risk being spotted, but you don't have high ground here. So, see, that's exactly my point. Lord, just taking a sizable amount of damage over here, but still enough to survive. And we didn't get to mention though, RRQ already eliminated as well.
XERXIA right now being taken out as well, and that is due to Lord and the follow-up by Rauf. And we are now left with 4, with only stage 6 and going to stage 7. Now, T2K right now, good chance to throw, but Cleon backstabs Love, and there goes the hit. Coops has been taken down, knocked down with that nade. The follow-up is being pulled through. Lord right now needs to recover, plus Rauf needs to cover. So there's a simultaneous approach from this engagement. Shots onto them, but it's a good thing Coops is still alive. Hopefully they don't have show any parts of their bodies through that door, otherwise XMPL's taking advantage.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. These shacks, these huts right here, these are very fragile surfaces, man. Like one day, ow, okay. XMPL felt the effect of that one, and there's nowhere to go. He has to get up out of there, and yeah, exactly my point. This is a one-entry building, so should you be stuck in a corner, you see, this is what I'm talking about. Then you have nowhere to go, and what a flush out here from Train to Kill. Adding another one. Just got to pick up XMPL in the process. Doki right here. Just got to patch himself up. And now we're back to the action. Leading the herd, we have MORPH. And wow, that was pretty savage to say the least, right? Like after patching myself up, I'm going to finish what I was supposed to do. Taking out Lord. A lot. Oh my gosh. Burning the shack over here. MORPH. Okay, if this was on a more real condition, this house would not stay up. It would not stay upright for too long. No.
Ooh, MORPH right now just jumped out and missed all those flames and taking advantage against DEWA United. But DEWA takes down a T2K, so the focus is on the other side. And again, advantage being taken by MORPH GPX, but now they are only left with 2, make that a 1, and T2K and NIGMA Galaxy 1v2. Surprisingly, Rauf is still alive and can probably manage against Jane and XMPL. Let's see if any of this will hit XMPL. Oh no!
Oh, he's burning!
Trial of hell!
He
is burning! He needs to recover. He needs to live.
Okay, stop, drop, and roll, sir. Let's go.
I don't think there's a roll part of the game right now, but there you go. It is as it is. We have a T2K taking a win, and even disadvantage plus the positioning, it's on the side of T2K. I'm still proud of my prediction for NIGMA Galaxy. They made it through. Like they cemented what they're doing in SANHOK, because they are one of the team who've done a lot in terms of elimination plus rank points, but winner chicken dinner not yet on their plate. It is T2K who grab it this time around, and this is the first time for them in SANHOK, so that's still good enough for me.
A good record, yeah, I'll be very honest. And so close yet so far, man. I mean, it was really just the numbers game when it came to that final bout between T2K and NIGMA Galaxy. I loved it. And to me, you are still a winner, because it could have gone any other way. There were some moments that I didn't quite understand there earlier, some of those frags. But I think at the end of the day, it is how the story came to a close. In this case, I love the fact that T2K, they just played by the edges here. They didn't wanna be the main assassins of this entire battlefield. They didn't have as many frags as the rest, honestly, at least in terms of ratio, because these streaks, they came very, very late, right? They weren't that dominating in the beginning. It wasn't really their game to start with, but at the end of it all, you said it yourself, survival is the name of the game. Beautiful stuff, and congratulations.
Yeah, and there we have it. Teams to watch out for: T2K, MORPH GPX, DEWA United, and NIGMA Galaxy. I still love the way DEWA United is always ending up in the teams to watch out for because of how they are working with survivability. They are staying in there for the longest time, and when they engage, like, they don't go away, like they don't go down as quickly as what we've seen other teams do. And though they are failing to grab that winner chicken dinner, they still manage to get a few more points to their side. But despite of that, the MVP is East 922 from 4 Miracle Vibes, 3 eliminations, 793 on the damage, and that is half of what the whole team has contributed.
And that is a lot. And you know, East also had a tear yesterday. Around basically yesterday's game 3, he was also the MVP again. Oh my goodness. And it's a game that they didn't it's actually a game that they won, rather. It's a game that they won. I believe he was also an MVP of game 5 yesterday, which is a game that they did not win. So my goodness, East is just, he's really going there, man. Like he's really gunning for the stars here. But yeah, regardless, we do have a lot of other contenders here. I like the fact that Asa is already here in this mix, right? He has to. So it really goes to show that this man right here, he still has so much left to offer, I'd say. Yeah, sure, it was in a very RRQ game. I'd say it was really intense though, as they tried to dip in on the action between 4 Miracle Vibes and I think that was NIGMA Galaxy. So pretty interesting match 4 that we had here.
Exactly, and going into match ranking for match number 4, T2K grabbed 17 on the total points with 7 elimination. MORPH GPX though, more elimination than T2K, and they will be taking the 13 to their side. DEWA United though, 11, 7 elimination. NIGMA Galaxy, a little bit short in terms of elimination, but survivability was on them that game. In RRQ, the ones who disrupted these teams, NIGMA Galaxy as well as 4 Miracle Vibes, stand in between them with 8, and 4 Miracle Vibes followed, tied with XERXIA on 7. PERSIJA EVOS with 5, Hail with 4, 3, 4, Boom, and both of 7-9 and Genesis Esports with 2, BIGETRON Red Villains with 1, and fortunately, STALWART as well as KAGENDRA will not be getting any points at this point. And match statistics, but still, before we go there, Boom, a cool 320 on the longest elimination. I think this is what we saw earlier.
Kinda, yeah. That was pretty sick, not gonna lie. But this is a bit of a letdown for me here, folks. But after all of that, you know, I guess SANHOK, man, we said it so straight up. It's a lot of the guns, not so much of the throwables. You know, gotta protect the greens as well. So beautiful stuff. But just like that, as we mentioned, it's a big shuffle between 2 to 4. So here we go. Boom Esports still looking really dominant here. Finally getting, I'd say this is a good 10-point lead between them and NIGMA Galaxy, and BIGETRON now has to step their game up. They have to take a big jump in the next game if they are to dethrone NIGMA Galaxy. Yes, it's only 3 points, but you've seen what NIGMA Galaxy can do. They've already established that, oh, no, we belong here. We've already racked up a lot of points, a lot of eliminations, good matches, good duels. So, yeah, BIGETRON originally on the 2nd spot, once the top dogs as well. So this is one spot in the charts that they'd want to retake.
Yep, and going to second page right now, a lot of teams has been put down from their original was before this game, and it's only Team XERXIA who moved up, but in comparison between them and Genesis Esports, only 1 point lead, and it's quite a climb that they need to do so in order for them to go against KAGENDRA. But going back to the bottom, 7 Element still on the bottom spot, and the gap is quite far. I think it is about it. It might not be that easy for 7 Element to catch up in the points unless they do more of the teams that we've seen from them do from the other days. But a lot of teams are doing so much more, and there's a lot of shuffle that will be happening even further on that overall ranking.
Man, that was a very interesting SANHOK, I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of beautiful moments there. But unfortunately, that is actually our last SANHOK for Clash of Giants, ladies and gentlemen. However, the action is far from over. We still have a couple games left here. We're going to go back to Miramar and ERANGEL. Clash of Giants Season 2 Grand Finals. We're going to take a short break. Pika and Neptune, don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Ruthless Hype Esports Clash of Giants Season 2, and battle's not yet over. We are left with 2 more Battle Royales and 1 more TDMs in this mix, and we love to see how much more the teams can bring themselves up into the leaderboard. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is Pika, and we are the voices that you are going to hear all through this day.
Okay, so let's do a quick rundown here, folks. We've had already 2 ERANGELs. We had 1 Miramar. We have 1 SANHOK. So it just goes to show we're going to take that routine back to square one. However, a little bit different. We're going to Miramar. So it's a bit dry once again. Now, challenges of Miramar always please us, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to get to that later on. Speaking of challenges, we challenge everybody to please have us reach the 50K watches on YouTube. And we are going to give away 2 AirPods in the process. 70K will amount to 1 iPhone 15, so we're going to want that. This is going to be so tempting, Neptune, so especially for our viewers. Now, follow us on Instagram. You got to join our Discord server as well. You got to send us a screenshot of such. Get your token number. Last but not least, that live draw will be coming very, very soon, so please just keep your fingers crossed.
Yep, and that is a chance for you to grab those prizes. And this time on this matches, a chance for the teams to grab all those points, because we are left with only 2 matches remaining, 1 for Miramar and 1 for ERANGEL. And we've seen some of the teams really take over this map and matches as well, but we only find 1 who's like most of the time in there, and we're talking about the one currently in #1 spot for Miracle Vibes. They have taken the record in both ERANGEL and Miramar. Won't be surprised if they will be doing the same, because even in SANHOK they tried to fight back and grab a few more points.
Yeah, you know, you're right. Actually, I have nothing else to contradict that. Honestly, it's just track record speaking.
Yes,
these are just numbers that we're talking about. But yeah. Speaking of numbers, I'd say I'm gonna go to 4 Miracle Vibes. Yeah, honestly, this is just me. 4 Miracle Vibes it is, because for the longest time I do think that this team, at least for the entirety of the grand finals, they're really in. I'm absolutely convinced they're in it for the kill. I don't think there's no such thing as mercy here. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with this just because. Right.
And for me this time around, I'm going to go back to my boys from Boom, because they did well in the previous mirror. and looking forward to them to really move up, because it's really shuffle from that second to third, and currently as they moved up already in second place. So like my heart is going to them to maintain that spot.
Definitely. I love that, you know. I love the loyalty. I love the conviction when it comes to Boom Esports, because they've also been turning it up for me.
Yeah.
I'll be very honest. It's really skillful showing.
Hmm.
You know, at least for every single encounter that they got. I haven't seen any embarrassing moments, not gonna lie. When it
Right.
comes to Boom Esports, everything is just skill, skill, skill. Also, I do think that the grit of Boom Esports has changed. You know, especially as they secured the spot that they're in.
Mhm.
Oh, that they don't want to lose that right now. If they
Yeah,
can,
definitely.
right? They want to just stamp on it.
Right, I agree. I mean, I guess for the playoffs, they really slowed it down, and it's a good thing that overall they were able to make it to the top 12. And again, this all alone, grand finals all alone, is redemption for Boom Esports, and they are making do with what they have right now. They are up even against BIGETRON, as well as NIGMA Galaxy, who was taking that number 1 or number 2 spot all throughout, days after days of the grand finals. But it's Boom's time right now to bring in the fire, and let's see if they can maintain this. Again, hopefully I'm not jinxing them, but I guess them every time that I say that. Oh no. From the previous match, there's a little bit of light of hope, especially from NIGMA Galaxy. So I guess I'm my luck is changing as well.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. I also am a firm believer of manifestation. So even
Yeah.
if you say that, if your brain's saying otherwise, they're gonna get it. You know, this Boom Esports we're talking about. This is the yummy zone, right? So could be his game. I'm not gonna jinx it, but there it is. I am starting to develop a fandom as well for
Yeah.
Yummy. The guy is something else. So I think it's safe to assume that maybe this time around he's not gonna go down as quickly as he did.
Yep.
And I'm still recalling that moment that he got 8 frags to his name.
just for himself, right?
Yeah, that's a game changer right there. It was actually a morale builder.
Mm.
And you know, you like those moments. If you're that player, you'd
Yeah.
want to keep recalling that if I did it once, I can do it again, right? So yeah, I'm all in for Boom. Yes, I know I voted for Miracle, but I just want more glimpses of Boom this time around.
Yeah, I mean, definitely agree. And this time around, I would agree as well as motivation coming from Yummy, because we've seen the lights from Cool not only twice, but plenty of times already. And this combination really has been a good partnership for Boom Esports. So we're just waiting for the game to start. Miramar is about to start, and after standing and basking into fresh air of SANHOK, well, I guess the desert sands will not be going away that easily. We will be standing in there looking for a chance to find great visibilities from the high ground, even great advantage as well from a distance. But again, vehicle gameplay is the usual tactic in this map, and mobility, fast mobility, because at some point, even if you are in a car, you will be gunned down.
Yeah, a lot of times actually, right? If
Yeah.
we're gonna be blunt about it. This is where the mystery machine actually went out of commission. So yeah, that's just one of those. But another strand that I do feel is very, very, how should I say this? Important,
Mm-hmm.
if not 100% effective, is capitalizing really on high ground. It's so simple,
Oh yeah.
but at the same time, it's never an easy execution, because even getting high ground, it doesn't necessarily mean cover,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because so many surfaces of Miramar, they're really unsafe,
Correct.
right? And it offers a lot of vantage points for snipers. So most of the iconic moments that I've seen in Miramar involve either cross mapping or just a good flush out of grenades, right? And hiding through smoke. Those are the moments that we always kind of highlight. Mini
Yep.
14 is a problem here, so
Oh, definitely. We've seen a lot of teams take advantage of the mini 14 as well as high ground. So that combination alone is very deadly Well, we are going to jump in on the desert sands of Miramar. We're going to find out if which of the teams will be utilizing what of advantage, disadvantages as well in this game. And in a few, we are going to say goodbye from green pastures as we are going for the scorching sands of Miramar. And the players are really will be surprising us in how they can adapt in a drastic change in terrain, as well as we like to be surprised as to where the flight path will be coming from, even the first stage of the circle, because at some point that is where most of the teams are being thrown off guard and being put in the mix, early elimination in hand.
There we go. Shaggy, Scooby, Fred, and Velma, along with Daphne, just rolled right in. So, all kidding aside, though, this looked a bit west, I'd say. This looked like it's going to be a westbound path. Oh, yes, it is. There it is. Absolutely west. So, pretty nasty angle that we're looking at here, because this is going to cut through Los Leones for sure. Puerto East, we already have jumpers, though.
Yeah.
That's from Kagendra. Okay, nicely done. So it's safe to say that they want to go risky with water here, but, and just at the very base, by the way. So we're gonna go beachside. I have not seen 4 Miracle Vibes just yet, so this is a very bold, very strong drop here for Kagendra. They do have as well as XERXIA right there, so it's safe to say that they're probably gonna go for the mines as well as maybe the junkyard a little later on. I'm not too sure what the plan here is. Our queue seems to be headed towards junkyard, so
yeah,
4 Miracle Vibes. We're gonna go to Chumacero over here. That is, I think that's pretty okay, but maybe they're gonna eye for these high grounds, right? So check out where they are.
Yeah, that we're going to find out where they are right now. They're alone though. Oh my goodness, what a shift of circle.
Yeah,
this is what we really expecting. I mean, a surprise hit coming from the circle itself. And as we can see, a lot of teams already dropping off, and we might be seeing the continuation of the rivalry between Genesis Esports and Stalwart Esports, but in the mix, BIGETRON Red Villains, they are the ones taking advantage of these two teams, fighting it on from a distance, just putting them down, and not quite sure why Genesis Esports and Stalwart Esports always want to put themselves in that situation. But the situation is, a lot of teams outside the first stage of zone, they need to move quick, they need to move swift, otherwise they might be caught off guard.
Definitely so. 7th Element is also quite distant from everybody else. I think they wanna wither down these zones, right? These stages. They wanna go in, I believe, when it's already crunch time. Kind of like a smart move. Remember, I've always been that guy to say that 7th Element 50-50. So this could be a good 50, right? This could be that. It's a positive 50 over here. But did I just see that right? Another M24. I told you it's rare gun season, so
yeah,
gotta like it. But he dropped it right away for the Mini 14. Okay, you know what? I'm upset because of that.
Treasure trove, really. I mean, like Miramar is a treasure trove of different weapons, and again, like 4 Miracle Vibes, and the gunshot we heard is just to test out probably if it can work to his liking. But I guess that didn't work. Does the switch happen? But Genesis Esports right now, when we thought that they will be dropping, is similar to what we have seen so many times against Stalwart Esports. They are now smarter this time. We've seen them failed so many times, and they don't want to do that once again. So no early engagement happening from all the teams. First stage, it's quite far. I guess they're busy to prepare for the travel at hand. They need to find vehicle. They need to prepare with all the utilities just in case they meet teams on their way, and they need to move west, as the song calls for. They need to go west at this point. Oh my God, it's going like historical, way past the years, Pika.
Oh yeah.
Not quite sure if you caught that song of Go West.
I do. I think. Yeah, it's a big I think for me. But yeah, it does ring a little bit of a bell here. But Yeah, a lot of marksman rifles here being picked up by our teams, and this is what we were talking about. So the Mini 14 here, that's just one. There's one of many weapons that they could actually use for these engagements, and you see how there aren't actually that many places to shade. This is what we were telling people. For those of you who are new to PUBG M or haven't really given it much thought, this is a very, very accurate game when it comes to physics, right? So, you see how there are not that many areas that you can see shadows from. It's
Yeah.
simply because, or rather, that you see shadows from is because there's a lot of sunlight to go around. So what that means is not many cover, not that many covers. So check out where XMPL is. This high ground right here, big advantage. So and that would mean that if he weathers this out, he'll have a huge perspective of the entire map, or basically majority of it. And wow, just looking at where Rocky's going, it already made me sweat, man. This is absolutely humid surfaces. But yeah, these ruins right here, or these empty buildings, good place to at least take cover from. For the time being, that is.
Yeah, for the time being. And well, for those of you, not so much is happening. And on the right hand side, some of the statistics coming from the team. Thank you very much, production, for giving that to us. For each player, we are seeing how much they've done, and I guess for those counting for the MVP, from the MVP spot, this gives you a little bit of a perspective as to where your favorite player is currently at in terms of that run. But speaking of run, well, the run is not yet over for Yoru, but for Bobo Ho, received a little bit of damage, and probably that is where Rocky comes into play. He's trying to find out where and who in against Bobo Ho, and I guess they found it on T2K. They are moving, but not stopping to wait for the engagement to happen. Dokio will be going for that flank against Bobo Ho. Probably it's because he's the guy that he spotted.
You see the blank space right here in between these teams, man. That is a lot to trek on, right? That is zero camouflage, I would say. Like anybody would stick out of there like a sore thumb. So yeah, it's safe to say. Oh, I was about to say that. Yeah, that's exactly my point. If you go from one point to another, here in Miramar, you are definitely a target. So if there's anything we learned from desert movies, man, there's really no hiding. It's a
especially
lot.
Especially what Doki was wearing right there. It's just green in the sand. So I mean, you will be seen. And well, I guess it's even the Gilsuit will not provide so much in here. But let's see if an engagement will provide a lot more for the side of T2K. Love right now will try. Names being thrown, and Suyog. This is a new player, new name in the mix right now. Love on the losing end, and Rocky is the guy who has brought them to their knees. XMPL right now, we're trying to rush in. Will there be pickup? Will there be recovery? Here comes the rest of MORPH GPX for the backup. Bobo Ho even not even bothering to help out because he trusts his teammates well that they can make this through.
You gotta commend your hydraulics operator right there, XMPL, because I did not expect that Jeep to still be standing after that crash, honestly. Oh wow, Rocky actually skilleted that guy. Okay, interesting. Suyog. You gotta talk after that. So yeah, more action on the way. KAGENDRA with your hands full against NIGMA Galaxy over here. So
what? That's 12K right now, and one goes down. Even with only a few HP remaining, he still managed to put in all of the gunfight, but Goops will say otherwise. And on the other side, T2K has already met their demise. We are now left with 15 teams. Now, NIGMA Galaxy, Freak right now, is now down. Pickup is just awaiting, and the rest of the teams are heading in towards Chumacera. Vibes are not only that BIGETRON has closed themselves to that area. So as we can see on the edge, Boom Esports is in there, coming from the islands of Los Higos or Valle del Mar, and let's see if they can maintain this position, because I would say they are on a safe spot away from the rest of the teams.
this is a very interesting way that the circle actually went. I actually thought it would go more south. But the way that it started to close in towards the middle, that's a pretty good call, honestly.
Yeah.
Thank you, RNG gods. At least our players will stay dry. You know, they're not that much submerged battles at all. At this point, they could actually use it, right? They could go for a little bit of skinny dipping. Really hot map that we have here, but yeah. A quick encounter right here, supposedly between the 4 Miracle Vibes and PERSIJA EVO. So, if anything, I think we haven't really seen that much of misery actually. So this is gonna be very interesting. How is he gonna contribute this time around? Beautiful smoke right there, allowing both Baron and I believe that was Apex, if not mistaken, to actually go for that early for the swift and stealthy exit. But yeah, the remainder of 4 Miracle Vibes just trying to find homage over here, just slowly trying to loot without making any sound. So these buildings, honestly, they creak. They they are old, folks. So
Old and dry.
absolutely might filled. You know, there's a lot of termites in there. But yeah, I know that is not something to laugh about here for Stalwart Esports. Good trade, however.
Yeah, and they'll be able to recover out of this action right now. Still bleeding out, and here comes a Chocolate, bringing in, melting everyone on to his sides. BIGETRON, the villains, only left with 1 in this battlefield. Now, earlier when we saw 4 Miracle Vibes, they are quite near, and they have a good angle against Hail Esports. So it's building to be a little bit tough spot for 4 Miracle Vibes at that point in Chumacera. But in this high ground, Stalwart Esports is just getting their advantage. They have the high ground, they have long-range engagement capabilities, and even with SEM9, with a clear view, they didn't even land so much of a hit. So they will be backing off, regrouping, and trying to gear away from Stalwart Esports. But as we go into the south right now, this is Boom Esports, who might be meeting NIGMA Galaxy. Now we are moving away from that area back to Chumacera, and they will still remain in that area.
A MORPH TPX. I'll be real. They're really close right now. They're really intact, and I don't think they're going for a hunt here. I think they're playing in a turtle shell. They wanna hang on to where they are. They lost 1 guy, but they have a good amount of frags, man. So this is really nice. You see how a while ago they were just they're moving, yeah, but I don't think that they're going for any type of split whatsoever. They're not gonna go for the hunt just yet. It's not the wisest choice so far. We're only at stage 3, and with only 1 elimination, so it's very slow game we're looking at. Now, speaking of slow, I do think that DEWA United right here, they're okay. They're at a very good spot, not only in positioning, but even in scores. 2 for stage 3, 0 casualties. That's a pretty good statistic to boast. Same with PERSIJA EVOS. I thought that it would be a very bloody, honestly, for lack of a better term, or a very violent encounter with 4 Miracle Vibes, because they're both complete teams.
Yeah.
So I would actually assume that it would have been a very how should I phrase this without actually hurting either players? Or either, it would have been a very down to the wire type of encounter, because again, it's not all the time you encounter a 4v4.
Yeah.
But look at this. I think they're back. They're in it for seconds.
Yeah, they want to grab a few more of those points. Shot from Redface, though.
I had to say it, man.
Well, they're in for seconds. Not quite sure. Was it Baron who has been taken down earlier? Was it Apex? But either way,
yeah.
They're losing their armor now, and they don't have a space to work on. Boom, Risey fell for the wrong person, or fell for the wrong position. But we have 4 Miracle Vibes right now, and a pick up once again. Doc and the surprise hit from the side. They will need to make that work, and DEWA United is the ones who's gunning down Boom Esports. It's only 1 remaining right here. Again, hopefully it's not me. Hopefully it's not me that's causing all this, because they have a great potential to strengthen their hold on that top 2. But NC2 right now going against Coops. Battle continues in Genesis Esports. They fall down one at a time. Ichi or Master Ichi as well Slim Sai will try to fight it off against Stalwart Esports, and I love how they continue it on from different parts of the map. I think Stalwart Esports will be going down, and they did. And Genesis Esports this time around are the winners of this rivalry, and they will be grabbing all those points.
Yeah, one more unfortunate, very sad news is that Freak is taken by Mr. Oh, very sad. Again, you can't actually be comfortable with staying outside of the play zone. It's still damage.
Yeah.
Not to mention this is the third, just like that, NIGMA Galaxy out of there, and this is again a slow game we're looking at right now. This is only stage 4. Sorry, already stage 4. And we've only had 3 eliminations, so this is yeah, I think they don't want to risk anything so much, honestly. Here at again, this is Miramar we're talking about. Not really the best one of the best maps to hide. So yeah, BIGETRON though, hanging by a thread here with only 1 man remaining, same with 7th Element.
Yeah.
And look at this too. 7th Element actually jumped with only 3 players. So this is quite a predicament.
Yeah, and
mine, right? Oh, he got shot. He got shot there.
Yeah, almost brought down. And if I'm not mistaken, even the previous match at SANHOK, they weren't able to join us. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening on their end, but hopefully they are not giving up just yet. Well, they are not, because Divine is still alive and kicking, and he is still fighting back against DEWA United. DEWA United though, they are the ones who put down Boom Esports, but on the other side, Boom Esports, as I'm speaking right now, is feeling a little bit of damage as well. Same goes for Divine, the only player from these teams. So these two teams are the ones who have only won. Make that none for Boom Esports, and they will be going down 13 plays. Not so much of a point, and well, it will risk them that second spot. Because if in case the other teams who will be able to move up, like NGX, well, unfortunately they're not part of the group anymore. But BIGETRON Red Villains, they still have a good chance of getting all those placement points. But DEWA United, Galak has been brought down to his knees. Let's see if a pickup can be done.
Is this an SLR that I'm seeing? I think it is. Okay. more of these rare specimens of weapons that we're looking at. But yeah, good stuff right here. A bit of a distance between 4 Miracle Vibes. They are playing the zoning game here against Genesis Esports. A bit of a distance to cover. Look at that. That's those types of encounters in movies, man. Like yes, I know that here in PUBG M, it's a lot of range game, but man, that is a tall order to accomplish. But it's not like we haven't seen it before, right?
Right.
It's a common sight. It's a common sight, but it's just not today. It's okay. I think he's gonna try to tee off it. That star is not in good shape here from Kenok and Daybot. Okay, oh wow, it's not Master Ichi who got the frag though. I think it got stolen.
I believe so. DEWA United though, they still have one, or they have two players in the mix. And what makes it difficult for DEWA United is not only are in their sights of Genesis Esports, but they are also in front of 4 Miracle Vibes. Yol is already inside of the next stage, but cannot move at all. There goes Backstab. East 922 goes in for the takedown, and this risk for Miracle Vibes East to be on the spotlight as well as on the crosshairs of Genesis Esports. So let's see if Master Ichi will find an approach to move against Miracle Vibes. But on the other hand, Kagendra go against XERXIA. Surprise hit. Frenzy has been brought down. Flyboy will be flying away, and Zero as well. But they might be stuck on this edge, and well, with 2 players remaining, not so much of movement can be done. They will work on to this compound and wait it out.
Wait it out. They must, man. This is stage 5 already, and we still have 11 teams here. Some of them more powerful than others, not gonna lie. Specifically Sem9. This is actually worrying me a little bit. because Tem9 hasn't shown any signs of pushing for anybody with absolutely zero, zero eliminations, nada. That's quite strange, But at the same time, I completely understand. Bigetron, on the other hand, with that last man that they have, it's safe to assume that if they don't make it to top 8 here, then absolutely useless stall.
Yeah.
Very useless stall. I'd say the same for Sem9, but with Bigetron, it's because they already lost 3 guys. So if, say, the last man of Bigetron isn't able to even add 1 point, then that's pretty tragic. That's a bad way to go.
Yeah.
Now we've already lost the DEWA United here in the process. We're seeing a bit of an engagement here. Okay, so I don't know where Smile is going to point his crosshairs to next, because the rest of Genesis Esports, I think they're just really trying to scout the area, trying to gather some info, not so much as greedy plays. But yeah, right there, Earths, however, he's not letting any of the scraps go to waste.
We've seen XERXIA right now in an aggressive mode. An aggressive move right here. And going back to your point on Bigetron Red Villains, I would agree. They are very, very close to take over number 3 spot against NIGMA Galaxy, and good chance as well. But if in case they didn't end up with 8 spot and above without any elimination, then they will not even move. And that will be wasted effort, even like lost opportunity for that number 2 spot. So let's see if that will be done by Bigetron Red Villains. KAGENDRA though, going on 1v1 against Lynx and Molotov. See if they're putting a little bit of damage, or I would say pressure, onto Lynx. Zero though managed to recover from the gunfights, but he needs to get away, because apart from Lynx of PERSIJA EVOS, we also have a few more on above. We have the Genesis Esports and KAGENDRA, who's quite near to them. KAGENDRA though, Zero will just try to put pressure on Lynx, but a 1v1, not quite sure why they're doing this. The moment they survive, they will be in the risk of being gunned down. And Hail Esports, especially, good angle to hold against Lynx, and slowly they are moving in. Oh, even from
wow!
It was a vehicle explosion that brought him down, and PERSIJA EVOS still alive now with 4 elimination.
I like that duel. Though I never saw any of the perspectives there, that was pretty neat. And that was a necessary threat that you had to eliminate as well. Oh my god, now he has information here. Yes, he does. Shooting through that tin house, folks. So I'd say Yori here doesn't have much space to work with. Not to mention, I think the vehicle was also destroyed. So if not destroyed, then it's probably a bit damaged here. Oh no, this is a big problem. Yoru, what? Hey, what? He did take down Megamind.
Yeah, but the thing is,
okay.
and I love the ideation that Megamind went in from behind, and then the ones closest from the rest of XERXIA went in front, pushing him out. Thus, Megamind had a good shot. But the thing is, the moment he turned around 180, Megamind has been knocked down, and now they are in trouble of being taken down by RRQ, because they are just across this team.
That was nice. That was really, really neat there. Okay, so yeah, these are some of the power teams we were talking about.
Yeah,
we kind of got a bit real there, because we were seeing a lot of interesting action, especially that 1v1. You know, Lynx did pretty well. They're not gonna sugarcoat it. So, but you know, MORPH, GPX, they tried for lack of description. But here we go. Their Peko down to his knees, and again, I don't want to bring back the formula that I think RRQ is really going for. Good decisions, or rather good plans for a little bit, and then lose the ball a little later on, right? We've seen it happen one too many times.
Right, exactly.
Stage 6 already, so RRQ, if you have a whole roster, that's an absolute blessing. Up.
Yep.
Yep.
We had to see it. We had to see it. Peko has been down already. But I think that the rest of the teams up and RQ is fighting back. But they also include Sem9 into the mix from afar. It is no mercy in Asa being gunned down. And well, though we have Team XERXIA taking advantage of all those kills, still all the raining bullets as well as grenades bring down some teams, and Well, 5 eliminations being brought in by 4 Miracle Vibes, but they will be taking down 7th place. Back to the battle at hand in the open ground. RRQ and Sergio still alive and kicking is Hexas and Nerpeco. Onto one side is Megamind, Ertz, and RNJ 2v3 situation, but distraction from Sem9. Just let them play, Sem9. Let them play.
They've been through enough. Mikhail, come on, man. And I know you want. I know you're on the trigger frenzy right now. You know what? There's no stopping this man. Hexas, however, the last bit of RRQ. Remember, this is exactly what I was telling you, Neptune.
Yeah.
And to all our viewers out there, RRQ, they're gonna hold on for a long time. They're gonna survive for a very notable amount, and then all of a sudden they start perishing. They're gonna start going down like flies, and again, not in succession, but almost all at once, which I find really, really strange. But you know what? I kind of feel like that domino effect is gonna linger. They might need to regroup on that. But here we go, last 4 teams, and on stage 7, BIGETRON, the big baddies, are out of there, and I believe with 0 frags. I'm not so sure, because that was the last man that they had. We didn't see anything from the feed, right? So, man, that's really unfortunate if they got nothing out of it.
Yeah, but I mean, nothing just brings them back to their position against Boom as well as NIGMA Galaxy. But we're looking at most elimination right now. I guess this is referring to this game alone. RNJ has 4 already. And, well, trying to go for the 5th.
Player eliminations too, so, yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, let's see. But so far, it's SERXIA. RNJ is part of SERXIA, so SERXIA has a disadvantage in terms of number. But one thing I would say for this team is they are quite far, probably so distant that they might be taken by the blue later on, even caught off guard by Hail once they move in. There you go, move in they does. And they are using the smoke to cover their tracks, but NC2 right now will try to spot them on, and I don't think they will have so much of headway into next blue, but no! Megamind! What a response! How quick was that? And that's what I'm talking about. Positioning wise, Megamind have them covered.
But again, returning the favor here. There he goes, Master Smile. Just chasing off of Megamind as he thought that he could ride off into the sunset. Beautiful attempt right there. And now we are 7 seconds away from another closing of this stage. Stage 8, we hardly get this far, honestly. But whenever we do, it's never good. It's never a good sign for these teams. Especially if we still have 4. 8 is actually a big zone for, you know, for both teams. So it is gonna boil down to a standoff. Sem 9 probably gonna eye for Genesis Esports here. Arguably the strongest team we have so far. Not the highest of the probabilities, but I think Genesis Esports here. They are going in for the push. Oh yeah, they're bringing the fight to Hail right now. They're gonna use that numbers advantage, and hopefully they come out of here safe. Otherwise, they're gonna start losing manpower. Exactly, that's what I was talking about. Master Itchy falls for it.
Well, let's see. Master Smiles only remaining in live Tiger right now. Claws has been pulled out, and even Noise has brought in Noise Shot and is left to West Carry right now. So unfortunate. I mean, they have a fair advantage against Sem9 and Hail, but they went in a little bit too aggressive. Now, this time around, we have one more remaining, and SERXIA has the attention of Hail. And there you have it, down to last 2 teams, 4v4.
Okay, I retract my statement with Hail, man. Like, that's this is a completely different Hail Esports that we're looking at. I did mention earlier that I could not, for the life of me, 100% my cards on Hail, but this is really changing things up. And this could have been the best time for me to actually gamble on Sem9. This is the Sem9 that I was mentioning to you earlier. They are so cunning. They did not show up until, I'd say, stage 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Right? And now, this is it. This is what they want. They want to be in this final circle, and Hail, though, with 10 frags to their name, a very formidable opponent here. I think that NC2 is also hesitating. I think waiting for backup. This compound right here, this is going to be a choke point should we reach a stage 9. So I think Hail just playing off of the edges. There's also high ground advantage over here, both from Tiger and Sky only. So if they choose to go backdoor play here, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I love though the line that Hale has made, and
Right?
we saw that we saw that earlier on the map, on the like not so mini map that we had. But I love the line that they're holding right now, not letting go of each position that Sem9 has, and Sky only. Oh, shots missed, but a follow up coming from Tiger takes down Mikiel, and there you go. Despite of depth being brought up to from when he was knocked down. Well, Hale is taking advantage of that. Miguel is
Nice.
the one who will be leaving a little bit early. Tam, though, taking a peek, but didn't see noise on the left side. And with those nades being thrown, this might be trouble for some 9. They might be gunned down later on
Yeah.
the moment that this closes in.
This is what I was talking about, man. That compound, that is a choke point. That is no man's land in a few seconds. So stage 9, as I mentioned, all the high ground advantage goes to Sem9. All they got it. This is basically a cat waiting for a mouse to get out of the maze right here. So good stuff. But look at Sem9. They're still punching back. Noise, however, with a very bold, very brave, very courageous push. I like the Tiger. Like he's going to tag up. Oh, Kenny has just put a stop to it. We're going trade after trade, blow by blow. Who's going to come out on top? Yes, it is indeed Hale Esports. Numbers advantage, positioning advantage, resource advantage. There was no way that Hale was going to drop that game, and that results to our 5th winner chicken dinner.
And there you have it. I mean, Hale has been improving overall from the grand finals. Not so much from the beginning, but this time, I mean, I would say they perfected their approach and towards the last part of this game. 14 elimination, 10 on the placement point, total 24. And well, love the showing coming from this team, and this will bring them a little bit higher, probably even more than 5 of the teams. We'll have to find out later on once that overall shows. But it is NC2 who has brought in a lot of fire in this battle, though. This is a team effort. It's just that he is had a good position against everyone else, took advantage of that, and brought them down.
Oh man, that was a picture perfect scouting and I'd say post up, by Hale over there. I could not find a gap. I could not find a flaw with that final position that they had. I loved it. Again, no backdoor plays.
Yeah.
No vehicular exits. None of those. They were just gonna wait for that blue zone to close in. As I mentioned, they're cats waiting for the mouse to leave the maze, and that they did. Sem9, they had to look up, but as soon as they did, the entirety of Hale, and that was very brave of Hale too. They even pushed.
Yeah.
They didn't wait
noise.
anymore. Yeah, that was noise, I believe.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that's quite bold, and I remember you mentioning that while I was watching this, the final moments. But going back to the teams to watch out for, we have Hale, Sem9, Genesis Esports, as well as Team XERXIA. But Genesis Esports are the one team that travels so much more compared to the others. But in terms of utility, it's Hale Esports. But NC2 right now is our MVP. 7 elimination, 1,016 on the damage, and half of his the contribution of the team right here just taken by this guy. 7, that was 14 that we have in total for elimination by the team. But match summary, we have a combination of mostly Hale and Yoru from MORPH GPX, and highest assist coming from Sky only.
Gotta love it. And very Hale Miramar, man, honestly.
Yeah.
I like the fact that they didn't actually choke a lot of their gunfights, to be honest with you, because I saw a lot of those. I saw a lot of flushes that didn't turn out as good as it should have, like Genesis, right? When they tried to go for a push, they actually ended on the flip side. But with Hale, the plans worked out perfectly. I think it was really a lot of good fortune, I would say, but of course calculation, right? That final zone it's still imprinted in my mind. That was I felt for Sem9 almost in a way, because there was really nothing they could do in that particular situation. That was it. That was the end game for Sem9 and for Hale. But with no other things to say, nothing to scoff at with Hale. They deserved this 24 points.
Yeah, I mean, they really improved over time from when we started our grand finals up until this moment. This is the one of the best gameplay that we have. And the final moment, I would agree. I mean, we mentioned about the line that they were holding, just to stop anyone to flank them, and that's really calculated. But going in on to our match statistics, we have 230 on the throws, and usually in Miramar is a lot. And it is West Kerry with 380 longest elimination distance. I don't think we reached 400 on the elimination distance. I think that is
as I recall,
improbable, probably, because we're dealing about like rendering issues, and not really issues, but rendering at some sort from that distance. But let's see, the distance has it has shortened. It has reduced right now. 300 and 208, so it's less than 100, but still, Boom Esports as well as NIGMA Galaxy, BIGETRON Red Villains maintain. But imagine how close it is this time around between the NIGMA Galaxy and BIGETRON. Now, T2K, Team RQ goes down a little bit. Some 9 move up one spot, and there will still be a shuffle from the 12 up until the 15th. Because it's quite close between these two teams. The same goes on 9th, 11th. And again, though there's not so much of, I would say, prize pool count at this more of the prestige that they have beating other teams below.
Yeah, I hate to be very bad whenever we see stuff like this, but ladies and gentlemen, I think that spells what the end of our tournament is gonna look like. But of course, there's a lot of experience had. And speaking of experience, this is another shot at TDM. One more breather here, another breath of fresh air, but at the same time stress. For some of the teams that are participating here. Of course, we're gonna stray away a little bit from our usual BR programming, folks, because this is our team deathmatch, the final, by the way.
Yeah.
Here at Clash of Giants Season 2. So I don't know. I'm very much invested as well in TDM now because of how some of these teams, specifically here, we have NIGMA Galaxy who has another shot at basically the $100 prize.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, we have PERSIJA EVOS against them, and earlier they were in a losing battle, if I'm not mistaken, against STALWART Esports. But I mean, this is good chance for either of these teams to grab that spot. 5 seconds before team deathmatch begin. And on the red side is NIGMA Galaxy, and on the blue side, this is where PERSIJA EVOS are. And here comes the rush. Mostly, PERSIJA EVOS has a favorable position based on how we've seen them before, or seen other teams done it before. But again, NIGMA Galaxy will not give out that advantage, and they will put in the firepower.
Yeah, nobody here inflicting. Oh, never mind. I was about to say that nobody has inflicted any wounds yet, but through a nade, what a way to start our team deathmatch over here. We already have one on the board from PERSIJA EVOS. Okay, good stuff here. Care of Zuxi. I like this. Even though we're hearing a lot of gunfire, I think it's primarily just free fire at this point. And flushing. Oh man, look at Lynx just crossing the line literally here. Is going through where the rest of NIGMA Galaxy are. And a pistol. Look at that. Misery uses secondary. Are you serious? Oh, he heard me. You heard me. Oh, you naughty, dirty little dog. You. But yeah, I gotta love it. Thank you so much for granting my wish, even though I know it may not have been on purpose.
Yeah. The thing is, like, one thing I would really give props for PERSIJA EVOS is they're one of the teams who really are utilizing grenades in this team deathmatch, and it might give those advantage, especially in corners that they don't have much visibility, and also not so much of wiggle room for the opposing team. But well, NIGMA Galaxy right now, they can move across, move away from where PERSIJA EVOS are trying to spawn trap them. And Coops right now has already crossed over. Let's see if Redface can beat him to it and stop him on their heels. Nades, and back and forth we go. Redface almost being taken down. Coops right now rushing in the shot. By Red Face brings him down.
Okay, 9-6, not really very far off, but you know, you can already tell who's very confident for the push here. That is PERSIJA. He goes, okay, 11-6, making that bigger gap in between these two. We don't really even have to wind the clock down anymore. I think this is gonna go by really fast. You see how the numbers really shift rather swiftly on the side of PERSIJA EVOS. They don't want to take this. Again, Lynx, man.
What?
Look at him. He's so confident. Lynx is just going for it. Literally going for the kills. He does have XERXIA as backup, I would say. Red Face too. Man, they are trying to take the hill from NIGMA Galaxy over here. They're gonna try to spawn trap these guys.
Yeah, I mean, like we mentioned earlier, PERSIJA EVOS has more favorable in terms of their position, their spawns, and being caught off guard in this containers or in this. It's very difficult because there's a lot of opening for grenades to go through. Even bullets cannot pass in, but the grenades can bounce off through that and will stop your position. So 9 points are 8-point lead, make that 7. And NIGMA Galaxy really needs to fire back, but good position coming from Lynx once again. I believe it is Lynx as well as Misery who have the highest elimination out of these two teams, but they are still increasing. Lynx is the one who grabbed position this time around, but they are now halfway through on the target.
All right, more so. We are 22-15 here. I like that the gap is also kind of consistent, you know, between these two teams, and that's what you want when it comes to team deathmatch. You want to establish a big enough lead for you to be able to kind of slow down, probably play camp, but at the same time, I don't think that PERSIJA EVOS they want to do that right now. They really push. If you notice, a lot of the parts of the map that we're looking at is dominated by PERSIJA EVOS. And then look at this again, Lynx, man. He always dares cross mid. Like I don't even think that he wants to take cover anymore. He just wants to do that just so he could catch the enemies by surprise, right? But Lynx he's out for blood right here. See, look at him. No hesitation. He just sprinted right through the enemy.
Yeah, well, that is Lynx for you. And but for the side of NIGMA Galaxy, it was Coops who has the highest elimination. 11 already into his name, but it's not translating yet for team taking the lead in this battle, and that is one thing that is very difficult. That is one thing that's one thing that you need to worry about, because it is a catch-up game. They need to close the gap. They need to take advantage of the lead, and hopefully it comes through this time, because it's getting close to that 40.
9 more frags here, and I believe that PERSIJA EVOS they want to keep the streak going. Momentum. It's flow state Misery here. Good jump shot over there. And XERXIA is right through the logs. My favorite spot right there. That shed is a big problem. If you manage to maneuver in and out of it, you got both sides covered. Last 5 frags here for PERSIJA EVOS. Again, what we call this is the blowing off some steam mode for some of our teams, because that BR could be stressful every now and then.
Oh yeah, especially if you're on the losing end of most of the engagement. But if you're on the losing end from earlier and you're still losing end at this point, I don't think you'll be blowing some steam. You'll need a little bit more after that. But there you have it. The gap is getting closer, and as well as the target. So let's see if PERSIJA EVOS can close this up. 3 more points. Coops right now almost hit, but no. The angle is being hot. Oh, Coops has gone down despite of the help coming from Lord from above. A freak being gunned down as well. 1 more to go. 1 more to go, and they are about to end it. There we have it. Raul for the pistol gameplay. That is a little bit too late though, because they didn't win. But as we see, it's a PERSIJA EVOS for the win into team deathmatch. And well, that was an awesome game that we've seen for team deathmatch, though it's not quite the back and forth that we often see. But PERSIJA EVOS, I think we've seen so much hunger in them in that match.
I do believe though that the back and forth that we saw was the fact that nobody had more than 5 combos, like not 5 streaks. So that says a lot, right? It means that it's fairly even, despite the lead that PERSIJA EVOS established. But ladies and gentlemen, before anything else, thank you so much for watching that team deathmatch. We are approaching our final match, not just for the day, but for Clash of Giants Season 2's Grand Finals. So, don't go anywhere, grab a bit of a drink, Pika here and Neptune. We are going to bring you the action one last time after the short break. We'll be right back. After days and weeks of grueling PUBG Mobile action, it has come down to this. The grand finals and the final match here at Clash of Giants Season 2. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves. This is going to be one heck of a ride. Pika and Neptune here in commentary to bring you this momentous conclusion. Yes, it saddens me a little bit, but somebody has to go home with that championship.
Yep, definitely. I mean, it looks like it's already predetermined, but we still have to go through everything else because we're looking at not only the champion, but also the second up until the fourth place, and that is where those prize pool can really matter. And we love the story that is happening in those places because we currently have, earlier when we saw it, it's Boom NIGMA Galaxy as well as BIGETRON Red Villains, and it's quite tight. One great game, especially with the numbers that they can grab, and an elimination can change the output, the outcome of those three teams. But the giveaway right now depends on everyone who now. If we can reach 50,000 watching on YouTube, 2 AirPods will be given away, and 70,000 will be translating to iPhone 15 to be given away. And the first one has already been achieved, so I'm pretty I'm pretty sure that you're still willing to grab all of those. All you have to do is follow these steps to qualify. Follow us on Instagram, join the Discord server, send a screenshot that you did so, and grab your token number and wait for the live draw to happen.
Man, I'm already confident that with this grand finals, a lot of people's interests have already been piqued.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a very big chance that a little later on, if not close, we'd probably actually hit these milestones. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of the end here. We're going back to ERANGEL, where everything began actually, for PUBG Mobile. So El Clasico, no better way to end it. But the bigger question is, who is gonna emerge on top after all the dust has been settled? And I'd say, me for one, I'm keeping an open mind here in Neptune. So could be any team. And despite our predictions, it's gonna be one heck of a ride, as I always say.
Yeah, and as a recap right now, still none of the team within the day grab a winner chicken dinner. MORPH GPX, Boom, Stalwart Esports, C2K, as well as Halo Esports consecutively has grabbed their spot. Well, let's see. It might change this time around on the final OG map of ERANGEL, because it will be exciting right now. Earlier, we've seen a little bit of increase in terms of elimination being done from the mid part up until the end. But this time around, we're going to find out if that happens. Prediction. I'm going to give this to you once again. Since you have a more and the correct prediction, who would you choose will be taking this winner chicken dinner?
It is very special to me because this is the last time that I'm going to be doing this, at least for this tournament. Yeah. So, wow, okay, that is a pretty big cross to bear. But I'd say this time around, judging by the way that they're handling things, maybe I'm gonna give it to Boom.
Oh.
I'm a believer, honestly. I'm a believer in Boom Esports. So I think Boom Esports will finally put the nail in the coffin. If not, it's fine. I have completely been convinced that they really are another team to watch out for. Not just in this tournament, but moving forward. I know there's more to see from Boom Esports. I'll lock it in.
Yeah. Well, I've already had a chance with Boom. I think I already had a chance with NIGMA Galaxy. I'm going to put in BIGETRON Red Villains right.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're still in the running. Only a few more points for them to catch up to the number 2 spot, and well, I guess this not only am I the one hungry, but also the other teams right here are hungry to grab those points. So BIGETRON Red Villains for me, and for you it's Boom Esports. I guess that's fair enough.
Fair enough, indeed. Okay, so yeah, Prod, that is it. I do think that it has been an awesome number of days having to predict, and
oh yeah,
I'm gonna keep this streak. So shout outs to everybody else who casted this tournament. Blink blink. I may not have been here the whole way, but that's on me. That's forever in my credentials. Right,
yeah.
I mean, aside,
I guess you have the most correct prediction. If I'm not mistaken, not quite sure. Production can confirm that, but you have the most.
So far, I'd say. Yeah, oh, okay. I have competition. I got competition. I'll wait till you get back. But anyways, today's the day that you will, how should I say this? You will regret crossing my path. I'm not just kidding. Anyways, realistically speaking, hopefully this game gives us one to talk about for the rest of our week. Honestly, so fingers crossed. I cannot wait for this ERANGEL finale. Definitely,
we are about to see a different side of all the teams right now. Again, usually last day bring in different spirit for the team. The last game of the last day brings in the demon out of the team. Okay, so this is what we want to see right now. I guess initial engagement. Some of the teams who have started rivalry will be bringing it on right now, and well, I'm expecting that on the onset of the game, those who are not part or like not in the running of that number 4 spot might just be enjoying the game, enjoying the matches, and just grabbing all those possible eliminations to their side. So As we jump into the last game of this Clash of Giants, we are about to see ERANGEL once again, and I'm really excited on how this is going to turn out.
This is the finale after all, so wow. Okay, again, keeping an open mind here. I'm not really so sure how our teams are gonna plan this out, but yes, for what it's worth, we have not seen even the slightest shadow of 4 Miracle Vibes actually emerging victorious. I'd say it's been quite the day to end things, and each of these teams that have been getting their winner chicken dinners, they gave us moments to remember.
Oh yeah.
If I'm gonna be very sentimental about it, I do think that it's they had their own times to shine. Safe to say. So here, this is a different flight path. I'd say this is a hard west for the most part, and this is usually where 4 Miracle Vibes would want to get off, and I think they're still gonna push for it. You know, I think they're still gonna try to land on SANHOK, big loot and all, but that is of course if they're not beaten yet by BIGETRON and the MORPH, because looks like they are. You know, if we're gonna assume the worst, they are gonna go for all that.
Yeah, I mean, there's not so much risk for Miracle Vibes right now, but I don't think they'll be able to make it directly into SANHOK military base. And we don't have any sight of STALWART Esports as well. So let's see. And as we anticipated in the early onset of the game, we have engagement already happening. We have Sem9 going against KAGENDRA. Let's see who's going to beat them off. And this gunfight, we are currently in the mansion, but we're not looking for reaches right now. We're not looking for riches and all those gold in the mansion. We are just looking for elimination. And Flyboy already with the AKM in prime position, as well as prime motivation to fire back, but there's not so much of armor on him, so they need to be careful not to be taken off, especially on a headshot.
All right, good start so far. I'd say this is one of those moments when I know I'm gonna get a jump scare. I can already feel it. It is predetermined already. Early encounter right here, supposedly here between Ralph, Ashad, a new player here on the side of 7th Element. What I was talking about earlier, they have a roster, basically an array of players they can shuffle in and out of. So here, Ralph just gets flushed out of the house over here. A lot of smoke.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to see through and breathe through the smoke. Shots onto Ralph right now, and down. And let's see if the response will be happening through the window. A shot will not be showing up that easily. It is Lord who will be hit. Oh my goodness.
R98?
Yes, sir. And it's a 3-man team from 7th Element bringing in the action, bringing in the fire, and they will be ending it with so much flair this time around. They have 2 eliminations already, and they're facing against NIGMA Galaxy. One thing that worries me though for NIGMA Galaxy is how can they maintain their spot if they're dying off this early against 7th Element.
I'm not keeping hopes up, but at the same time, I'm gonna just let y'all do your thing, because 3 men. This is not a good way to start it, honestly. And not to mention, we have a new member, or rather, like a new addition to the mix. I've never seen Ashad. I'd say at least for the entirety of this tournament. So, or at least maybe here in the grand finals. So this is a questionable call for me, honestly.
Yeah.
For 7th Element, yeah, there are some frags over there, but how long can they withstand this? Only an early stage. We already lost KAGENDRA with 1 elimination, and there's a bit of damage there on the side of 7th Element. Good couple frags though. I'm just again playing this thing by ear.
Well, let's see if they will help you as well, because I'm pretty sure they are playing with their ears well, listening in onto where the footsteps and gunshots are coming from. Coops right now in trouble. Now, looking at the original roster, or what we have currently coming from this team, I'm not seeing probably Coops is Alien, because a shot already showed up. So again, that's a question that can be oh no, that is a NIGMA Galaxy rather. Sorry, that is my bad. Well, we'll have to find out later on, probably from different resources, but NIGMA Galaxy, they need to fight back. They need to survive. Otherwise, they might be losing that spot that they are hoping to grab on the second place, and Bigetron Red Villains will have a chance as well to catch up in this match. But we're still a waiting game. Even the back and forth is giving me a little bit of nausea because of how quickly they're moving, and they're not moving against anyone. Just trying to find out where NIGMA Galaxy is.
My goodness, yeah, you're right about that. It's giving me a bit of a shuffle over here, but it's okay. So it's gotta take that a little bit. Now we still have Coops over there, just trying to play a bit of a survival mode.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. I think Freak is also trying to provide cover fire so that Coops can egg. No, that's a pretty tough spot that Coops is in. Trying to use that over the shoulder shot advantage as well. But yeah, this tunnel right here, it's kind of perilous. It's a very bad situation, very bad spot. Maybe, just maybe, Seventh Element will just move on a little later if the clock starts to wind down. But I don't know. Maybe they're gonna go bloodthirsty on this one and just take out Coops on the spot. I'm not even sure they're aware that Freak has a line of vision. Okay, wow, maybe they do. Look at that.
Yeah.
The way that they pop the smoke. They go, oh yeah, they are. They are gonna flush out. Gotta be ready for the counter. Oh, they see the gun.
Yep, they saw the foot as well, and shot right now as well. Gray in hand. Ooh, failed to do so. And Coops will be going down. Freak right now. Well, as a mistake that he made, he jumped out, and it's very difficult to move away from this location. But not far behind is For Miracle Vibes. They've been silent. I guess they want to go for the surprise hit. But again, it will depend as to how Seventh Element will be willing to take this. Now, on the other side, we've seen a little bit of scruffle coming from RRQ as well as Boom. And both sides has lost one of their members. Now, Sem9 also lost one, and that is with a battle that they have against KAGENDRA. So, man, I was expecting a little bit of fast-paced gameplay, but after those initial engagement, it just slowed down.
Yeah, me too. Honestly, probably a bit of restraint, from our team. They just wanted to kind of put the pace a little bit. Ooh. Never mind. Freak with an ambush over here, just lured in east. This is definitely information for the remainder of For Miracle Vibes, but kind of distant from where this casualty was actually made. Now Freak needs to get out and dodge, for the safety of it. Okay, wow, what an entry from a Seventh Element. Oh, okay, so that was kind of like worth the risk, right?
Yeah.
Had somebody knocked down. Man, okay, that was, you only see that in I'd say role-playing games, man. But okay, good stuff.
Yeah, but the For Miracle Vibes, the battle is not yet over, though they lost east into the gunfight. They are in a good run to grab more points. T24 right now hiding out in this tunnel, and Doc sees him. Only a few HP remaining, and there. Seventh Element will be taken out and eliminated from this game. 13 remains in this team, and I love on the next stage of Circle. It's quite a good position to lure some of the teams in, and though we have a few already inside, we know how they start this battle, especially for the side of Genesis Esports and PERSIJA EVOS. They want to get this on right now, but they haven't seen so much of a shadow of each other.
Right, and that's what I was talking about with Seventh Element, man. I just want to dial it back a little bit, because Seventh Element with 3 men, that's already a death wish, for lack of a better term, and that's just to be honest. I'm not actually disputing any of the skills the Seventh Element has. It's just that it's still 3 guys.
Yeah.
If history has taught us anything, numbers always. Yeah, I'd say it might sadden me a little bit, but it's kind of a permanent adieu.
Yeah.
At least for this tournament for Seventh Element, they are at the bottom sadly, and with at least add 4 points, right? So they're exiting exiting not just the lobby but the tournament with 112 points to say the least. Now, let's bring it back to the action over here. RRQ lost already a couple guys, so they are one of the so far, or rather one guy, numerically inferior teams that we have. So
Yeah.
they have to play this slow. And again, I don't want to see, personally, I don't want to see those really unusual plays that we've been talking about. Yeah, the blue zone right here, taking more names.
Ooh.
I'd say with this, it doesn't hurt as much, but we've seen somebody already get exiled and hurt, eliminated as early as stage 4. So you don't want to have to risk this much. You don't have that much agility and health.
Yeah, as we can see right now, well, there's no regard to health right here. Coming from Cleon, he went in for a battle against one Esports, and they are now left with 2 players. Now, they are playing it not so safe though, and they need to move for safety terms, because with this position, especially with the other team hearing those gunshots, they might be caught off guard, but there's no catching Boom Esports right now. They have the high ground. They're far away. Even if they stop, it might be a surprise against Bobo Ho right now, so you need to think twice before you rush in. And well, I guess he did. He turned and went in the U-turn. Megamind on the other hand have different thing in mind, spotting off Stalwart Esports from afar and a little bit of spam, but will not make so much of damage. Only a few. Oh, what a response! Stalwart Esports, who fires back. I think that is like, if I'm not mistaken, that was another car shot onto this guy.
Man. Alright, people have forgotten that living legend in the form of R98. You know, one of the most reliable long-range weapons ever.
Right.
I'm not just talking about this meta, but ever.
Mm-hmm.
In PUBG Mobile, and at some point, people really dread that. If not a car that's a mountain a gun, then it's still gonna function the same way. Oh man, okay. Rare guns it is. Oh, okay, but tops! Ahead of the curve, just as soon as somebody peeked from that window. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. We're seeing, well, I mean, at least we're seeing, because for most of the time when we are in ERANGEL, seeing those engagements, but this time a good rush right now being done against XERXIA. Stalwart Esports right now with a multi against RNJ, and IC finishing it off with a grenade. IC right now will put down a 1. Z will feel the wrath of Stalwart Esports, but action has been brought down, and unfortunately for XERXIA, they will be eliminated right now on 13th spot. And right, good chance for Stalwart Esports to recover, but they need to do fast, otherwise the other teams might take advantage of them going down, as well as all this engagement ending real quick. 2-2K right now on the roll, on a hunt, and they might be seeing Genesis Esports on the high ground.
GG's indeed. You know, I like that. Despite the fact that we are ending this, and it is a bittersweet moment, right? That Clash of Giants is coming to a close. I like that these teams have had their share of, again, memorable moments. So it's XERXIA, of course. We had a lot to recall from XERXIA. So it kind of hurts less, but of course, the having to leave the lobby without a point to add to their count, 136 and 0. They're the only team right now who actually has that standing. So they're the only team eliminated without adding 1 to the board. Okay, so here we go. Back to the mostly, I'd say, probably the most dominant team I've ever seen in a tournament. You know, in terms of point gaps.
Yeah.
Right, because of, man, 4 Miracle Vibes, 100, and basically now they're 100 and I'd say 103 points. Somewhere along those lines. 103 points ahead of Boom Esports. So this is pretty authoritative. So here, there it is again. Another frag grenade basically from Apex, and yeah, this is exactly why. This is exactly why 4 Miracle Vibes is considerably the strongest team that we have here so far.
Yeah. Yeah, they know how to position themselves well. They know as well how to get back against the enemy, and even from a little mistake just like that, stepping into a Molotov, they understand that all they have to do is just wait it out, and they have enough on themselves to survive. But Boom Esports right now, they haven't eliminated too early though to how I would say catch up or maintain their lead in BIGETRON Red Villains. This makes them in a good running to probably take the second spot right now, or the third spot right now. And if in case they do a lot more, then they might be the one on number 2. But action right here, still not yet over. Not even seeing Kenny. And there you have it! The shot by Kenny on S12K still managed to survive though. Stalwart Esports in a 1v2 situation. Kenny needs to recover. He needs to heal, and heal he does. And now the battle is on 1v2. Let's see if anyone from Stalwart will rush him.
I gotta bow real quick, to Boom Esports. For my last bet for absolute prediction. Oh my gosh, that was hilarious. Oh no, Baron just fell right to the water. Oh man. Okay, that did not look pretty at all. I'm so sorry, but ladies and gentlemen, this is one more hurrah here on the side of Sem9, obviously. But getting back to the action, BIGETRON Red Villains still in the running. PERSIJA EVOS, thank you for being here in Clash of Giants. That's a definite pickup on the side of BIGETRON. That is a revive, a bunch of revives basically in just a few moments. So BIGETRON looking really strong, really cool over here with 4 eliminations, still trying to rival for a miracle vibes. But man, the way that Baron fell to the water, I cannot get that out of my head. Man, I hope you're doing okay. That was a whiplash off of that bridge.
That was a panic drive. Not expecting Stalwart Esports to be in there. He was like going left and right. Oh, Galak just catching that nade coming from NC2. Hill Esports right now. Again, they came in strong and or they came in not so strong though in grand finals, but the slowly building up what they have, and this is something that this is something that we were expecting early on from the Thailand team, but it's only up until now that we've seen them really perform. Kenny S right now is in trouble being taken by the blue. The moment that he steps out, I'm pretty sure tops, especially as he's on the tops, will take him down, but it's more of recovery gameplay as well as swimming that might give him that survival.
But I don't know how long he's gonna try to take this. The stage 4, as I mentioned, that's already taken a lot of lives. This is already pretty painful to say the least. I'd say every shot takes about 10 damage, maybe 5. I don't know, but it's safe to assume that it's definitely gonna hurt. If you don't exit, if you don't make a run for it, then and he's not moving though.
Yeah.
You see where Kenny is, he's just there. I think he's trying to maybe take a chance that the teams are gonna leave, and I'm honestly waiting for his to pop up on speed. It's a bit sneaky, yes, but I'm just trying to be cautious here for Kenny. I don't know how he's doing. I want to message him. How much health do you have?
The thing is, you know how Kenny is. Even if we thought that Kenny is dead, he appears in the next season. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Kenny's alive.
Of course. Oh,
so there's still a lot of hope for Kenny right now.
You can't kill him. You just can't kill Kenny. I'm telling you.
Exactly. But let's see. We have Genesis Esports going against Hill, and right now in the bitter end, feeling all those grenades right now, and Hex has a good spot to see and shoot against Hill as well as Genesis Esports. Again, this is RRQ just taking advantage of what other teams has started already. BIGETRON Red Villains though, they have done a lot in terms of the elimination, and if I'm not mistaken, they have 8 elimination already, and that would translate that they have, add 8 to the 119 that they have, it's 216, and that I guess is already past Boom Esports, and they might be already on the second spot.
Oh man, and that's a good sign. right?
Oh,
To say
yeah.
the least. That's a very, very good sign. But at this point, I do think that the teams are moving quite fast already.
Mhm.
They want to inflict as much damage as possible here. So it is. I do think that they're no longer eyeing for placement here. At least some of the teams. I know that they know their numbers.
Uh-huh.
At this point, it is big dog should really be chasing. There's the drop. Not so sure if someone's gonna go for it, but yeah, train to kill. It's within arm's reach. So if they're gonna be brave enough, they got a lot of goods over there. But I do believe they're being cornered here. For Miracle
Mhm.
Vibes has a good amount of vantage point. Hale also, Hale they're in a pretty tight spot. RRQ. This is an interesting stage 5 that I'm looking at. Some within the
Oh,
edges,
yeah.
and some within it, and some are actually inside it. Yeah. Okay. The Hale does have a problem, a big problem.
All right. And, well, there you have it. We have a few more that we have to see.
No
Ooh!
way.
Nice shot. Coming from Nice. And fifth elimination for this team. RRQ, though. I mean, the surprise hit coming from Hale really took down RRQ when they are in a pinch. They are in a disadvantage, but the pressure is still not yet over. We are about to see Apex right now try to beat him to it, but still good ridge to hold. On the other side, we have BIGETRON the Villains going in against STALWART Esports. Lapar is putting a lot of pressure. Icy almost has been taken down, and Chocolate is one out of two remaining players from Stalwart Esports. So a good chance for them to grab a few more. And I was right. They have a lot of eliminations already to their side. Three of each from Lapar, Boyseal, as well as Satarles. And unfortunately, Genfos fell a little bit too early into this game, unable to make any points. But these teams of Bigetron Red Villains, they know when everything is
no.
crunch time, and they're not giving up. But Zatar has fallen down. Not so much of cover. Chocolate right now will be rushed though. Hopefully they don't make a mistake of showing up a little bit too high, especially with shots coming from far. And there goes Love beating them down. How much more is needed by Bigetron Red Villains to survive? Two more alive and kicking.
Oh man. Chocolate is on a tear though. I'm gonna give him that. Icy out of the picture. He's in the running for another. Oh, there it is. I was about to save. Shy up his frags alongside Icy. So I like it. I like what's going on here. And look at this. As I mentioned, this stage is very interesting.
Yeah.
Because we have Hale, and we've seen Hale come out for an ambush, right? They've done it before. They could absolutely just wait out the opponents, enter a building, guns blazing, wait. Perfect time when it's right. But Bigetron Red Villains already has 9 eliminations, by the way. So this is a big dent on the record. This is a big match. Chocolate not too good here, not too shabby. Oh wow, what a drive by here! Another member of Bigetron. We have Lapar trying to close the distance. I think he's really scouting for information here. I don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to actually 100% engage. Up there it is, one casualty. Beautiful, right on the noggin, and 10 eliminations. Care of the heavy pedaling by Lapar. So I think he's bound to regroup here. Him and Zatarlis. So I don't know. Maybe, supposedly they should.
Yeah, they need to regroup right now because they're spread a little too thin, and one good nade can bring down either one, even in the buggy. So Satar right now just slow down a little bit. Found a little bit of a dip or ridge to play with, but not quite sure if they know where T2K is because it will be trouble if in case they start firing. But Suyog right now, together with Love, will be waiting it out. Again, there's plenty of time. 45 seconds remaining. And Suyog, I guess Suyog has felt a little bit of damage from the other side. Not coming from Bigetron the Villains, but he is going for the flank. Now, will this work for him probably to beat down Satar, or will Lapar just move in onto the airdrop and take advantage of situations? Suyog right now. Oh, good scout. Good scout indeed. He will be making that U-turn, and Satar right now going for that pressure.
Okay, exits the vehicle. Now this is a very tight V position right here. This is okay. This is bad for Trade to Kill. Now they have this house sure to their advantage cover-wise. But that would definitely mean info, like a lot of info. You see how Lapar is already readying up his grenade. Probably trying to flush him out. Oh, but wow, okay, where did that come from? Lapar just, he had to take the car back home. Gotta peel out. All right, so again, this is what we're talking about. Regroup. Gotta recalculate their ways. Oh my gosh, what a pickoff from Doc. I like that. I like the fact that he was very confident that Slim Zai was gonna be there. So.
Yeah, I mean that's quite an off angle. Not quite sure if Slim Zai was just distracted of noise.
Yeah,
but like
where even.
Yeah, I mean it's unfortunate. Well, it's surprising that a team, especially a team who's knowing that there's a lot surrounding, will show up in that angle that will be sighted from the other side. But Apex and Formidable Vibes are like they are different kinds of monster. I would say in this battlefield, they have a huge lead already. They can put in a lot more. But they need to make it work this time because there's only 2 of them surviving.
Man, 6 teams. It's a stage 7. It really dragged on to this. I like it. You know, these players right now. Oh my god, okay, with the crazy split. Oh, finally putting a seal on Lapar. But Love getting taken out by Zatarlis. He's donating him. He's donating him.
Oh no! It is a steal from afar. And that was, though, despite of them winning the engagement, it's Formidable Vibes. The distance that they have, the noise that they made, that really brought them in. And Slim Zai, what are you doing? That's the second time around that you have been spotted already. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Are we watching the same thing, or is this a replay? Because so far it was the same spot, same guy, and the same knockdown.
No, it's not. But it is the mistake committed twice.
Oh my God! Left with 4 more teams and 7 seconds remaining as the next safe zone will be closing in.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so here, this is a quick change of tone here, ladies and gentlemen, because a while ago it seemed to be moving so fast, but these pairs right here, these teams, these players are in it to win it. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, for Merkel Vibes, they just wanna go out the kings right here. You see how they're trying to basically egg the house for Slim Zai and Rescue all in. It's a 2-2-1. Now with Stalwart Esports, I do think that they're gonna have to call it quits. Whoever it is that's left from Stalwart, you need to really find that barracks that you can stay up until the dust has settled here for these players. Because Hale, they're down by 1. It's safe to assume that NC2 will try his absolute best to revive that, so that the numbers game will not fall short of their advantage. Here we go, 7 frags, and all this time Genesis Esports only with 1 frag. Oh man, Noise though. He is out of there now. This has to be an absolute duel between tops. And I believe this is NC2. So should NC2 or tops spot each other, they're definitely doing that shot.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Doc has spotted the tops already in the Slim Zai. Well, the response is good for him. He has been knocked down a couple of times already, and you can see his armor and helmet is quite red already after all of those gunshots, but they're still alive and kicking, and C2 right now is still alive and firing back, and finally Slim Zai gets it. 2v2 situation for Medical Vibes and Genesis Esports. A good chance for them to show them who they are, but Doc right now, a great angle to spot them.
So yeah, before there's even a knighting or an awarding here for Miracle Vibes, they still have a bit of a job to do here. They gotta put Genesis Esports to their place, but not if they have something to say about it. I like this. I like this scramble. They're within the same compound, same house. So it's really just a matter of who peaks first, who is gonna draw first and or final blood. Here we go. Gunfire coming from Slim Zai right off the roof. Oh! Okay. It's safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, that it will be once again for Miracle Vibes who will take the winner chicken dinner. What did I say earlier? Gentlemen, What did I say, Neptune? They're gonna take it back, man. They did not want to end the day without getting a victory, and that they did.
Definitely, they did, and we've seen how strategic they did it. Even for surprise hit, possible surprise hit, they know how to counter that. They know how to position themselves quite well. But I thought we are going to end this day without having full vibes, grab that winner chicken dinner, but they thought otherwise. But I would say, I would like to see how many points really has been brought in by those in running for second place, because if I'm not mistaken, Bigetron Red Villains really has already taken that second spot, and though it's far from that #1 spot, it's a good run for BTR, and GG's for those who played it well and showed up this time around, and we are done. We're done with all the matches, and we are here to announce the champions of the Clash of Giants Season 2, brought to us by Ruthless, Hype Esports, powered by TikTok. These are your champions. We have 4 Miracle Vibes. These guys showed up from the qualifiers up until the playoffs and into the grand finals with a dominating point and presence against every team who went against them.
This grand finals is nothing short of amazing, man. Especially with these gentlemen right here.
Oh yeah,
showing us what they're capable of. And I'm gonna be safe with this. They're very young, very talented. They're still gonna reach their prime. You know, I'm pretty sure this is not it yet. And even if it is, they're making statements left and right. But of course, absolute kudos to the teams who made it to our grand finals. Not just the top 4, but the entirety of the top 16. I know they gave it their all. But every tournament has to have a champion. And this is it. This is 4 Miracle Vibes.
Yep, and let's check out who is first runner-up in this game. Again, this is where hearts will be pounding, because we're going to go in Bigetron Red Villains. They caught up. They were in the #4 before that last ERANGEL. They know what to do. They know what to do. They know the survivability as well as the prowess to get all those elimination, and they did so. And they end up above the rest. Well, below for Miracle Vibes though.
Absolute flashy finish right here
on
the side of Bigetron Red Villains, because they did sink quite significantly. They got beaten by a couple other teams aside from our champions, so this was really a very good showing. What a way to cap things up from Bigetron Red Villains. And this is also one of the teams that would really stick to me. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see who managed to make it to our second runner-up. Definitely not the last for our placement, and here we go. Oh boy. Is this one? Nice boom!
Well, Boom Esports, they did a good number against the other teams to catch up to that second spot. It's just unfortunate though that in the final match they didn't put up so much of a fight, though they are in the lead. But well, Bigetron Red Villains just survived a little bit further. But again, congratulations for Boom Esports taking the second runner-up in this grand finals. And well, if there will be anyone else, I won't be surprised if we have NIGMA Galaxy next to them. But let's check out who is overall MVP in this competition, because there's also Translate prize pool for them, and there's no other than he has brought in more than 51 to be exact, and 10,654 in damage, 30% team contribution. And this is like this guy has survived most of the gunfights, fought against most of those enemies, and managed to put himself to the top.
I actually had no doubt. You know, if there was anybody who would come close to Ace, it's still his teammates. So
exactly,
it's still a win-win situation. So this is like #2.
Right.
This is a strike #2 on the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. Apart from being champion, they're gonna hoist this guy up to their shoulders. East a 9-2-2. Just excellent job all throughout this grand final. So okay, so apart from that, let's see who has become the assassin of the tournament with the most numbers of eliminations, right? So
No questions though. No
Yep,
questions because we
exactly.
talk about that. Though you talked about that. So that's a 3-4-3 already. And in terms of everything that can be grabbed right here by a team, and that would be another $200 for the team right here. Team with most elimination, that will translate to that. Be earlier, that was a $300 in addition to the 3,500 US dollars that they grab. But again, it is just so much of great gameplays as well as awesome prowess from Fort Miracle Vibes right here. We have fan favorite
Hey.
BIGETRON Red Villains. Apart from catching up on the second place, they are favorite out there by the fans and YouTube. So once again, thank you very much on YouTube for giving us all the support and also giving your support to BIGETRON Red Villains.
With again, with all the standings that they showed us, from the playoffs all the way to today, there's almost no doubt that really it's BIGETRON Red Villains that the fans are gonna root for, right? They're not underdogs at all, not far from it. But it's the climb towards the top that kind of made it more interesting than it should be. So congratulations to BIGETRON Red Villains. That is just again one more reason to keep watching and keep rooting for this team. Now, this right here is, I think this was the exclamation point, right? This is where East has sealed the deal as the overall MVP.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the same. No one has been kicked out. And, well, it's so unfortunate, though, for Baron. I guess he's mostly the one who has been taken out of the team from the early engagement. I would say it's still props to him. He's become the scout and also one of the guys that will really give out the information to help Formical Vibes into the battle. Unfortunately, that not all from Formical Vibes ended up, but fortunate that Yummy will be in there. Still, Coops remain on the road to MVP. Overall, Fraggers right here, it's, oh my god. For the side of the Fraggers, it's tied between East and Doc. And it's only a matter of that damage. So if in case on the final match, like Doc grab a lot of damage against the other team, then he could have been the one on that MVP and taking over against East 922.
I told you, man, the closest to the best is his teammate as well, so nobody actually loses it. So even the head-to-head right here, right? This is
quite close.
Yeah, I mean, inches, honestly, between East and Doc. So I like this, especially for Four Miracle Vibes, man. They won the whole plate. They got everything. So it's safe to say right now that we're gonna see more of a Four Miracle Vibes in the coming tournaments, not just this one. But more importantly, I want to see who among these two fine gentlemen will take turns maybe in the overall MVP in their respective positions. But here, this is what happened as we ended our day. For Miracle Vibes, we did say that more than 100 points against the next best team here, fan favorite BIGETRON Red Villains. So MOOV Esports and NIGMA Galaxy with that bit of a dip, they landed themselves at fourth spot. So valiant effort from everybody. 5-8 here, really close call. Again, specifically with Hale Esports and DEWA United, it's just a matter of these points, these minute details that make the difference.
Definitely. They worked their way all throughout, and then they managed to move up. But again, there's valiant effort by the team. MORPH GPX even so as well. Stalwart Esports. I mean, in the final moment, they managed to cross over from second page to the first page. So, well, this is a great improvement coming from the team. It's just unfortunate that we can't add a bit more in terms of days that they are going to fight. But on the second page, we have RRQ also, but TK though fell a few short points to that number 9 spot, and the same goes for PERSIJA. Genesis Esports also did a good run in the final moment, themselves up 3 spots. Sem9 the same, and KAGENDRA and Team XERXIA. Unfortunately, it's it's just a matter of a couple of points that pushed them down. 7 Element, I mean, props to them despite of them being in 16th spot and the lead not so close. but we've seen great gameplay from 7-Element, even clutch gameplays, and I'm hoping to see more from this team in the future. But as we look in on a few final details in this game, team head-to-head, we have 4 Vibes and Red Villains, like the huge lead that Formical Vibes has taken against second placer BIGETRON Red Villains. It has really made it concrete that they are number 1. So I'm looking forward to what the Red Villains will be offering the next time around, probably in season 3.
Yeah, honestly, it could have gone either way if we had honestly more days. But again, that's all she wrote for these teams. This is all that we can offer. But again, no shortage of action. I do like the fact that BIGETRON Esports, they managed to close the gap, even though yes, it's still a chunky 100.
Yeah.
But in terms of effort as well, I have to give them 100% credit for it. It could have been more dominant, but they stood in the way of 4 Miracle Vibes in that sense. So yeah, look at the uproar, and at the same time the decline every now and then for these teams. So it was really a race. Yeah, it was really a marathon, not a race. Yeah. So it had a lot to do with building up, trying to compose themselves, right? But at the end of the day, it just proved to be too much of a force. That 4 Miracle Vibes really is a very dominant team. I'm gonna say that out loud. But look at this survival, all within the 27-minute margin.
Yeah.
And the Slim Zai, despite the naughtiness that we saw from him a little earlier on, he was pushing for about 28 minutes here. Not gonna lie, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, Genesis Esports really brought in a lot of fire this time around, and compared to what we've seen them did on the other games, well, they end up to the last game, and I guess that is, if I'm not mistaken, that was an average for overall. But because this is a total, the highest kill is a total from all of the grand finals, but a long distance kills, we have Gen Foss like just a couple of meters onto that 400 record. Not even well, I was record, but at least like probably step back a little bit, then it could be a good 400.
Maybe just a couple feet, just probably just backdash a little bit. That would have been a good 400, but this is still a record nonetheless. I gotta love it. This really accounts for marksmanship too. So this man right here, he has a steady hand. I gotta love it. Now I would say the same for East, but East had quite a bunch of encounters that vary in distance. So yeah, I'd say well deserved there. But here we go. This is where it boils down to how many of those nades and those mollies did these guys throw out. And Doc putting another one in the bag for Miracle Vibes with 180 utilities. So imagine the shoulder work that that Doc has gotten out of that. Probably has the baseball arm, as we always call it. Perfect pitch.
If you look closely on his uniform as well, probably one reason why they opted to have like a different color on one arm is because of all of those throwing. But well, we have drivers right here. Mostly, I believe this is driving and not just walking. But we have Galak, who's very close to 200,000 meters traveled. That is not quite sure what the plan at that point is, but I guess like I mean, who wouldn't want to go for a broom in these matches, especially if you're just scouting it out? But assist right as well. There's one reason why Formical Vibes really topped everyone else, because apart from providing elimination, they know how to help out their teammates.
Yeah, and assists are also very important, Back then, you don't really get the counter for that. You don't really get the notification of an assist from the earlier days of PUBG. But now it really does matter, since we're actually telling damage, and that still amounts to something. Again, that also pertains to kill steal. But again, it's how it is. A kill, a frag, a score. So you gotta thank your teammates for that, because sometimes they soften them up. Now, nade kills. Of that 180, it's impossible for you not to get anything out of that. So yeah, 11. That's a streak. The only two digiter within that margin. I like that.
Yeah, and there we have it. We have airdrop looted, so I guess this is a reason as well as to why they've been so tough to beat in the battlefield because of how much they get in terms of rotation, resources rather, and all those airdrops. And it's not often that we see that, but in the healing department, the same goes. 4 Miracle Vibes can heal so much that they will not be taken down that easily. And I'm seeing a pattern right here, Pika, as to why, and probably the story as well, as to why 4 Miracle Vibes really is on top of the game.
Yeah, the assists, basically the frags, the utilities. It's very much a team game.
Right.
It is not a team game that I'm seeing from these gentlemen right here. Again, look at this. There's a reason why East has so much points. Imagine he has 11 eliminations, care of headshots. So, like I said, the man has steady hands. He does know his distances. He does know when to pull the trigger, and another 2-digiter amongst everybody here for headshots. So that's very important because headshots are an instant down, right? So
yeah,
it definitely makes the job a lot easier moving forward. Now, this, however, is a different story when it comes to our boys of 4 Miracle Vibes, because just beaten by a few seconds, 49 seconds more, Satarless over here just trumps everybody. And yes, those seconds actually count.
Yep, and we have Genesis Esports. Trust me. I guess this is towards the last part of the game that we've seen.
Yeah.
This, actually, we barely saw him in the game. So again, we have Satar as well as me in there, followed by 2 players from 4 Miracle Vibes. But again, it is the end of the matches, and we've probably built so much of a story for all of the players out here, all of the teams. And again, we appreciate all the support that you've given us. Not only that, we appreciate all how the others casters started off this competition as well. Red Queen Gaming, as well as Sir Cloud, and even Warden joined us into this mix. So thank you very much for all the effort, and of course Ruthless, Hype Esports, as well as TikTok. It won't be possible without you.
Wow, it's a surreal experience, not gonna lie up to, because it's Clash of Giants, man.
Yeah.
It's a very fresh tournament, I'd say, but not for Ruthless Esports, obviously. Been a lot of those. But, the fact that I got to witness this end, this conclusion of a wonderful set, a wonderful series, a wonderful league, I cannot be any more blessed, personally. So, thank you again, everybody. And we thank all the people from the back end. We got to thank you guys as well. Imagine we hit the milestone. So, somewhere out there are people with HyperX headphones just basically browsing and hopefully listening to us too. So, definitely grateful for this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and appreciate all of the support out there by the teams, for the teams, and for us as well, who we are doing our best to hype up everything, to show as well as to give you a better story all throughout the competition. And again, I resonate with you, with those in the back end. Production has done quite well, even for the most instances that we could have missed some of the engagement, but they brought us in the best moment, at the least. But I guess there's so much to thank everyone who have been in there. As much as we want to read everyone, especially for those comment in these final moments of the competition, and for the rest of grand finals and playoffs and everything in between. We appreciate everyone who helped us to stay back in here and hold our ground in the Clash of Giants Season 2. But we have to bid goodbye to everyone. Again, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming, together with Pika. We were your casters for the last day of the Grand Finals, together with Red Queen Gaming, Sir Cloud, and Warden. We thank you very much, and we bid goodbye.